Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with you on the first day of COP16, the moment we've been waiting for 2 years in the great city of Cali in Colombia. And we're very pleased to be the opening session of the Nature Positive Pavilion. And we know that there will be many, many other launches during this 10 days, but we hope that this launch stays with you because it's probably the first one you're attending. So today on our website, together with Deloitte, our partner, we launched a report, Nature in the Boardroom. About 10 years ago, I spoke with a senior representative from a bank, and he told me, Romy, honestly, our board members aren't interested in nature unless there is an actual elephant in the room. Boy, things have changed since then. Nature is rising on the agendas. We, of course, have the global biodiversity framework with the whole society approach, but also the advent of frameworks such as the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures. Recent S&P research has shown that 85% of companies are exposed to nature-related risk, and over half of banking assets are at risk due to the dependency and impact on nature. Yet, less than 2% of boards, according to the World Benchmarking Alliance, have sufficient capacity and relevant experience on climate and nature. So what we identified together with Deloitte was a huge implementation gap. So what we are launching today is guidance, Nature in the Boardroom, that helps board members and so different people within the C-suite to navigate this complex landscape, but it's a living document. So what we intend to do is combine this launch and this guidance that can be used within their own organization very much as a living document. So what do we have planned for you in the next hour or so? So first, we want to give a voice to nature in the boardroom. So we'll start with a wonderful opening statement by Chietza Harry, and she is a Zimbabwean entrepreneur and international speaker, and she will give you more detailed insights into the report. And then Marco Lambertini, who is the convener of the Nature Positive Initiative, but also formerly was the DG of WWF, and Andrew Mitchell, who is the founder and senior advisor at Global Canopy. I always see him as the father of the TNFD and an international thought leader, will join us on stage for a discussion. We have a relatively small group of people here in the room, so if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll be happy to answer it. But with that said, I want to give the floor to Chietza for her opening statement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute honor to be here, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. So when we think of business, I think language is such an important thing when you think about business. I think in the 60s and the height of the Industrial Revolution, you had words like, you need to dominate, you need to conquer, decimate your opponent. And in the agricultural sector, we had, just look at the inspiration behind some of the agrochemicals post-World War II. Boom, authority, thunder. So I think today I would like to share a poem with you, reminding you of your humanity, as I like to believe that Africa is the cradle of man, and it is tied to the spirit of Ubuntu. Many of you know the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because you are, but it goes so much deeper and speaks to and perhaps holds some of the solutions to some of the challenges we face. In the heart of Africa, a concept revered, Ubuntu, a bond that's forever endeared. With values woven deep within its core, survival, solidarity, compassion, respect, and more. Survival the first when times are tough, Communities unite through trials rough. Differences set aside, they stand as one, supporting each other until the battle is won. Solidarity, the spirit that binds, working together with shared minds. Cooperation, flourishing, goals they achieve, in harmony, the power to create and believe. Compassion, a virtue that's held high, understanding others, their struggles and sighs. A tapestry of empathy, woven strong, belonging and connection, where we all belong. Respect and dignity, pillars of grace, honoring rights, beliefs in all embrace. Irrespective of diversity, a guiding light, a foundation for a future filled with delight. In Africa's embrace, Ubuntu thrives, a concept that humanity truly derives. Through survival, solidarity, compassion, respect, and dignity, a bond we forever protect. Let Ubuntu's flame spread far and wide, igniting hearts with love as our guide. For in Ubuntu's embrace, we all can find a world where humanity and biodiversity are intertwined. I hope this is inspiration as you go through the next 2 weeks, that cooperation, compassion, and a lot of these values are within our DNA. We are not recreating the wheel, we are returning to our roots. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those powerful words. I am because you are. I always learned there's no I in we, so very beautiful. Thank you so much for your opening statement. In my enthusiasm, I just realized that I forgot to introduce myself. So my name is Romy Goedeke den Hertog, and I co-lead the work on nature for UNEP Finance Initiative. And with that said, I would like to give the microphone to Florence, because I think you're now all excited to learn more about the contents of the report that you can find on our website now, accompanied by a beautiful video. Florence, please come ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the first session of COP. Great to have you all here. This is a short outline of the report that we wrote together with UNEP-FI. The idea is really to give board members a guidance how they can really start integrating nature-related issues in the boardroom and really act upon it as a financial institution. And we started with this with 4 emerging trends. So why is it actually that board members need to act on it, and when do they really feel also the motivation and stimulation to do that? The first one is a regulatory trend. We might all be aware of the regulatory landscape that is really evolving and becoming bigger, and integrate also nature more and more in reporting disclosure standards. Next to that, there's legal and fiduciary duties. Board members have a duty to look on the long term of how they are doing their business, and need to secure also long-term sustainability. You see more and more legal pressure to also be held accountable for your actions and to be transparent about it. Next to that, financial risk. Nature-related risks are actually also financial risks. They pose a financial threat to the assets of financial institutions, also their security and their for the long term. Seeing nature-related risk as really natural, standard, traditional financial risk, you can really integrate it in your risk management, and it really becomes part of the institution's business. And lastly, you see more and more pressures from stakeholders, both clients and also shareholders, and also from the public, that financial institutions have a role to play in this transition. What follows is the how. How can financial institutions really act on this? This is distributed to 4 topics, and we followed here a little bit the line from the TNFD, and it starts with governance and strategy. And here you can think about first, how do we actually structure this in the boardroom? Who is responsible? How do we give that responsibility to someone? And how do we develop a roadmap that eventually also determines what are our resources, who is held accountable, when are we going to do what? Risk management, that is, of course, the traditional risk management in the institutions, but nature-related risk is a little bit different than the traditional credit risk, market risk. First, you need to understand how is our relationship with nature. And that how is really important because it's not just nature in itself. No, it is water, it is soil, it's atmosphere. As soon as you know the specific context of the institution, how they relate to nature, on a sector level and also location level, you can find focus in what you do and really actually make an effort and really come somewhere and put action on nature. Thirdly, portfolio management. What are you actually already doing? Because mostly financial institutions don't already realize that their sustainability actions are already a very good starting point to also start acting on nature. It's like a springboard for nature. So start to see where do we already do what, and sometimes what we also see in some use cases, the actions that you already have in your business for a couple of years, for example, you know the location of key biodiversity areas is already something that it is part of a due diligence or any other client engagement. And regarding that last part, client engagement is also an important part of this portfolio management. Financial institutions have really a saying and can put pressure and also guide their commercial clients to act. And last one that relates also to the regulatory trend is the disclosure and regulatory guidance. What started 2 years ago with the TNFD is a first voluntary framework to report on nature-related issues, now results in more and more standards of framework and also mandatory requirements for reporting. So there's also a compliance aspect to it. The end of the report includes a blueprint. It comes all together. And in such a way that each C-level executive can actually see, okay, maybe I don't have the time to read the whole report, we understand that. So we give this summary to the board member to just check, okay, I am responsible for finance or for risk management or for human capital. Where do I actually need to look? What questions do I need to ask? Because it's all about asking the right questions. Asking the right questions in the boardroom, to the other board members, but also to your department. How far are we? How are we doing it? Are we aware? So this is like a coming it all together structure that gives for each how-to the right questions to also ask. So we really hope that you will look into the report, check the details, read through it. Also very happy to hear any feedback. And as Romy also mentioned, it is a living document. We publish this now, but maybe it will evolve over the coming months and years. And we just hope that this is a great starting point to give the guidance for board members to raise the hand and ask the questions about nature. Thank you very much.
If you can stay on stage a little longer, and I'm joining you so that the people who are listening to or watching the live stream can see me as well. So you explained the different components of the report really well, but if I am somebody who is advising the board members within their own organization, what are the practical steps that I can take together with them today?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So first of all, regarding the understanding, really get a learning to understand the concept and definition that sometimes might be very new to board members, is to give a training and to just give education. And we had one use case, very interesting. They said, we didn't do it in a normal board member meeting. No, we just took the opportunity when they were away 2 days, like, abroad, away from the office, have these yearly offsites. And we had a training then, and we could give them more the time, really let it sink in. So maybe also the surrounding might help with that. And secondly, a practical example to really start is just to look maybe on a high level, but where is that interaction with nature? And I said it before, it's sector location, but there's so many tools out there that's really easy to use. Just really swiftly see, okay, is it really more the water part, the land part? Which sector is it? Is it the agriculture? Is it the shipping? And as soon as you know that, you get a more feeling with it, and then you can really dive more in the topic and the deep dive.
Super. I really love the Japanese concept of bathing in nature and kind of trying to find solutions while immersing yourself within nature. So I think it could really help with board members to indeed use a moment in the year where they're offsite to experience nature, but also to look at their own organization through a very different lens. Before we thank Florence again, I just want to go to the audience and see if anyone has a question. I don't know if we have a microphone that can go around. If somebody has a question, please raise your hand.
I'll stay here.
I think there it is. It is on. Quick question with your report and the depth you're going into. A lot of boards. You mentioned in the opening comments that corporations are facing so much nature risk within their business portfolio that they don't even understand. For your report, are you looking at metrics or ways that you can communicate with corporate members to help them better understand where their business risk lies within nature and the things that they can positively change to have a positive impact on that risk management?
So the report gives indeed the definitions also of the more nature finance sectors, but it doesn't go specifically per sector how to act, but it's rather the financial institutions that knows how to make the steps, and that eventually also with that engagement with the corporate client can really see to what those action steps are. But it's not specifically going per sector where the first actions can be. But that's of course would be a great sequel.
Hello. It's very loud. Audrey Tim, International Association of Horticulture Producers. I think this report's going to be very valuable. You mentioned the risks of nature to businesses. Are you aware that IPBES is just working on a risks and impacts of nature in business? And it's looking at not just what are the risks to the business, but what impact they have on nature. And that might be something really useful to integrate into how you see boards responding and implementing to this report.
Absolutely, yes. So the report is focused on nature-related risk and opportunities, but opportunity can still be a little bit broader as well. And within the nature risk aspect, we always start with understanding what is dependency and the impact that we have on nature. And with that impact can also be a positive one, of course. So thank you for the addition, it's very valuable.
Hi. It's very, very impactful sound. Yeah, thank you so much for the report. I have to confess I haven't really had taken a look at it. But then in your presentation, you have on the very left-hand column, that one of the 4 points is actually the fiduciary and the risk, that the legal risk and the fiduciary risk. And I just want to know, how does it work on the boardroom? Because in terms of carbon, because they want to avoid a legal or a dispute, that the risk, actually they are not really willing to commit that a higher standard. They try to avoid the actions. So that does it help nature, or it actually goes against nature? I mean, nature protection. So what's in it?
If I understand you correctly, you're wondering if it actually holds back the board to act on nature because there is a legal pressure on it, and there might be some litigations.
Yeah, the question is just an analogy with the carbon. That what's happening in the boardroom is because they want to avoid the litigation risk, they are much less willing to commit the higher standard.
Yes.
So it really doesn't work for at least the carbon decarbonization action. I'm quite interested in how does it work in this nature space.
So what we argue here is that within the governance and strategy, to really build that governance is to also give specific mandates to board members, so that you actually know who's responsible for what, and then they can also be held accountable. And then it's also more understandable who is then facing that litigation risk. But eventually it's all, of course, the whole board together. And we also recommend here to integrate all the departments of the business so that it's not working in silos, but the departments really understand what are we saying in risk management and what are we doing there. Are we actually disclosing on our reporting? And if that is all streamlined and they are aware of each other's efforts and work, and the risk that you actually describing now should be managed.
Lawrence and Romy, really. It's Andrew Mitchell here. How can you be sure board members are going to read this?
I can't be sure, but we understood that the fact that these reports are published is already making such a great effort, because we held some interviews with people from financial institutions, and these were not board level members, but people from sustainability head and those kinds of levels, and they were saying, we're so happy that you make this report, because then we can say again to the board, showing it is important, because look, UNEP-FI is actually reporting on this and publishing this. And of course, what we also did, because we are aware of the time that board is under, we made 3 bullet points under each chapter. So if you don't have the time to read the whole report, each chapter has a very summarizing 3 bullets. You can just scan through it, and then you also have the main message of the report. It's a very valid question, yes. Thanks.
So I've got a question about businesses that feed into companies that will have boards that will be setting nature strategies. And a classic example is, you've got a retailer in the UK that makes a certain commitment, and as part of that, they have to think about a sustainable supply chain. How is this information trickling down to the producer at, production level, where it's a farmer with no board, but they have to feed into a commitment being made by a retailer in the UK?
I see your point. So the report is really specifically for board members of financial institutions, and how it would trickle down to that specific UK retailer is the fact that the financial institution understand that that is a sector and a location that are very facing higher risk and a higher impact, and they can actually make a change. So it's the understanding and identifying where should we focus on, and then this report actually stops, and then you would go into more the sector-specific and location-specific supply chain specific transition actions. Hope that answers your question.
Any other questions? And maybe to add on your point, Khadija, is of course that in the approach of reporting frameworks, this shouldn't lead to a reporting burden for those that are further downstream and who don't have the capacity to report on that. It rather should lead to an upward trend of having more information and making more better decisions at the corporate level, and they're also engaging more with, for example, suppliers and farmers, working with them on topics like livable wage, but also pesticide use and all of these other topics. So it shouldn't be downward pressure, but rather an upward curve towards better implementation of these different frameworks. Are there any other? Oh, there's more and more questions coming in. Lady in the blue.
Thanks very much. I'm Debbie Saunders from Nature Helm, and we work with biodiversity data on the ground to help corporates make decisions. What I'm really interested in is how, of the companies that you have worked with, what have been the key triggers for them to actually take action beyond the initial planning phase? So, yeah, once they develop a strategy, have they got to the point of actually doing things on the ground?
I would speak from financial institutions now, as this report is for them. So what triggers them? What I see mostly is actually the understanding that they realize, oh, this is what we're doing. Of course, they know the business and where their exposure is, but really, and then it's a more understanding, and then they're like, okay, we are actually connected to nature and we can make a difference. So even if it doesn't sound that sexy, if I can say it, it's really the learning and the understanding and knowing where you're at. And even if that takes a little bit more time, then the action is also more proper instead of really rushing that and then eventually ending up somewhere where you realize it's not where we should be.
And if I may add to that question a little bit too, what we see across our UNEP-FI membership is that people rarely want to be the first, but everyone wants to be the second. So I think there's also a lot of peer pressure to kind of stay on board with what's happening across your business, and nobody wants to be a laggard. So I think that's always a great reason for picking up the topic. And I think there it's also important to keep in mind we're here now in Cali, Colombia. We see global action across our membership. So our LAC members very much understand nature risk quite easily because they live in a very biodiverse part of the world. Same for Asia Pacific. We see very impressive uptake of reporting in Japan. And then, of course, in Europe, where there is also more regulatory developments, less biodiversity, but more understanding of the topic in that way. I think we can do one more question, and then I want to go to my wonderful panelists who've been patiently waiting. Ideally for somebody who hasn't raised his or her hand, otherwise I have this person in the front. So one more question. Great. Well, let's give a big applause up. Wonderful. Thank you for joining me here on stage for this great session. We've prepared some quite serious questions, but I want to start with hopefully a bit of a simple one for both of you. So you both had amazing careers and still have amazing careers, and I would be interested to hear from you. In my opening statement, I spoke about my experience working with senior executives and how they respond to the nature topic. How have you seen that narrative evolve over the past years? Can I ask you to start with that, Marco?
Sure, thank you. First of all, thank you for organizing the event at the Pavilion, and congratulations on the launch of the report. And apologies to the audience because it's freezing cold, I know. We're working on it, and I hope we'll get a little bit warmer during the day. So there is no doubt, Romy, as you said, and I've experienced exactly the same thing, that nature and biodiversity in particular has never been higher at the corporate level, but also the political level and social and society level. So we've seen this growing interest, and I think the bottom line is that we're beginning to understand that we've been taking nature for granted forever, and now that nature services and nature resources are getting weaker and scarcer, we're beginning to feel the pressure in material terms. Nature has been until now more of a moral commitment and moral duty to coexist, a moral duty to respect the rest of life on the planet. Now it's turning into an actual material reason of concern. And that is changing completely the approach. And that's what we are seeing corporate responding to.
Great, thank you. And Andrew, can you add on the same question? So, how have you seen the narrative of board members evolve over the years?
Well, I guess if I've been involved in conservation for 50 years, and most recently I've focused on the financial sector to help them to understand environmental risk. And when I started talking as a young zoologist about, we should really save rainforest to anybody who was much older than me, they'd sort of quietly move to the other side of the room and say, he's a bit odd, that guy over there. And things have changed a lot. This stuff is on the newspaper front pages all over the world. And it's a curious thing still. I find many people struggle with what they believe in their home lives, and they watch films on television. They really care about nature. But then when they get back in the office, they forget about it and exploit nature to make money. And that's often the way the business model they have is designed. So when you're dealing with a board member, what I find now is generally there's a considerable amount of recognition of the problem. But what they don't know is how to approach it and what to do about it. They're not equipped to have the conversation, so they still push it away. I was in a meeting in London during London Climate Week with about 20 pension fund ESG experts and others, and for the TNFD. And in the room, several of them said, we just can't engage our trustees on these issues because they don't know how to talk about it. There is a huge need to upskill board members to understand these issues and why they are relevant to their companies and portfolios. And we'll talk a bit more about that in a minute.
Great, wonderful, yes, and indeed something I've experienced when testing the waters ahead of the launch of this report with board members from some of our members was that at first they enter and they're like, okay, nature, it's a philanthropy topic, right? You want some money to, I don't know, restore or conserve a part of nature, but as you're presenting the work to them, you kind of see something click and you see them realize, okay, it's not a philanthropy, it's actually a risk topic, it's part of our fiduciary duty, all these topics that Florence already talked about. And indeed, Andrew, somebody told me yesterday that there already have been 10,000 articles published about this COP alone. So I do think that nature, is rising on the agenda over and over again. Which is great because we need the years to change and create peace with nature in line with the vision nature in line with the vision of this COP. Naoko posed a great question, I think, about fiduciary duty and how that is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? It's creating action, but it's also creating hesitation. Andrew, can I ask you to, but it's also creating hesitation. Andrew, can I ask you to give your vision on this topic?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. I think we're really at an existential moment about fiduciary duty because there's a real battle emerging between one worldview that says, particularly if you're managing a portfolio, money, a big one, say BlackRock, that you should only think about profit and not about planet. And when the head of BlackRock came out and said, we're going to start thinking about planet as well and bring sustainability into our decision making, you found fossil fuel states in the United States saying, well, you're not going to be talking to our pension fund anymore because we make all our money out of fossil fuels. And if you want to push that to the one side, you're not welcome here anymore. Well, that hits BlackRock and other big institutions like that right in their pocket. So it's a really tough thing for a board member. And then more than that, these kind of states go along to their legal buddies as well and start legal actions against companies that are doing good things, saying you shouldn't do that. That's not part of your fiduciary duty. Your duty is to make money, not to look after the planet, which I find clearly a ridiculous proposition. I was talking to a Chinese fund manager, a large pension fund some years ago, and he said, in China, we get it. We realize there's no point in having a pension fund if, when it pays out, you can't breathe the air and the world is dead. What kind of a pension is that? And your pension actually funded that process. That doesn't make any sense at all. And that's about fiduciary duty. But at the moment, there is a sort of, on one side of the Atlantic, profit first. In Europe, it's a little bit more planet first. And so you get this division on materiality between what's called single materiality, which is when you look from the outside in to your thing. We're in the middle of this. And I think there's a lack of legal case law which really gives trustees of pension funds and those who are looking after large amounts of family money, don't forget family offices often own these companies that the pension funds invest in. Family money is really big and important. And there's a lack of case law that gives protection to trustees if they go out and support sustainability. And they can only really do that if the people who own the money ask them to do that. Now, in a family office might say, we want you to bring in sustainability criterion. Whereas if it's a pension fund, it's the people. You can't go and ask everyone. They have, so it's kind of harder. So I think this is a fascinating thing, and it is discussed in this report, some of it. So I think we really, and I believe the conservation movement should wake up and face down these legal challenges that are occurring, even creating litigation finance funds that are designed to attack companies for greenwashing And there's a good thing about that because you get rid of the bad people who are greenwashing, but the result is green hushing, where you don't tell people the good stuff you're doing, which is still a legal liability because you're not being honest with what your company is doing. So this is a big time for figuring that out. And the conservation movement needs to stand up and face down these legal actions that are causing us to focus totally on profit at the expense of the planet. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Thank you, Andrew. And we, of course, have very interesting elections coming up in the US that will have an impact on that. And I think you see a big difference. I come from the Netherlands. We've seen legal action against Shell. There's legal action now against ING Bank, which is our biggest bank. So I think you really see that this is an area where, depending on where you're based as an organization, you'll have a very different response. I want to highlight also from what you said that I really liked not speaking about double materiality, because I think once you say double materiality, people, you know, they don't want to use the term, but I think if you explain it to people, it's so obvious that you need to look at both of these sides and not one or the other. So I think that was really wonderful. Marco, I want to come to you with a question which is more practical, really about what type of strategies should boards adopt to integrate nature-related considerations, both in risk management, because there's a lot of work with that around TNFD and others, but also how can they seize upon the opportunity that nature provides with. So the World Economic Forum has estimated 10 trillion in additional revenue by 2030, nearly 400 million green jobs. So how should they, what type of key strategies should they adopt?
Yeah, so I think before the strategy, just a second, the comment on what you just asked, Robert, because until we understand that really the planet and the business agenda are not two separate agendas, but actually are deeply connected and in fact dependent from each other, there is no willingness and no understanding of what strategy needs to be developed. So this little but profoundly important cultural shift in a company, the values and way of looking at their business is fundamental. Acknowledge, recognize that actually there are risks, there are opportunities, there are dependencies to any business, to the specific business that this board is dealing with vis-a-vis nature. That's the first real step, because unless you understand that and you acknowledge that, the discussion about strategy is going to be useless. Once you understand that your business, like any other business, is having dependencies, risks, and opportunities related to nature, then the first thing to say, of course, and the board demanded the executive, is to understand what those risks impacts are. And of course, the easiest way for a company to enter the space of discussion is risks, because that's what companies do all the time. The risk is what really is part of the company behavior and approach on every day, managing their operations and portfolios or whatever. So the risk is an important dimension that triggers most of the interest. The strategy needs to understand the impacts first. The impacts are easy in some cases to assess. For example, companies with direct impact on a place, on space-based impacts. In other cases, it's very complicated when you're talking about a very complex supply chain or very diversified portfolio of investment, if it is an investment organization. And so the most important thing is that that should not deter the company from beginning the journey. And I want to highlight this point because it is a journey. For most companies, nature is still something that is out there, plenty to use and exploit and commodify and trade. And so this idea that suddenly nature become an important dimension for a business is a bit alien. Second point is that nature is very complicated. Nature is complex. Biodiversity is difficult to measure in all these elements. And by the way, we are not helping as a conservation of environmental movement by still not providing clear guidance on how to measure impacts and the state of nature to be able to drive and abatement and mitigation of the impacts at the right level. There are more than 600 metrics on nature out there available. Companies are absolutely confused and actually disincentivized to try for the reasons that Andrew was saying, because they don't want to make the wrong decision, the wrong choices. So it's absolutely imperative for us as a movement, as the nature movement, to really clarify and provide clear guidance on how to measure nature. Impacts and pressures first, but particularly, I would say what is missing now is state of nature, the end result. Because unless you can demonstrate and measure the end result of your actions, how do you know if you are mitigating the pressures in the right way? So there is a consultation out now, right now, that we have convened as Nature Positive Initiative on state of nature metrics to come to a small, credible, but also practical set of metrics to incentivize companies to start that journey. Start the journey of understanding the pressures and understanding the outcome of their strategies. So strategies is to start from assessing the impact, obviously, and then develop the mitigation, reduction, abatement, and restoration and compensation, the mitigation hierarchy steps that allow the company to reduce, to tackle the impacts. But they also need to try to understand what the ultimate outcome is. Focusing on the impacts is super important, is the first step, but unless you can demonstrate that addressing those impacts generates an improvement of the state of nature in your operations, in your supply chain, where you source and where you operate, you will never know whether we actually improve and we actually deliver. By the way, we are here in COP16, the mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is about halting and reversing biodiversity loss.
Thank you so much, Marco. I think that's a lot to unpack. Firstly, yes, nature as an externality still continues. I am aware of the work that the Nature Positive Initiative is doing on metrics. It was actually one of the documents I read on the plane. And I think for those in the audience, and maybe you can explain it better than I do, state of nature metrics is really moving beyond pressure and response metrics. So pressure is, for example, land use change or invasive species, but rather have metrics that look into things like ecosystem integrity and species, because that's, of course, a much better proxy for measuring nature impact. At the same time, often when I engage with people across our membership at any level, they will always ask me, what is the single metrics that you can give me on nature? You know, what is the greenhouse gas equivalent? And I always tell them, I can give you a metrics, but it will be a very flawed one because it will only measure one aspect and not the whole of nature. What is your response?
Yeah, so that's the fundamental point, right? It's about managing this tension between perfection and good enough, because we cannot measure all elements of nature. We've never been better able to measure nature than today, but we cannot measure every single dimension of nature, and we cannot ask every company to do that. So we got to settle on a minimum but viable set of metrics that is applicable to everybody across users, use cases, and scales, from site to landscape and beyond, that actually everybody can use, and it is a good enough proxy of the state of nature, but particularly a proxy, not just for, abstract of academic purposes, a proxy metric that allows each company strategy to put in place to reduce their impact and pressures is having a positive outcome. Is actually a positive outcome. Is actually up to the job. Is actually a strategy that delivers the whole to reverse, the net positive. In climate is net zero emissions. That's a kind of pathway to carbon neutrality and we lost so much nature, and the resilience, the ability, the regenerative ability of nature, and the resilience, the ability, the regenerative ability of nature is so strong. So net positive what the CBD Global Biodiversity Framework has agreed, halt and reverse. So strong. So net positive what the CBD Global Biodiversity Framework has agreed, halt and reverse. Halt first and reverse second. And that's why state of nature metric is so important. But it's not going to be one metric, but it can be 600 either. And so we've got to settle on a credible number that is meaningful, but also practical. And as I said, is a start to incentivize, but also practical. And as I said, is a start to incentivize companies to start. 6% of the Fortune Global 500 have targets on nature. 6%. This is unacceptable. And we got to help companies to start the journey and then become more sophisticated along the journey.
Yeah, Romy, can I just add a comment to that? Because I think there's something almost more fundamental about a boardroom member's understanding of nature. When you mention nature to an asset manager or a pension fund holder, what pops up in their mind is an image of butterflies and bees. And that's the wrong image. I constantly have to tell them that nature is about infrastructure that's keeping the earth safe. Because if you think about butterflies and bees, it just gets discounted by them. They say, well, we don't deal with that. They don't know why I should have bees on their balance sheet. But if you talk about infrastructure that underpins the global economy and underpins their business, depending on which one it is, they start to lean forward and engage because they understand infrastructure. And so we have to sort of change the narrative. And I think, Marco, tremendous work going on with Nature Positive Initiative in trying to work through this and come up with definitions, which is really wonderful. I think the TNFD has also done a lot of work on creating a language that we can all use to describe nature and a means of reporting and disclosure. But that's only one step, because we'd still have to have transition plans. No point in disclosing your problem if you don't then have a plan to get out of the problem. And I hope in a moment we might talk about the other side of this coin, because we tend to always talk about nature as a risk to companies. And that only gets you so far. You have to talk about the opportunity side too. So maybe we can talk about that in a moment.
Go ahead, Andrew. I'm very eager to hear your ideas.
Well, I think there's a lot more we can do at TNFD to talk about the opportunity side. I think generally the discussions at COP will be around risk and not about opportunity. I see this rather differently from the way it's currently described. Again, if you talk about opportunity reforming agriculture, again, if you talk to a pension fund manager, that's a tiny part of their business. So they discount it. They say nature's chump change. That's a terrible thing, which somebody said to me the other day. And I get it, why they think that. And that's why we have to start thinking of nature as a much broader set of opportunities. It's like going back to climate when nobody even knew what the word renewable energy was. I think it's like a child's balloon. You squeeze it with a regulation, and COP15 did that. And GBF is a plan, just like it happened in 2015 with climate. And what pops out the other side was something called renewable energy. In this case, it's going to be something called renewable food, regenerative agriculture if you want. But this is much broader than we think. You've got to start thinking about alternative proteins, vertical farming, and precision fermentation. All of these things which are not talked about very much are going to become massive parts of our global economy and are all nature-based. The question is, are they good or bad for biodiversity? And the jury may be out on some of those things. I'll give you a controversial one, sustainable aviation fuels. It's going to be made out of either waste or vegetable fuel. That's nature-based. It's part of the new nature economy. Is it good or bad for biodiversity? Well, it depends how you do it. If you plant monocultures all over the place to make vegetable oil for aircraft, that's probably going to be bad for biodiversity. So we need to be looking at opportunity in a much more holistic way than we currently are. And here's the advert. I'm working with Cornell University on a whole new taxonomy, not a taxonomy, a framework for nature-based investing, which we're going to be revealing for the first time on Friday at a meeting at the Dan Hotel at 12 o'clock. You're welcome to come. It'll be at the TNFD zone in the Dan Hotel, 12 o'clock on Friday. And we'll publish it as a book called The Little Book of Nature Business next year. You might have seen The Little Book of Investing in Nature, which is all about the financing mechanisms. The Little Book of Nature Business is going to show us all the amazing new technologies. So when you look at opportunities in nature, the food system is just one sector. Think of construction. Think of utilities, think of healthcare, think of nature tech. All of these are going to be coming out with revolutionary new ways of using nature. I'll give you one in construction that I heard about the other day, which is fascinating. concrete. We build buildings out of concrete. They're usually grey and hideous and don't have anything growing on them in cities. They're now experimenting with concrete that's impregnated with seeds, in particular the spores of mosses. You put the concrete on the outside of the building, the rain comes, the mosses sprout, the whole place turns green, and gradually animals can use that surface, and it attracts birds and other wildlife. You've probably seen images of these huge vertical towers, like the Floresta Verticale in Milan. It's possible to bring nature back into cities. And we talk about Shanghai turning itself into a sponge city. What do we mean by a sponge city? Well, the engineering is not good enough anymore to cope with the water because of climate-induced floods. So what do? You don't build more holes and more pipes. Use nature to soak up the water, create permeable pavements, using nature-based solutions that soak up the water before it even gets into the culverts. These are the new, massive kinds of nature-based industries of the future. This book will have it all in there. So we've got to reframe what we mean by investing in nature.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Bringing it back to the conversation here about boardroom engagement, I would say measurement and disclosures are a means to an end to understandings, nature's opportunities, and that it has to us. And it really also needs to be integrated at scale. There is a $700 billion US dollars annual funding gap. How that being closed in the easiest way is by ending nature negative subsidies, which are 140 times bigger than investments into nature-based solutions, according to UNEP's State of Finance for Nature report. And there are so many solutions you can think about. I read an article about Pandora, who makes diamonds in a lab. They're cheaper, they're just as beautiful as regular diamonds, but they have 95% less environmental impact. So everyone is benefiting from opportunities like that. So I just got the cue that we have 5 more minutes. So I want to go to my great panelists and ask them the same question. I opened the floor up with Florence and really ask them for 1 or 2 points of very practical advice. So if you're speaking to a CEO or a CSO, what would you advise them to do today?
I'd say go and look at the NPI to get your definitions. Number 1, look at TNFD to educate yourself and make your firm use it, because you learn so much how to manage nature by doing that. And thirdly, think about opportunities. That always gets them much more excited, is where's the new money going to be made in the future out of this transition? And it will be made in the future. There's going to be a tremendous transition that's going to happen over the next decades. And it's a great opportunity for business.
That's the one. I think I completely agree. Actually, MPI, yes, but the transition is inevitable. It's not like something that we can decide to embrace or not to embrace. We can decide to embrace it now and be ahead of the curve and avoid a lot of suffering, a lot of problems in business, in society. But transition will happen. Will have to happen, and will be forced on us by collapsing ecosystems, runaway climate change that will begin to generate so much damage to the economy that we will have to change. But why do we need to wait for the moment? The moment to change is actually now, because now we have all the understanding, the knowledge, the money, the financial means, and the ability, technologically and also intellectually, to embrace the transition. And so the transition is inevitable. Start now, and it will be much less painful, in fact, generating the opportunity of avoiding all the issues that we will be facing otherwise. And so that's, I think, the message to the board.
Wonderful. I'll close up with my own personal thoughts. Yesterday, the Colombian president spoke, and he spoke about his childhood and the need for opening our hearts. And I think it's about opening our hearts, but also opening our minds. So I think when we engage with FIs, they need to have the heart component, but also the mind. So the numbers and the statistics, the peer pressure to get them to action. So with that said, I want to thank you for joining us here for this, early session in the week. Please go to our website, also to our social media. We have a beautiful video with Jane Goodall speaking as Mother Nature towards you. So listen to or watch that video. It's 4 minutes, but it's really worth to watch. And of course, download our report and get in touch with Florence or me if you have questions, if you have suggestions. And as said, this is a living document, so we'll continue with implementing this. So at COP17, we can report more about the outcomes. Please join me with an applause for our great speakers.
Emotional touch. It's very important, but it's not.
Got the first one done. Many more to go.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
I think it's good. A good turnout for 9 o'clock.
Considering I'm a in the morning.
I think they fixed the temperature. It's so cold, nobody will talk. Won't
Two
listen
things
either.
that already talked about this. One is the temperature. The other is
Thanks for joining.
It's a good facility.
yeah, the facility.
Hi.
Really nice facility.
Hi.
Hello. Where?
Yeah, well.
Oh, right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Veronica Lowe, and I work on nature and climate adaptation policy and research at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD. And I'm very, very pleased to be here today with a distinguished group of experts who are coming to share and learn and discuss with you a topic that surely deserves a little bit more attention when we talk about nature-based solutions, and that is the nature-based solutions that can deliver multiple benefits for adaptation, for livelihoods, with real measurable biodiversity gain, and also that integrate gender equality, social inclusion, and human rights. So how do we do this? We're lucky because we have a very interesting case study that's being provided by the Government of Canada. As part of the Partnering for Climate initiative that was launched in 2022, Global Affairs Canada introduced and supported nature-based solutions programming in developing countries with a focus in sub-Saharan Africa. And these nature-based solutions were implemented by organizations in Canada in partnership with local organizations. And there was this emphasis on gender equality, on social inclusion, on biodiversity net gain, biodiversity co-benefits, however you want to call them. But the idea was to really deliver on these multiple benefits, within certain timelines. And so we've gathered our experts here today to help us understand and take us through some of the aspects such as direct implementation, outcomes, and challenges. We have two case studies, one from implementing a protected areas initiative in Belize, and the other on mangrove restoration in Senegal. We'll also talk about capacity building initiatives that were part of the Partnering for Climate initiative. We'll talk about the inclusion of human rights considerations and Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous science. And we're also going to talk about the relationship of these multiple benefits and human rights-based approaches and what linkages there are with the global biodiversity framework. But before I introduce our panelists and call them up, Tara currently serves as Assistant Deputy Minister of the Canadian Wildlife Service. And prior to joining the Canadian Wildlife Service, she held a variety of executive positions with the then Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada and the Privy Council Office, where she advised on numerous issues, including Indigenous reconciliation, justice, diversity, and inclusion. So please, let's welcome Tara Shannon to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you. Bonjour et bienvenido to everyone. I wanted to start by saying I have the privilege of joining you today on behalf of my colleagues at Global Affairs Canada, and to share some of Canada's actions to achieve objectives of climate change adaptation, biodiversity conservation, gender, social inclusion, and economic growth. I could speak for a long time, but I have a couple of minutes, so I'll be quick. Earlier this summer, Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault released Canada's 2030 Nature Strategy for halting and reversing biodiversity loss in Canada. The strategy charts a path for how Canada will implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through a shared vision to address biodiversity loss. Domestically, through Canada's Natural Climate Solutions Fund, launched in 2021, Canada invested over $5 billion in nature-based solutions, including actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, build resilience, and improve water quality, and provide important habitat for Canada's wildlife. Canada is providing similar support internationally through the 2021 to 2026 $5.3 billion of international climate finance, and through a specific $350 million committed to support the Global Biodiversity Framework. The latter investment was key to capitalizing the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. And at least $1 billion of our total international climate funding leverages nature-based climate solutions and contributes to biodiversity co-benefits. I think that's really critical because through that funding, we're actually bringing climate and nature together. So this brings us to Partnering for Climate. As noted in the beginning, the Government of Canada has earmarked $315 million of climate finance to leverage the expertise, innovation, and resources of organizations and Indigenous peoples in Canada to support climate change adaptation in developing countries through a focus on nature-based solutions. These ecosystems, when conserved, protected, and supported to thrive, offer low-cost ways of increasing productivity of food systems, generating other livelihood opportunities. At the same time, nature-based solutions also offer effective ways of protecting communities, landscapes, and local flora and fauna from climate-related shocks like floods, droughts, heat, and other extreme events. The Partnering for Climate Initiative allocates $300 million for organizations in Canada using nature-based solutions, as noted, to support gender-inclusive climate change adaptation and biodiversity conservation in sub-Saharan Africa. And it provides $15 million for Indigenous peoples in Canada to partner with Indigenous organizations in developing countries to increase climate resilience. Finally, Global Affairs Canada, with the Canadian Coalition on Climate Change and Development and representatives of national Indigenous organizations, one of whom you have the opportunity to have on panel today, co-hosts the Nature and Climate Community of Practice. And with that, I look forward to hearing from our Partnering for Climate partners and others on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tara, for sharing your time with us, for providing that great introduction to our session. So now I would actually like to call our panelists to come on board and have a seat here, and then I would like to introduce them each in turn. So please, don't be shy, come on up aboard. And unfortunately, not all of the panelists could be here today, but we have recorded presentations, and they may be able to join the Zoom call so that we can take some questions and answers, and they can provide some reflections if there's time for that. So we have Mr. Tristan Tyrrell joining us from the CBD Secretariat. Tristan Tyrrell is a Program Management Officer for Biodiversity, Climate Change, and Dry and Subhumid Lands, the CBD Secretariat. So we're really grateful for your time, Tristan, knowing that you may have to run off and perform your secretariat duties. So thank you for coming here. Tristan has worked for a variety of academic and civil society agencies, and he's been a consultant for a wide range of UN agencies and national governments. I'd also like to introduce Frederique Thomas, who has recorded a presentation for us. She's a country director in Senegal of SOCODEVI, which is short for Société de Coopération pour le Développement International. And she's directed international programs for various nonprofit organizations and foundations, and she's currently managing the Naturel project on mangrove restoration in Senegal as part of the Partnering for Climate initiative. Next, I'd like to introduce Kale Caswell, and she's a gender equality and social inclusion policy advisor and a country technical lead for Belize at IASD. In this role, Kale leads and supports partner programming, research, and capacity strengthening on nature-based solutions and climate adaptation, with a focus on Jazzy. Then we have Susanna Jonfra with us, who is a senior officer of nature-based solutions at IUCN, working on various aspects of capacity building for nature-based solutions. And she's previously consulted on circular economy legislation and policy. I'm also very pleased that Carrie Max, who unfortunately could not be with us here today, but he's able to join us through Zoom. And he is a Deputy Director of Global Affairs Canada's Partnerships for Development and Innovation branch. He has over 30 years of experience in international development research, policy, and practice, including in private sector development and trade and investment. And we have Erin Myers, who is with us representing the Métis Nation through her role as the Director of Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management for the Métis National Council. And her role as director is to advocate nationally and internationally for the inclusion of the Métis in program and policy development. So welcome to our panelists. And if you'll allow me, I think I'm just going to share a few insights from our Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative. It's a capacity building initiative that was one of the first to be launched as part of the Partnering for Climate envelope. And it was meant to help It was meant to help develop capacity and knowledge sharing on nature-based solutions with the focus on gender equality, social inclusion, and biodiversity benefits. So we're developing this capacity initiative first through collaboration with our dear colleagues at IUCN and GIZ, and we work together to develop a free online course on ecosystem-based adaptation or nature-based solutions for adaptation that takes users through the implementation cycle of ecosystem-based adaptation with a focus on human rights and with a focus on looking at how you might take programming into nature-based solutions programming into various sectors. So we have over 7,000 participants in this EBA e-learning course, and it's now been translated to a few different languages. We've got English, French, and Spanish. The next tool that we're offering are different knowledge products that we've developed that are building on these pillars of GESI, gender equality, social inclusion, and how to actually realize and measure biodiversity co-benefits from the implementation of nature-based solutions. And finally, just like what we're doing today, we're also enhancing a community of practice on climate and nature-based solutions for adaptation. And here we have an international forum for exchanging knowledge, for learning from each other. And we have over 200 organizations that have joined this community of practice. And I left a QR code below so that you can learn more about it. But the idea is to do exactly what we're doing now, is to really have a good discussion on some of these topics and aspects around nature-based solutions for multiple benefits. So I would like to now welcome Tristan Tyrrell to provide a few remarks on from his perspective at the CBD Secretariat.
Thanks very much, Veronica, and good morning, everybody. So as Veronica mentioned, I'm the Programme Officer responsible for biodiversity, climate change, and dry and subhumid lands. So it's very much linking, well, one, across the three Rio Conventions and how we're working on a more synergistic manner, but then also in terms of the GBF, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, I'll try and avoid using too many acronyms, is how the implementation in particular of targets 8 and 11. Target 8 is very much focused on climate change, target 11 on nature's contributions to people. Within the history of the convention, in considering the biodiversity climate nexus, there has been, although there was some consideration on the role of ecosystems in mitigation earlier on, there's been a very much a strong focus in recent years on ecosystem-based adaptation and ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, and very much putting it at a people-centered perspective. Yes, we recognize that climate change is one of the key drivers of biodiversity loss. We're certainly not overlooking that, but very much looking at, well, what is that resilience question that needs to be answered, and how can, through the work of the convention, how can we help to support that? Within the framework itself, targets 8 and 11, they talk about nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches. They talk about mitigation as well as disaster risk reduction. But in terms of the guidance that is being provided, it is very much focused on, or certainly more recent guidance, is focusing on that EBA, ecosystem-based adaptation link. And there are these voluntary guidelines which were adopted at COP14, 6 years ago now, I think, yeah, which are central in terms of helping parties and others recognize what is the link and what are they doing or what should they be doing in terms of trying to address this. And in those plans, as they're developing it, whether it's through various processes, both under the convention but also under other fora, thinking about, well, how are they engaging with people in the design and implementation of those actions? The GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, it is in its nature indivisible. You shouldn't be just separating out one target compared to others. So, for instance, a lot of people are talking about 30 by 30 as being the sort of the headline target. That might be a marketing thing. It might be easier for people in the media to understand, but it's certainly not the intention with the framework itself. The intention is that we're looking at all 23 targets and the cross-cutting considerations as going forward and revising national biodiversity strategies and action plans, as well as other sectoral and relevant policies and strategies. And within those, then, we have considerations of gender equality. We have recognition of the importance of respecting and acknowledging traditional knowledge, the importance of participation at all phases, both in terms of the design and implementation. And then there is specific consideration of whole of society as well as whole of government, human rights-based approaches in the development of this, recognizing the human right to a clean, healthy and safe environment. These are all captured within the GBF. The issue is that now it's up to parties and others to translate what has been agreed at the global level into national and subnational action. One of the targets, those who have completed their NBSAP revision process, what is included in those. But words on a paper is one thing. It's very much about putting those words into action and re-emphasizing the importance of recognizing non-state actors, whoever they might be, whether it is civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, the private sector and others, to recognize the commitments that have been made, both in terms of gender, but certainly in terms of rights and rights-based approaches, human rights-based approaches that need to be captured at all levels and by all. And that's not just when focusing on those targets 21, 22, and 23, but also in those first couple of ones, the spatial planning, the designation of further protected areas, the management of those areas, as well as other effective conservation measures. But then also when it comes to considering targets 8 and 11, which talk about nature-based solutions, ensuring that the implementation of that is done properly, sufficiently, adequately, both in terms of the results that we want to see happening in terms of reversing and bending the curve on biodiversity loss, putting us on track to the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature, but also in terms of their design and ensuring that those who should be at the table are at the table right from the very start, right through to the end. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tristan. We're grateful to have you here with your busy schedule, but those were very insightful remarks and really helping to ground the discussion that we're having today in terms of what we're trying to achieve through the GBF. So now I'd like to welcome our next guest, and actually she's not here at the moment, but she has kindly recorded a presentation for us, and it's important to understand what do implementers face on the ground when it comes to trying to implement NBS with these multiple benefits in mind, and what can be achieved, and what are some of the conditions that enable achievement of those multiple benefits, and what are some challenges. So I'd like the next presentation, if you could just load that up there. It's a recording about a mangrove restoration project in Senegal that was launched as part of the Partnering for Climate initiative a couple of years ago.
Hi everyone, my name is Frédéric Thomas and I'm country director for Sokodevi in Senegal. We're actually leading a multi-partner project called Naturel, funded by the Partner for Climate funding by Global Affairs Canada. I'm so happy I could record this presentation and present Naturel. Naturel is a 4-year nature-based solutions project aiming to increase climate change adaptations and resilience of women and their vulnerable communities in mangrove ecosystems in the Sine Saloum and Casamance in Senegal. By promoting the adoption of nature-based solutions to help against the advance of the sea and the salinization of soil and groundwater, which can affect agricultural yields and the living conditions of rural communities. To protect also coastal erosion, to protect coral reefs and coastal zones and marine biodiversity, essential to fishing activities. Secondly, by establishing a more inclusive and equitable governance of mangrove ecosystem of natural resources. Based on our various field missions and meetings with protected area management committees, we've realized that women and young people and sometimes other stakeholders make use of the ecosystem services provided by mangroves, but are not necessarily involved in the decisions that are taken on the management of this ecosystem. And also by increasing the economic benefits, diversifying income generating activities based on mangrove exploitation to reduce pressure on the natural resource, but also equipping and supporting technically and financially the women's organizations to better conserve, process, and condition the fishery products for a better added value to the products and being able to sell them at a higher price. The scope of the project is 8,000 direct beneficiaries, of which 6,000 women, 85,000 indirect beneficiaries in 123 villages. As I was saying, Naturel is a multi-partner project. The funding partner is the Government of Canada through Global Affairs Canada. So the project is a $20.9 million Canadian. The leading partner is Sokodevi, and we have international partners such as IUCN, which is technical lead on all the NBS approach, Austrian Climate and ISD as well, and Senegalese partners that are helping us in implementing the activities of the project, Casades, Nebidai, Karem, and Rifepas. Why it matters for biodiversity, conserving the mangroves. Senegal's total mangrove surface area is 200,000 hectares, yet the country lost about 32% of its mangroves between 1980 and 2005. And we know that mangroves plays an essential role in removing carbon from the atmosphere, 5 times more than terrestrial forest. They also offer protection against extreme weather events and disasters, and they protect against erosion, provide refuge for animals, and enhance food security. What are some experiences and outcomes from NBS implementation? So after just 1 year of implementation, it's difficult to talk about impact results yet, especially as we know that the beneficial effects of conservation, preservation, and nature-based solutions are seen over the long term. But in any case, 2 of which I think are important. The first one is reaching a common understanding on NBS with multiple partners. So I showed you a slide where we are a lot of implementing partners, but also we need to talk with the communities, the local government, the national government. So it took several training sessions and meetings on nature-based solutions on NBS with the implementing partners, the management committees of the marine protected areas, the national government and communities to be able to get to a common understanding of the NBS concept and also to be able to target 3 potential actions that could be qualified as NBS according to the IUCN self-assessment tool. And these NBS are oyster farming, multis filters for erosion protection, and assisted natural regenerations of mangroves. The second experience is that the information and data needed to design practical NBS that are of use for the communities are sometimes limited or inaccessible. For example, assessing the the oyster farming, we had difficulties finding data on the economic benefits for the communities, and so it is difficult sometimes to access data that will help us think and help us go through the IUCN self-assessment tool. But we have preliminary outcomes after a year. The first one is that we have implemented multis and filtering spikes on 2 sites to protect against coastal erosion, and we have done some reforestations, about 100 hectares so far. We have also implemented 5 really large oyster beds that are a new technique in Casamance to make oyster harvesting less arduous for women. So it's also a potential NBS, and it's also increasing economic benefits for the women's organizations that are into oyster farming. Have identified and started training with 80 women that are going to become environmental leaders and agents of change in their regions, but also that are going to be part of the management committees of the marine protected areas. So these women were identified because of their potential to become part of the management committees. And finally, we have started experimental fishing activities to control the fish species in about 2 or 3 marine protected areas, so we could really control what is happening with all the policies that we are putting into place in the marine protected areas. So I will leave you with a quote from Jean-Yves Duclos, which is the Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada. He was the one who announced the Project Naturel back in 2023. He said the fight against the effects of climate change involves supporting adaptations efforts worldwide. Through this partnership with Socodevi and its Project Naturel, we are directly assisting 8,000 people, 3/4 of whom are women living in vulnerable mangrove ecosystems. Thank you for your time, and have a nice session.
Well, we can give our applause to Frederique. It was very encouraging to hear about these concrete outcomes for biodiversity and identifying women champions and the very short project timelines that were given for implementing this project. But I also appreciated how Frederique mentioned some of the challenges, like translating what NBS means, trying to find a common understanding among all stakeholders and rights holders, and how we might conceive of NBS as NGOs or as parties, but really on the ground it might look different. So I'd now like to introduce, I've introduced Calais, but I'd like to welcome her to share her insights on a large protected area initiative across multiple landscapes, and she'll provide some insights from one of those landscapes in Belize. So please go ahead, Calais. Hello. Oh, there we go.
Well, I think they're just queuing up the slides. Perfect. Muy buenos días a todos y gracias por venir. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. So as Veronica mentioned, my name is Calais Caswell. I'm a policy advisor, and I'm also a country technical lead for our programming in Belize, primarily under the Climate Adaptation in Protected Areas, or CAPA initiative, which is funded by Global Affairs Canada. I don't think I took the clicker. All right, so just to give a tiny overview of the CAPA initiative. So as Veronica mentioned, it's across 4 very diverse landscapes. So we're co-implementing with both WCS and WWF. So WCS is our partner in both the Fiji and Belize landscapes, and WWF is our partner in the Greater Virunga landscape, so in and around Uganda and Rwanda, as well as the Kaza landscape, so the Kavengo-Zambezi landscape. So the budget is about 16.8 million. We're about halfway through implementation of the project. So we have some early findings I can speak to. And primarily the initiative is kind of organized into 3 pillars. The first pillar is around piloting NBS for adaptation initiatives on the ground, so activities through our direct implementing partners. The second initiative is mainstreaming and integrating more climate adaptation work and emphasis within protected areas management. So within policies and within management practices within the protected areas themselves. And the third is around working primarily with women and underrepresented groups. So underrepresented groups vary across the landscapes. In some of the landscapes, they may be youth, in others, indigenous communities. And working with those folks to be able to increase their voice and agency and decision-making capacity within protected areas, management processes primarily. So I'll go into Belize specifically. So within Belize, again, programming with our partner at WCS, we're targeting two types of protected areas. So WCS is a direct manager of the Maya Forest Corridor, which is a jaguar sanctuary and in and around Guatemala, Belize, so that corridor there, as well as several marine protected areas, primarily organized into Southwater Key, as well as Glover's Reef. So those are our two MPAs, and then the Maya Forest Corridor. And within those, we're working with about 12 buffer communities. So about 7 of those buffer communities access the marine protected area, and 5 of them access the Maya Forest Corridor. And the types of activities that we're doing are kind of stratified into both ecosystem-specific activities, so some of the NBS work on the ground, the kind of shovels in the dirt activities, as well as supplementary sustainable livelihoods activities. So working with the buffer communities to take pressure off the reef system, for example. So similar to the last presentation, I just organized it into the thematic categories of the kind of early outcomes that we're seeing in the work. So regarding gender equality and social inclusion, and maybe this will be touched on in the Q&A period, but we found it's really important to start on the same kind of space and understanding what it means to work on gender equality and social inclusion within conservation. So we prioritize being able to provide WCS some community engagement training on gender transformative approaches with a local women's rights organization. And we're really happy to hear from them that this has actually really impacted the way in which they are already approaching communities in initiatives outside of the CAPA project, and that it's really kind of broadened their organizational approach to how they do this work within the communities they serve. We were also able to, in collaboration with WCS, establish Belize's first ever Women in Fisheries Association. So this is about an 8 years in the making initiative. Women are very much underrepresented within the fisheries sector in Belize. So having a space and a platform for them to be able to advocate for their needs and access, access to resources and things like that was super important to our partners and to the communities they work with. And then finally, we were able to provide some skills training for women that work in conservation organizations. So similar to comment that Veronica just mentioned, having a common understanding of what NBS for adaptation means was very important. And around biodiversity outcomes, so there's some early outcomes that we have. We were able to establish 4 cover structures for regenerative sustainable agriculture. And so this is primarily for mixed home gardens within the Maya Forest Corridor community. We had some issues with that due to the hurricane that folks probably likely know about that happened a few months back. But we can talk about that maybe in the Q&A as well. We were also able to establish 2 agroforestry systems. So trying to do some restoration around degraded riverbanks in the area. And that's primarily within the Maya Forest Corridor as well. And then as well as establishing and monitoring 4 experimental plots for stony coral tissue loss disease. So this is a coral bleaching disease, which is happening in and around the 2 MPAs that CAPA is targeting. So this helps to strengthen the resiliency of stony coral in those areas. And finally, around adaptation. So some of the different initiatives that we've been working on include establishing a Hurricane Rapid Response Brigade team. So this included training men, women, as well as youth to be able to, if a hurricane were to occur, to be able to be ready to assess the damage and carry out some restoration work and be first responders in the 2 MPAs where we're working. As well as support for parametric insurance to protect the reef systems again from storms and hurricanes. We were also able to do a very comprehensive climate risk assessment. And so I very much relate to Frederique's comments about having information on the ground. And it was really important to us that we started from a place of understanding not just the perceived needs, but the real needs of these communities and understanding where the ecosystems were at that we were working within. So this was really helpful to have an integrated approach where we were integrating analysis of biodiversity loss, conflict, as well as gender equality and social inclusion in looking at the MPAs and the MFC. With that information, we were able to do a series of community-based consultations to be able to get feedback from the community as to whether the findings resonated with them. So that was super valuable, and this helped us to program the NBS for adaptation options so that they really could hit the mark. And then finally, we were able to provide training programs at the community and national level to various actors on NBS for adaptation, but also on some of these other cross-cutting areas around conflict and GESI. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kelly. It was really insightful and informative, and really congratulations to you and the team for what seemed to be quite a lot of concrete biodiversity and gender and adaptation gains in a short period of time. And I guess we'll get to the challenges in the Q&A. So I'd next like to discuss the capacity building aspects of nature-based solutions programming. The capacity building aspects of nature-based solutions programming. And so with the Partnering for Climate initiative, there were direct implementation projects. You heard about one on mangrove restoration in Senegal, and then another one on marine protected area management in Belize. But there were also, in addition to the Nature for Climate Adaptation initiative, there's another capacity building initiative that's part of this large envelope of funding. And our colleague, Susanna Jonfra, is going to describe some of the results of this capacity building initiative from what we call NABSA, and Susanna will talk more about it, but also from some broader networks and community of practices that Susanna is engaged in. So let's welcome Susanna.
Thank you. Can I have the slide? Thank you, Veronica. Thank you very much. And indeed, IUCN has been engaging in quite a series of initiatives that aim to foster collaboration around nature-based solutions. So essentially, to create communities around nature-based solutions. And this comes from the realization of the very nature of NBS that require multifunctionality, but also require a lot of actors and voices to be integrated directly in their design and implementation. And indeed, these kind of initiatives where we foster collaborations are helping us, on the one hand, to identify what the knowledge gaps are and the capacity needs are, but also they are directly contributing to addressing them because they are building these communities and it's directly them, the actors involved, that can solve these challenges. Indeed, one main sort of capacity need relates to the fact that both the knowledge and the practice around nature-based solutions is quite scattered across different sectors, across different disciplines, policy areas, stakeholders categories, and also across different levels. So there is certainly a need to bring all the actors that are interested and involved in nature-based solutions together. And this goes a little bit farther than the sort of usual suspects, so beyond the researchers and the practitioners, but also involving the businesses and the private sector, the local authorities, the policymakers, the educators, and so on. And this is one of the key examples that I want to bring, which is from the Network Nature platform, which is an EU-funded initiative which is building and enhancing a community around NBS. And it's doing exactly that, in addition to sort of trying to centralize the knowledge around NBS. So all the sort of resources, the case studies from all around the world, the reports, the publications, in a common place where that everyone can contribute to and consult, with the ultimate mission of basically scaling up nature-based solutions. And I put here a visualization that we did a couple of years ago, which is, sorry, it's a bit cut, but it's supposed to reflect all the things that are put on the table from this community. So it's all the ecosystems and the societal challenges that can be addressed through nature-based solutions. So climate resilience is there, disaster risk reduction is there, but also enhancing social cohesion and so on. So really to reflect the different approaches and the different knowledges that are brought in this space for collaboration. And in this QR code, you can directly consult the platform. And this leads me to another example, which Veronica mentioned, which is the NAPSA project on nature-based solutions for climate adaptation, which also, in a way, is building a community and it's working directly with them. This specific project is building on the challenge of solving different challenges together with nature-based solutions. In this case, it's improving climate resilience and reducing poverty in vulnerable communities in sub-Saharan Africa through the application of gender-responsive nature-based solutions. And the project is focusing on three main areas, starting from building the capacities and the skills that are needed for proper implementation. And the second part is more about gathering and exchanging knowledge, so bringing on the evidence on the climate and biodiversity nexus, and all the societal challenges and the lessons learned from the actual experiences. And lastly, it's also about creating impact and scaling up the solution so that it doesn't just end there. And this is also building on the collaborations of 19 projects in sub-Saharan Africa. And lastly, I wanted to mention another sort of capacity building need that is in relation to building joint products and enabling collaborations across geographies. And this is a very recent example that was recently published, and it's an expert publication of the European Commission on collaboration across continents, specifically the European Union and the Latin American and Caribbean region. And basically, it's providing a state-of-the-art nature-based solutions in the two regions, also including collaboration pathways between the two. And it's quite an interesting publication that I invite you all to read because it builds on the consultations with members of both these communities, both these regions, and highlighting really what's already out there, what are the experiences that are available, and stressing on the need to make sure these are exchanged and not kept within the geographical boundaries. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Susanna. Really appreciated you highlighting the multiple networks or multiple modalities for which you can gather different stakeholders and actors to discuss nature-based solutions programming in different ways in different regions. So that was very interesting. So I'd now like to welcome Erin Myers to speak. So Erin is going to shed some light on aspects of nature-based solutions or nature and climate initiatives and how you really integrate considerations of human rights across the multiple benefits and from the very beginning of inception and design. So over to you, Karen. Over to you, Erin.
Thank you so much. It's a real privilege to be with all of you today. And I want to emphasize privilege of us being in this space today, to be able to share our stories, to be able to share the work that we're doing, and that we've all come a long way to be here, to be able to connect and advance this important work on biodiversity. I'm going to take a bit of a different approach. I represent the Métis Nation at the national level through the Métis National Council. And we do not work on the ground. We support our governing members who I want to point out are here, who have traveled a long way from the Métis homeland in Canada to be here to talk to all of you who are interested about what the Métis Nation is doing to advance climate and biodiversity action on the ground. And I say that because, you know, we are in this place because humans are disconnected with our relationship to the earth. And I want to just highlight that in the sense and read a statement from one of our knowledge keepers, our artist, Christy Belcourt in Canada, just to kind of ground this conversation a little bit of where I'm going to be coming from. So if we're looking at this from an Indigenous rights perspective, we also have to look at the history of how we got here in this biodiversity climate crisis. And that's through colonization processes. Let's have an honest conversation what we're talking about here, how we got here, and that's through colonization. So the comment from Christy Belcourt is decolonizing isn't just dismantling the systems that colonization built to place them with systems that only prioritize humans, but to change the thinking entirely, to take humans out of the center and replace it with systems that center the coming generations of all species. If we prioritize the birds and fish's survivals, for example, we will all live and thrive. If we prioritize the rivers, we will all live and thrive. It's a thinking that's been corrupted that has got us to this place to take the human and put it in the middle and not our kinship with all that is around us, the relationship of our ecosystems, the relationship with each other. And so we need love, gentleness to wash the earth. It's there, it's here. Your compassion is your superpower. Your kindness is the light for others. Run from those who don't lift up everyone and seek a better way. The times are in demand. We join forces with those who are willing to love unconditionally and give their best selves to the world. The peoples have been talking about nature-based solutions from the beginning of time, but because Western scientists decided to have a conversation about it through the IPCC report, now it's the new hot topic where we're all like, yeah, nature-based solutions to the climate crisis or the biodiversity crisis. But the solution is our reconnection. The solution is working on the ground, working in community, listening, learning, advocating, and connecting that local knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems rooted in rights, and pulling that up from community to get into these international spaces. And so, you know, and I really hope you take the time to talk to our governing members. They're here, Justice is here, Andreas, Danielle, and others who are coming, because they're doing phenomenal work on the ground that's rooted in culture, language, rights, Métis rights. And we need to remember that while we're advancing this really good work that my co-panelists have talked about all over the world, we need to always center it in kinship, relationship, and indigenous rights. The territories that we're all doing this work on are indigenous lands. I'm going to speak on behalf of Canada on in the Métis homeland. And we have to ensure that their voices are at front and center. You know, the idea of nature-based solutions is not a new one. It's just now it's a hot topic because Western science has decided it's one. And so I think we need to reflect on that a little bit. And, you know, obviously nature-based solutions is a discussion in the climate space. And, oh, I see my slide's not up there. I have a slide that we could put up, it's just one. So in the last year, the Métis Nation has worked really diligently on setting out our climate strategy. And you'll notice that the climate strategy isn't just about climate. Like, it's not just about, we don't silo out the climate piece and, oh, we need just transition, we need, you know, economic development in the climate space, we need all these things. It's actually an interconnection of all pieces. And at the core of it is the heart. It's heart-led. And within all of this is nature. Nature is the root of it. So nature is that foundation. And the climate crisis is the symptom of our broken relationship, our brokenness to our heart connection, culture, language, Métis spaces. Then we will rebuild in a way that we can advance and support by advance and support climate action and reduce biodiversity loss. So this is on our website. I can talk to you after if you're interested in looking at it. There's an infographic that you can click on it and hear some of the stories from the nation. And there's also a video that's going to be ready for COP in Baku, climate COP that's coming up. And so I just wanted to take that perspective when we're talking about human rights, when we're talking about indigenous rights. We need to make sure that it's centered. And we actually need to know what some of these terminologies actually mean. What are we actually talking about nature-based solutions? Who's a part of those conversations? Who is not a part of those conversations that should be there? It's one thing to say, oh yeah, this is going to be the solution for all of it, but not if members that work directly with their citizens on the ground, they don't necessarily get to be in this space at this table. So we always have to be mindful when we're thinking about nature-based solutions, when we're thinking about, climate adaptation or mitigation, like how is it impacting rights? Are rights holders within the spaces that we need them to be so that we can hear and enhance their voices? And I think that's the critical point, is enhancing voices, making sure we have diversity and respecting Indigenous rights and learning a little bit of our history of how we got here. We need to be open about how we got here so we can move forward in a good way. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Well, Erin, that is a hard act to follow. But really, it's beautiful. Thank you for your intervention. And also, just what strikes me is, that if you put the slide up again, please, that would be great. But what struck me about the climate change strategy for the Métis Nation is how nature isn't. The climate change strategy is nature. It's not one section of the strategy, but it's the entire thing. So I find that quite striking. So thank you for sharing your insights, Erin. Okay, so we don't have so much time left, but there is one more actor that we haven't heard from yet, and that is a representative from Global Affairs Canada, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. But there is a video presentation as well, because now we can really get to the meat of the session, from the perspective of the government of Canada. What were some of the trade-offs and what were some of the positive outcomes from implementing this Partnering for Climate initiative? So if you could just play that last video that we have there, you'll hear from Carrie Max from Global Affairs Canada.
I'm sorry I cannot be with you today, but I appreciate the opportunity to share some of our team's hard-won learnings on trade-offs. Let me set the stage for what Canada hoped to achieve with Partnering for Climate. In addition to delivering on Paris, Kunming-Montreal, the G7 Nature Compact, the Sustainable Development Goals, our Feminist International Assistance Policy, Canada also wanted to tap into the expertise and on-ground relationships of Canadian civil society organizations. To do this, we allocated $300 million for Canadian CSOs to support climate change adaptation in Africa through a focus on nature-based solutions. The NBS needed to support climate change adaptation across sub-Saharan Africa in both rural and urban areas and across multiple ecosystems. The NBS also needed to contribute to protecting, conserving, and/or restoring biodiversity while simultaneously addressing gender equality. It was also clear that each project needed to ensure that economic trade-offs were addressed so that loss of access or change of use in targeted ecosystems still enabled sustainable livelihoods. We've ended up with just over $306 million in programming through 16 projects that are active in 25 of the 46 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The projects are managed by 18 Canadian civil society organizations working hand in hand with 78 African, 16 Canadian, and 14 international organizations as implementing partners. Timelines are short, with between 3 to 4 years to deliver on these ambitious objectives. To get going, on time and on target, we needed to make major compromises in both pre-project approval processes and in post-approval project management. Within Global Affairs Canada, we needed to get potential applicants up to speed as quickly and as thoroughly as possible, and did so through both in-person and online events, as well as written guidance. We also needed to engage early and often with Global Affairs Canada colleagues in management, contracts, finance, and others, with shared responsibilities for project approvals. Then, as proposals came in, we needed to do very rapid assessment and share our insights back with the proponents so they could either apply again if they had been rejected, or so they could provide a much better aligned full proposal. As many of you know, donors are all about results, and we tend to discourage partners from tackling too many objectives at once. But P4C required 3 results at the same time: climate change adaptation, biodiversity, and gender equality. Plus, we needed these to be delivered through nature-based solutions. This required getting our gender and environment specialists to agree that a project could achieve integrated results. And it required ensuring that applicants had the information they needed to provide logic models and results frameworks that showed how climate, biodiversity, and gender equality were going to be delivered. Equally important, given the short time frame for implementation, we needed to agree that proponents could begin the NBS journey, even if some of the final targeted objectives, like re-established mangroves or successful seaweed farms, were unlikely to be achieved by the end date of the project. For us, that meant making sure that communities had the knowledge and resources required to deliver on the end result as an intermediary step to the final outcome. On the project management side, we needed to take an evidence-based approach and risk manage in order to allow for certain upfront activities that were essential enablers of the longer-term results we were aiming for. This included early community engagement, as well as the construction of key enabling infrastructure like seedling gardens for mangrove or forest regeneration. In some cases, we needed to allow these activities to take place ahead of having an approved project implementation plan or before we had full environmental assessments done. Finally, to pull all of this off and avoid mistakes as much as possible, we needed to integrate active learning and sharing on top of programming. We've done this by setting up a nature and climate community of practice, co-sponsoring webinars, and establishing projects with IISD and IUCN to provide additional support resources. Thank you very much, and if you follow the links on this slide, you can learn more about Partnering for Climate.
All right. Give some applause for Carrie, who is watching online right now. So we are, I guess, near the end. I guess if there is one question that the audience has, we may be able to ask one of our panelists to answer. Yes. Hello.
On education and communication. So I'd be curious to know what you believe the role of informal and formal education, whether it's at the K-12 or post-secondary level, in sort of building that community support for the various projects. Certainly we're interested in what role can education play, and that isn't just formal, it's also informal, through museums and zoos and aquaria, but certainly through the K-12 system, wherever your projects were. Thank you.
That's a really interesting question. I appreciate that. I mean, it seems self-evident that, of course, that learning at the K-12 area is very, very important from the get-go. And of course, there's different types of learning, I think, that's being sort of displayed across the different initiatives and perspectives that we share. So I don't know if we may be able to go to each panelist to share a perspective, because, of course, it doesn't have to be learned in the case of the Métis Nation, right?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's an excellent question, and one that we should have more conversation about. So in the spring, this past year, we released the climate strategy. We hosted a national youth summit on climate. And what we learned is that, we always knew this, like youth have a lot to say. Youth also have a lot that they want to learn. And we're lucky that, in the sense, in Canada, through Environment Canada, there is currently some new discussion coming that the Métis National Council is in with Canada to talk about how we integrate climate and biodiversity discussion within the K-12 education system. But how we do that in a way that includes Métis youth perspective, it's going to be different than your K-12 classic curriculum. It's going to, and how we also ensure knowledge keepers, land users are within those dialogues as well. Because it's not just about, teaching the K-12, but it's also, we have a lot to learn from them too, and how we get their voices into spaces that we can learn from them. I mean, one of the things that hit hard to me at that youth summit was that, there's some frustration from the youth saying like, oh, everyone's saying that we are the leaders of the future, but we are the leaders of today, right now. And I think that's a really important discussion to have about not just bringing this information into the K-12 system, but how we get their voices into other systems, especially in international systems and bodies like the UN. And I'm not just talking about, 20 to 30 youth. I'm talking about where does that 8-year-old have a voice? And their voice should be just as important because they care just as much as what's happening to the biodiversity around them as the rest of us do. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Yeah, I also would like to add something on this, specifically in relation to one of the projects that I mentioned before, Network Nature. It's now running its second phase, and actually in this new phase, we have on purpose integrated education institutions as a target audience because we think that they play a key role in not only communicating about nature-based solutions, but also, as you said, in engaging youth and students in the discussions. One initiative that I would like to mention that we have done in the past is the NBS Comics. So we had a call for artists, and in the call we kind of explained what nature-based solutions are and how would you explain them to a general public that, like you, doesn't know what they are and what the benefits are through arts. And this is generating very, very interesting and nice artistic stories and comics that we have published, and we will continue to do so. And this is just an example, but for us it's very important in general to engage with the education institutions, and it's not only necessarily about having a dedicated class on nature conservation and nature-based solutions, but it's integrating these interrelationships between nature and people in the disciplines that already exist so that they evolve with that knowledge in mind.
Thank you. I think that we're at the point where we may have to close this session, but if there are any remaining questions from the audience, our panelists will be here for the next little while before the next session starts. But before I close, I wanted to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists for sharing their perspectives, and we also want to thank you, the audience, for being here today with us. We'd also like to thank the NPI, the Nature Positive Initiative and Nature Positive Pavilion team for enabling the space for us to discuss these important topics related to climate and nature. And I will do a little bit of advertisement for the next event, which is about faith for biodiversity and faith actors at the forefront of implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session entitled Faith Actors at the Forefront of GBF Implementation. How are we all doing on the first day of COP16? Doing good? Staying cool? Staying hydrated? No? Okay. My pleasure to welcome you for this session. My name is Gopal Patel. I serve as one of the co-coordinators of the Faiths for Biodiversity Coalition, and I also serve as the co-founder of a new faith-based think tank. We're here today to launch a new report entitled United for Nature, Faiths at the Forefront of the GBF Implementation. And in the session today, we'll hear from different faith representatives who are featured in the report and hear about the trends that we're seeing across the world when it comes to faith-based organizations and the implementation of the GBF over the next that faith groups have been undertaking for the last 4 years. In the lead up to the Secretary General's Summit on Biodiversity in 2020, a number of faith groups came together recognizing the need that faiths need to start elevating their voices when it came to nature and the biodiversity crisis. We saw that faiths was engaging significantly on the climate agenda and the UNFCCC process, but we found that in the CBD biodiversity space, at least at the global level, faith voices weren't as loud and engaged in other multilateral spaces when it came to the environment. So since 2020, a number of faith groups have been coming together at key global moments to advocate for nature. Starting at the summit on biodiversity, from UNEA to the climate COPs. And then in Montreal 2 years ago, we had a 30-fold increase of faith-based organizations engaging with the CBD process. In previous years, we had about 3 or 4 faith groups attending the CBD COPs, and in Montreal, we had about 30 to 40. And I think this year, we're going to exceed that number as well, and many of them are in the room and they're nodding their heads. So there's been a journey of faiths, although they've been doing the work at the grassroots level on protecting biodiversity, at the global level, they haven't been talking about it as much as they have been about climate change and pollution and other environmental issues. And so this report comes out of that trend, that work that's been going on over the last 4 years about, we now have the GBF, what are faith groups doing to implement the GBF at a grassroots level? So I'll be going over the report briefly, and then I'm inviting some speakers up on the stage. And this is important because we know faith groups have moral authority, extensive networks, and deep community roots, which make them natural allies in implementing the GBF and being part of the whole of society approach that the GBF advocates for. And essentially, the theme of this year's COP, making peace with nature, for many of us, that's such a spiritual message. There can only be peace if there's inner peace. There can only be peace if we're at peace with other human beings. And that's such a spiritual, religious message. And so this theme is really aligned, we believe, to the message that the faith groups bring. And this report is for faith-based organizations, but it's also for policymakers, civil society, and business leaders, and also governments as well. So the report is relevant for everyone. As I mentioned, the report is called United for Nature, Faiths at the Forefront of GBF Implementation. It is available on our website, biodiversity.faith. We just got it uploaded an hour ago, so now it is there, so you can download it and take a look if you're in the room or you're watching online. And very kindly, this report has been made possible by the post-2020 biodiversity framework with EU support implemented by Expertise France. And that support has been there with the faith groups for the last almost 3 years now, ensuring faith-based organizations are engaging at this level. And we're very grateful to the framework, the EU support, and Expertise France for that. So let's dive into the report before we invite our speakers up on stage. Where do I point this? Point it here. There we go. All right. So just to run through the report very quickly, we started collecting case studies in the spring of this year over a 6-month period. We We asked faith groups to submit their case studies online, and we also conducted desk research and outreach to other faith networks that we knew were doing work around biodiversity. So the report contains over 25 case studies. We got many more than that, but we had to bring it down to a manageable number. So we have 25 case studies, over 7 different continents, and including all major faith traditions, from Buddhist to Christian, of different denominations, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, and indigenous as well. And what was great about this report and overwhelming was that initially we were just going to feature about 8 to 12 case studies. We thought that's a good number to do a deep dive. But then when we got the overwhelming number of submissions, I think we got over 50 or 60, we realized only having 12 was not going to be enough. And so then we expanded it to having 25 case studies, just so we could show the breadth and the depth of this work around the world. The criteria for the case studies, we were quite strict about this because there have been other reports in the past of what faiths are doing on nature. There are databases from different organizations that are tracking this. But what we wanted to do was to see which projects have started since the passing of the GBF, which projects are aligned with the GBF, because we really wanted to make this specifically aligned to the goals and the targets of the GBF. And so we said the projects had to be at least 12 months old, starting from January 2023 when the GBF came in. We wanted to focus on partnerships. How are faith groups working with other faith groups? How are they working with business, civil society, governments, and other stakeholders as well? So partnerships was a very key aspect of the criteria. We were looking at innovation as well, a word that sometimes doesn't come naturally to faith-based organizations. But we're looking at, is there creativity? What are the financing models? Are they doing different kinds of biodiversity conservation that maybe we may not have thought of? I just want to highlight 2 projects in the report, which are 2 of my favorites. They're both from England, but I'm not biased the fact they're from England, but they are wonderful. The first is a collection of faith groups in Birmingham, in the town of Balsall Heath, created a biodiversity map of their area. So it's like a regular map, but rather than the streets and the buildings, it shows the biodiversity, the flora and the fauna of that one particular town. And that was funded by the local council and implemented by a Muslim group, Christian group, and other groups as well. The second project, also from England, is with the Anglican Communion, a church, protecting the hazel dormouse. They found that one particular kind of mouse was endangered in their town or in their region, and so they undertook this project to protect this little dormouse from going extinct. And I just love that because, sometimes we think of biodiversity as large ecosystems and rivers and mountains and landscapes, but even the tiniest mouse is worthy of life and needs to be protected from extinction. So we love that case study as well. So these are the key findings. I won't go into them in detail, I'll just run through them briefly. We do have 6 main findings from the report. And those of us from the faith space, these may be pretty familiar to us already. But firstly, we found that faith initiatives often involves diverse groups, inclusive participation, so working with women groups, youth, IP, indigenous peoples, and it's also different kinds of activities as well, such as tree planting, community gardening, and environmental education. So there's a diversity of ways that they're including the community in inclusive participation. Education and awareness, number 2, was a theme that ran through all the case studies. We found that from Arusha doing their environmental education programs in Africa to all over the world, different faith groups are implementing really innovative ways of educating about biodiversity and nature. We also saw ecosystem restoration and conservation becoming a very prominent theme, particularly from those communities in the global south. And we'll talk a bit more about ecosystem restoration in the panel later. We found that sustainable practices and resource management was also a prominent theme. Faith groups promoting agroforestry, sustainable water management, ethical consumption, species protection. And then these last 2 were really important for us to highlight as well. The first is the number 5, you can see there, policy advocacy and rights-based approach. We found that more and more faith groups now are advocating for biodiversity at a local level, regional level, or indeed at the national and global levels as well, and focusing it critically on the rights-based approach, which is so fundamental to the GBF. And finally, this goes without saying, but many of these projects are working with faith groups in an interfaith context, intra-faith context as well. So really modeling how different people of different communities can come together for protecting of nature. With 6 findings, we have 6 key recommendations. And again, you can download the report and read these in detail. The first recommendation we have, and these are for the faith communities, but also for other stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier, such as business, government, other civil society groups. We found that there's still a need to support and integrate faith-based efforts into broader biodiversity efforts. And that's either by supporting them through financial means, funding, but also technical support as well. We recognize that faith groups aren't environmental experts, and nor do they necessarily want to be. They want to do the work, but they need to be partnered with the expertise in order they can be more effective. Something else that we're recommending as well is that we find a way, maybe on a regular basis every 2 years, to actually monitor and map what faiths are doing in a much more scientific way, so it can be part of the tracking of the implementation of the GBF. Number 2 is around fostering a collaborative approach around conservation. Again, working with other groups, building task forces, working with policymakers, indigenous groups, faith communities, and so on. The collaborative approach we found was really prominent in the case studies, and we really want to push that going forward as a recommendation. Enhancing of biodiversity education and awareness is number 3, really investing in those education campaigns and initiatives. I mentioned earlier there are a number of great examples in the report, but so much more can be done, again, with the collaboration with other stakeholders and sufficient funding. Number 4 is what we're doing here, amplifying faith voices in policy and advocacy. Credit to Liza and the whole Nature Positive Pavilion for allowing us to have this session here to really say that faiths are at the table, and we're doing the work in a very profound and significant way. And so finding more opportunities to integrate and have faith at global and regional policy tables so we can advocate for what we're doing. Number 5, what we found was, although a lot of great things are happening in the faith communities, information sharing across different communities, across different regions, isn't as strong as it could be or should be. So how do we promote knowledge sharing amongst different faith groups? If there's a Buddhist group in Cambodia protecting trees, which they are, and they're going to be here later this week, how can those Buddhist monks in Cambodia inspire Catholic nuns in South America and inspire other people in other parts of the world? So how do we facilitate that international sharing amongst communities? And finally, we say it because it's not always a given, but we have to always facilitate interfaith collaboration. And those of us working in the interfaith space over the last year or two have seen the strains of interfaith networks, given the current global crises that we're facing with war and politics. And so we have to ensure that it can't be a given that faiths will work together. We have to always promote that and push that, and that's why we've put that as one of our recommendations. So that's our report, United for Nature, Faiths at the Forefront of GBF Implementation. Please go to our website, biodiversity.faith, to download that. But now I would like to turn it over. We'd like to start our panel and invite our esteemed speakers to join us. So if I can ask our speakers to join me on the stage, please. Thank you all for joining us up here and being here with us in Cali. I'll start this side. So Reverend Bishop Graham Usher is the Church of England lead bishop for the environment and the Anglican community lead. I'm not sure if I can say this, but I've been told he's known as the environmental bishop. That's what I've been told, and Bishop of Norwich as well. So Bishop Graham, one of the case studies we feature is the Anglican Communion Forest, which is not just one forest, but many forests all over the world. I'm wondering, could you share a little bit more about the project, where it came from, and what its hopes and aspirations are?
The project is about 4 years old now. It was to be a lasting legacy of a gathering of about 600 Anglican bishops from around the world in London and Canterbury, called the Lambeth Conference, which happens every 10 years. And we wanted a lasting legacy for that, and so the Communion Forest was born. It's not just about forestry, it's about prairies, it's about mangoes, it's about coral, about whatever the ecosystem is near you, to how we protect it, conserve it, and enable it to heal. And Martin Luther, the great reformist in the Christian tradition, said, if I knew the world would end tomorrow, I would plant a tree. And in a sense, it's living out something of that we can have hundreds of different local initiatives as part of the Communion Forest in the 165 countries where Anglican churches are, each making a local contribution that adds up to the whole. So we have mapped where projects are happening. You can register your local environmental project, and there has been an incredible response. The church in Kenya has pledged to plant 15 million trees by 2026. And my colleague Nicholas Pandey has been very much at the forefront of that. All sorts of other activities that are going on around the world. So it's about tree growing, about ecosystem restoration, about conservation protection, living out one of what we call the marks of mission of the Anglican Church, to strive to care for the integrity of God's creation. And why are we doing it? Well, we're doing it because to plant is to hope, to restore is to heal, and to protect is to show love.
Thank you so much, Bishop Graham. I have many more questions on that, but we'll see if we can get to them in shortly. But I want to turn to Flor Getty, who is the program coordinator for Sokogakai International and the Office for UN Affairs. We feature one of your projects in the report, a project in the Amazon. And the reason we included that was because you're a Buddhist organization doing biodiversity restoration work in South America. We thought that was a great intersection to highlight. So could you talk a bit more about that project and the broader work that SGI is doing globally on nature?
Yes, with great pleasure. So hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. More broadly about Sokogakai International and the work that we do, we would say that we have at the grassroots level a lot of individuals that are personally engaged in some restoration, conservation, preservation work for biodiversity. And we have also centers in every country at the national scale that take very seriously this work of conserving biodiversity. And one of the centers is the Soka Amazon Institute that is in Brazil, in Manaus. And this center, actually, it's a very, very beautiful story, because it's really the idea of restoring degraded land back to a thriving ecosystem. And so this institute, it's an independent center that was founded by Daisaku Ikeda, and it's really working on ecological integrity of the Amazon. And so they work with ancestral knowledge, and they actually work on 3 pillars. One pillar is biodiversity conservation. The other pillar is education and socio-environmental action. And the third pillar is support for research and scientific dissemination. And they have actually created so many great things, but one of them is that they created a seed bank to preserve species of trees. And actually, over the span of 30 years, they have restored about 52 acres of land back to a thriving ecosystems. And in the work that they do on environmental education, they are very, very creative with all the partnership that they develop. And so there are partnerships with schools, universities, cities, stakeholders, private sectors, environmental entities. And so they develop a program for children also about environmental education to really teach them the absolute amazing diversity that there exists in the nature of the Amazon. So this is this very beautiful project, and on an international level, SGI is engaged in advocacy work. For example, we were very active in the campaign for a right to a clean and healthy environment and sustainable environment. Also very much engaged on youth empowerment, trying to really support the youth coming to those international events and have a seat at the table of negotiations, and finally also engaging in awareness raising activities through exhibitions, for example, or other work.
Great, thank you, Flora, and thank you for all the work SGI has been doing as one of the core coordinators of the coalition over the last 4 years. I'd like to turn it over to my dear friend Alan Otoro, who is the founder and director of the Catholic Youth Network for Environmental Sustainability in Africa. He's also a founding member of the Laudato Si movement. Alan, you're from Nairobi. You're mobilizing young people of faith all over the continent there. Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of trends you're seeing, both from an African perspective and also from a youth perspective?
Thank you, Gopal, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you all for being here. What stands out for me in terms of the trends, I'd like to begin to start maybe by just giving an overview of the context of Africa. So if you're talking about young people and the overlay with religious or faith-based work on conservation, you'll notice that Africa has up to 70% of the population being under the age of 35. So it's a very young continent, it's the youngest continent, and therefore the contribution of young people is significant in terms of conservation. But there's also a theologian, an African theologian called John Beattie, who said that Africans are also notoriously religious, which means that for most Africans, their faith is something that is very important to them. It's an integral part of their lives that ties in with the entire fabric of their existence. And so for us, it has been important to work with young Catholics because then we help them to tap into that element of recognizing that the fact that they are Christians means that they have a vocation to care for a common home. That as long as they are Christians, therefore, independent of whether there's a project running or not, they have a responsibility to engage with care for a common home and protecting biodiversity. So we focused on education and creating awareness, and we started during the period of the post-2020 biodiversity framework, just before the Kunming-Montreal process. And we are going around across different dioceses in Kenya, for example, to just create awareness about what is happening and the importance of young people to bring their voices into that process, recognizing that Pope Francis also in the encyclical letter Laudato Si devotes quite a number of chapters to the issue of biological diversity, and mentions that no one has the right to derive future generations of the privilege to see different species which are going into extinction at the moment. So we are seeing a lot of young people getting involved and recognizing the significance of their faith in terms of responding to the ecological issues. But I think what is even of greater importance is that when we're looking at biodiversity conservation, we're also looking at the whole of society approach, so to speak. The fact that most of people in Africa are young people means that socioeconomically there are a lot of issues around unemployment, and other issues that come with a high youth unemployment rate. And so protection of biodiversity also provides for opportunities for incomes for young people to support themselves, but also their communities. You've got young people who are setting up tree nurseries, who are into beekeeping, to support issues around pollination, which is very critical in biodiversity, as we can see at the moment. But I think also importantly, particularly for indigenous young people who we've seen being moved from their lands and not having the opportunity, therefore, to inherit this heritage from their elders because of conservation models that push indigenous peoples away and local communities away from their land. That is also an area for advocacy that faith-based organizations are now working on in places like Tanzania, for example. And this is critical.
In America and Colombia specifically. And this is a big moment for this continent to host such a prominent global summit on the environment. So I'm just wondering if you could share a little bit about what trends, what are you seeing and hearing from the groups you're working with in this part of the world?
Gracias, thank you, buenos días, buenas tardes. One of the definitely very clear trends that are happening in our region is this interfaith collaboration as an increasing experience and way of working. First of all, I also want to say that the fact that COP16 is happening here in Colombia and Latin America, and then COP30 next year in Brazil, it has definitely ignited and supported the work of faith-based environmental movement, and is definitely bringing people together to work for environmental and climate justice. Here in Colombia, especially to the eco-spirituality platform and network, an interfaith group that is doing a lot of work here in Cali and has been doing in Bogota, has been a beautiful experience. One of our also precious examples is also the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative that is here in Colombia as well in Peru. The collaboration of Christian congregations and pastors and indigenous peoples for the protection of the rainforest. I believe that this is a moment that we are not only but healing nature, but we're also healing our relationships as faith traditions that we have learned to be separate and to try to convert each other or convert some. Now nature and the restoration of nature and protection of the environment, of which we are a part of, is giving us an opportunity of coming together and healing 100 years of history that has separated us. So that's something really beautiful that is happening today. And that's how it is possible, for example, and you will see it in the report, how Merrick Knoll sisters in Panama are working together with indigenous peoples on reforestation projects and food and farming, education, art and faith, and it's being led by indigenous peoples and campesinos. I see a lot of efforts of land restoration, land protection, food security, food sovereignty work in Uruguay. Here in Colombia, you will see also the work the Baha'i community on native forest restoration and seed saving, and creating opportunities for people of faith like us to learn about how to live our call to protect creation. Again, as I said, as of which we are a part of, but we're also called by faith to protect. In our many faith traditions, this call of protecting the vulnerable and protecting nature. So this is a moment when we are being given opportunities to live out our faith and, as I said, heal relationships and do justice to indigenous peoples, to women, Afro-descendants. And so that's being lived out in many beautiful ways. Paz con la naturaleza, peace with nature in a country that has lived 52 years of civil war here in Colombia it's something to really to listen to. There's a lot to learn about. What does that mean, the fact that this country is now hosting this COP? I just invite you to keep your ears and your eyes open to see how that is happening and healing is happening all throughout. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nedi. And at the end there, Tariq Al-Ouaimi, who is a faith consultant to the G20 Global Land Initiative, also a member of the UN Advisory Board on, a member of the Advisory Board of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, and also an advisor for Ummah for Earth, a Muslim environmental network. And I'd like to start on that piece with you. We have a number of amazing case studies in the report from Muslim communities in the Middle East. So I'm wondering if you can share what trends you're seeing in the Muslim world when it comes to elevating the nature agenda.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gopal. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, friends. One, I'll maybe just point to why we're seeing more engagement. I'll put it in the context of the conventions. COP COP29 in a month's time. It will be the third consecutive climate COP in a Muslim majority country, which is quite incredible to think about. We have the UNCCD COP16 that's going to be taking place in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, another Muslim majority country. We have the IUCN World Congress happening next year in the UAE, yet another Muslim majority country. And it's been very interesting to see how both negotiators, ministers, and grassroots organizations have engaged, because the typical maybe divides or barriers of what is a faith-based initiative or not are very fluid. Everyone sees themselves as acting out of their faith. Everyone sees themselves acting out of their values and principles. And I think from that place, we've seen this incredible wave of new innovations, initiatives, and projects, three of which I'll just maybe briefly mention. One, which is El Mizan, which is coming out of UNEP's Faith for Earth initiative, the Muslim Council of Elders, and IFAS, which is this new governing document of looking at how, as Muslim communities, we should look at principles of protecting nature, biodiversity, diversification together, and water being that stream that connects all of those three. But it's done in a way for the very first time that acknowledges the diversity as well in Muslim communities. Sunni, Shi'is, Ismailis, Sufis, all involved, and it's very subtly but very beautifully done as this document that says that it's not unity, it's not uniformity, but it's unity that we try and find as well in how we act and live. And really it's this compass for, I think, how you'll see many Muslim organizations engage in biodiversity protection. The other is Greenpeace's Ummah for Earth initiative, which is going down an Islamic finance route and says that the Islamic finance industry is a $4 trillion industry, and is actually working with Islamic finance banks to look at what are the new asset classes, rights-based products and services that we should be putting out into the world that are aligned to these Muslim values, that are actually serving to fund restoration projects on the ground. And of course, in Saudi Arabia in December, you'll see the G20 Global Land Initiative engage in a whole new wave of Muslim innovation gurus, eco-innovators. People are doing the work of restoring the lands around Mecca, Medina, through tech projects. I can go on my phone and talk to the trees that are being planted in Medina as we speak and chat to them and see how they're doing. And it's really incredible to see all these Saudi and Gulf entrepreneurs doing this really from a place of their faith and values.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Yeah, I didn't realize that the last three COPs have been in Muslim majority countries, and so that must be having such a powerful, positive effect on those communities. Thank you for that. Thank you all for your involvement in the report. Thank you for sharing all the work that you're doing. I'd like to now change the questions to this moment, which is COP16, and what our hopes and expectations are for this COP. We're all coming here from different geographies, different faith traditions, advocating for different things, have different priorities. And so maybe Tariq, I'll start with you and then work back down this way. But Tariq, I'm wondering if you could share from your perspective, what are you tracking? What are you hoping to see that comes out of this COP?
Well, we've heard a lot of the Rio Trio, I think, over the last month. And it's really this, I think, opportunity for these conventions to come together and for faith communities to act in that accordance. But last month at the UN General Assembly, there was the launch of the multi-faith COP call to action, convened by the UN Decade and the G20 GLI. And it was this document that's now signed by over 100 faith organizations that says, first, to make peace with nature, scientific knowledge is not enough. We must have the values compass, and we also need it vice versa. Faith communities who have the values need the scientific and technical capacity. And I think for all of us who are engaging at this COP, who may be thinking about the next COP, who may be thinking of Brazil, also consider there is this desertification convention. There is obviously no convention formally on water, but it connects us all, the same for forests. And what would it mean for us to now take, as communities, these integrated approaches to this triple and beyond planetary crisis? And how do, in our policymaking, in our engagements with ministers, in looking at the lands that we're also owning and stewarding, how do you look at that from that same perspective of these three conventions together? And I'm sure, Gopal, you can share that statement as well with the audience. But I think it's a very powerful and really landmark statement for faith communities. It really looks at, this is how I think we should be pointing and looking and engaging in these conventions from this point onwards.
Thank you, Tariq. Yeah, and just to plug again,
we launched an interfaith triple COP statement in New York during the high-level week, signed by over 100 faith leaders and organizations, really advocating for this triple COP strategy that you're now seeing coming out of the Secretariat and many other civil society organizations. And on the restoration piece, I should mention later this week, WWF's Beliefs and Values Program, the World Resources Institute Faith and Sustainability Program, a number of us have authored a paper on the intersection of faith and restoration, and that'll be published later this week. And so we're really seeing, although this is the biodiversity COP, a lot of engagement now around faith and restoration. And so it's really great to see that new energy coming to life. Neddy, I'd like to turn it to you. What are your hopes? What are you tracking here in Colombia at COP16?
Yeah, again, positioning myself as a Latin American and the history of this continent, I think that definitely a key issue is that people's rights being considered alongside the rights of nature. As I said, as a person of faith, we are part of nature. We're made of the dirt, Adama. And as the history of this land as well, recognizing that 80% of the biodiversity is under the care of indigenous peoples in this land. And we need to protect environmental and human rights protectors. That's definitely an issue in our region. And so those are one of the main key issues that I'm following, and I'm definitely lifting up those voices that are asking for justice, as we also understand justice as faithfulness to relationships, as we learn how to live with each other and in a positive way, a positive, nature positive way, which includes us as well. So that would be one.
Great, thank you, Neddy. I'm actually going to jump back down to this side because I'm feeling sorry for Bishop Graham having to wait till the end. So, Bishop Graham, what are you tracking? What are you looking to see come out of this COP from the Anglican Communion's perspective?
Well, we've written a sort of details of calls from across the Anglican Communion, which is available to download on the Anglican Communion website. And it asks us to choose hope, choose peace, choose wisdom, and it explores each of those different areas. That as a world community, we might leave this place in a better place for the future. That we won't take more than is our share from the future. We pray every day as Christians, the Lord's Prayer, give us today our daily bread. It's not a give us a whole bakery full of bread, it's to give us enough for today. What is sufficient? And so I think there's something around hearts and minds that I'm looking for, because at the moment we're not seeing the world stepping up to where we need to be around nature recovery. And I think as members of faith communities, as has been said, we have, I think, 85% of the world's population belong to one of our faith communities, and they influence a huge amount of what happens to the land in their care. And how can we bring influence to hearts and minds to make the changes that we seem to be finding it so difficult to make, to be able to turn around nature recovery, to really understand that we are a part of nature, not apart from nature.
Thank you, Bishop Graham. Flo, over to you. What are, from Asoka Gokkai's perspective, what are you tracking? What are you hoping to see come out of this COP?
So we're going to pay close attention to actually the part on monitoring framework and reporting, which for us is quite important because the monitoring framework was adopted at COP15, but there are still a number of indicators that need to be adopted and finalized here. And so we really want to make sure that those indicators stay in the framework and actually are adopted and further implemented. So we were in particular thinking of Target 22, that is on land tenure and land use change indicator that we really want to see as a headline indicator, and we really want to see it stay. And we also have an eye on Target 8 indicators that allow for reporting on the state of ecosystems, important, and that's very important for climate regulation. And so we really want to support this adoption of the monitoring framework here, because this can facilitate immediate reporting on the KMGBF, and there is also a whole work on encourage to fill the gaps that can exist in the monitoring frameworks, and also encourage to really see those gaps and find solution to really continue further the actions.
Thank you very much, Flor. Alan, over to you from Sinesa for the continent of Africa. What are you hoping that comes out of this the next 2 weeks?
This past week, I was listening to some of the presentations during the subsidiary body on implementation. And I think one of the key things that struck me was that most of the countries that had managed to submit their NBSAPs ahead of time were actually African countries, despite the fact that they had limited resources, or where the resources were received out of time. And the whole process of accessing these resources is also very complicated. So I think that tracking the resource mobilization and ensuring that the way these resources are made available is made in such a way that there is element of justice. Most of the countries that happen to be mega biodiverse countries or with a lot of biodiversity in Africa are also countries that are highly indebted, and so they are feeling the weight both from the debts, external debts that they have, most of which incidentally come from infrastructure development, which also has impacts on biodiversity. So you can see how this vicious cycle goes around, but also how that impacts on things like conflicts. If you think about the DRC, for example. So for us, this is really important that the financing mechanism will be a mechanism that has as at its underpinning a just framework, a framework of justice. As Pope Francis says, listen to both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor.
Thank you so much, Alan. And thank you to all our panelists. We still have about 5-10 minutes left, maybe about 5-6 minutes for any questions. So happy to take questions from the floor. Please raise your hand. There may be a microphone, otherwise you can just shout. We have Juan at the back. Do we have a microphone for him? We have Juan. 1, 2, and then 3. And if we ask, it please be a question and not a statement. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Juan from the Brahma Kumaris, and I have a question about those projects that didn't make it to the report. Is there a way that we can still read about them, learn from them too? Perhaps there will going to be a way to showcase them even if they're not in the report.
So it's a good question. We're actively in discussion about that because we had more cases than we could present, and now we're learning about so many more projects. So we're looking into developing an online hub, a platform, database where these projects can live. There are some data protection issues around that because the case studies were submitted for one project and we can't just hand them over to someone else. But there is the goal and the ambition, and maybe we can talk about it over the next 2 weeks, is how we create an online platform where these amazing case studies can live and be accessible for everyone. Yeah, thank you. I think we had someone over. Maybe let's take one in here, and then we'll go over there. We'll go here first, and then over there. Yeah.
Yeah, Nuta Madas, director of the Hare Krishna communities globally. I'm just wondering, from some of you, we know that somebody mentioned 85% of the world's population is represented here. Most of your projects, we're talking about what we do on the outside. So now, like in our communities, we kind of take vegetarianism for granted, and oftentimes people are thinking we're doing enough. So how much of our energy should be spent on bringing our own communities to be more environmentally conscious and active? How much should really be done with these projects that we see where the world is being exploited and biodiversity is not being protected? How much of our work needs to be in-house?
Question. Who would like to go for that? Bishop Graham, why don't we start with you?
I think it's both inwards and outwards. This task of turning to be nature positive is both what in the New Testament is called a metanoia, a changing of the heart. And that's both a seeking of, from the Christian tradition, a seeking of our own changing of the heart and the way we live, and a metanoia, changing of the heart of the way our global and local neighbors live. So I see Christian response to the environmental crises as both core to the mission of the church, but also an imperative for its mission more generally as well.
Thank you, Bishop Graham. Tariq?
At the G20 July, we often use the phrase faith as infrastructure. 8% of all habitable land approximately is owned by faith-based communities. Almost half of all world educational institutions have a faith-based component to them. This work cannot be done without the infrastructure that faith communities also hold and steward. And I think thinking of faith infrastructure is equally important to leverage that for biodiversity and restoration aims.
Thank you, Tariq. Anyone else want to try that one, or we can? Let's go to the next question, please.
Thank you to all of you, because it's very nice to hear the positive part of religion in terms of conservation. Flor, this question is for you. You were talking about this project in Manaus, and right now I work in the Colombian Amazon, and right now the situation is really sad because the rivers are completely dry and people don't have access to get their food, just to move. So please tell me how you can keep this hope in terms of telling people, okay, this will get better. How is the situation right now with your project in Manaus? And if later, could you give me more information? Like, I would like to contact the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is keeping the hope is a huge question, I think, that everyone is asking themselves. And I think faith communities have an immense role to play in actually bring forth the hope from within towards the community. And from also a personal point of view, so I'm here as a representative of Sokagakai International, but also as a youth. And so I will be also supporting the youth networks that wants to raise their voice. And the more, on my part, what doesn't bring me hope is to not do anything. And the more I do, the more hope comes from within. And then also from the faith communities, the concept of human revolution, that is how I can actually strive to be a better person, and this idea of changing myself from the inside will absolutely change the external environment. And this project, I think, in Brazil, in Manaus, is the perfect illustration of how never losing hope can actually bring change and actually restore this faith in humanity. I think we also need, as religious communities, we need also to reclaim our faith and really bring it back to the center as something that is so important. Because you just started by saying this is nice to have something positive around religion, and for me, my faith is the most joyful experience that I could have in my life, and I think that to bring together people from different faiths and that are actively engaged in having a fair and just and equitable society in different parts of the world is actually what can really bring hope, and can also try to elevate the debate, because we are here like in the plenaries, we aren't like, oh, let's take note, no, let's adopt, no, I don't want this word, I want this other word. And I think we can really elevate the debate and place what is the most important back in the center, which is also peace with nature. So with great pleasure to talk more to you about this project. But yeah, that's my answer about this huge question that I think we have throughout our lives, and not just now. Thank you.
I think one of the things that unites us as people of faith is that within our traditions, however we talk about it, is prayer, meditation, stillness, reflection. And I hope that this next few days are undergirded with prayer, that we seek that metanoia, that change, through our life of prayer, that ultimately prayer changes us. And so in our in our divine communication, in our divine holding of the people of the world who are most impacted by biodiversity loss and climate change, the most vulnerable people in the world, that we hold all of this in prayer, so that the result of these days is one that emerges out of prayer for the good of the whole world.
Thank you, Bishop Graham and Flor. Any more question here?
Well, this is Kazim Dadul Haq. I work with Friendship NGO in Bangladesh. So I'm struggling to articulate the point what I really wanted to say. That is, you know, there is faith-based platform, the science-based platform, and the people in between. And you know, I know when the poverty is a priority issue, is the factors. Then sometimes, you know, they lost faith and they don't have connections with the science. This connectivity is really important. And here in this platform, here, no scientist here. So we always, the statement, the campaign, what we do based on, you know, hazards, climate change, all the big things. But we didn't convey, there are, as I'm Muslim, so there are plenty things in our holy books about the nature care. We hardly share those things, and we don't know how to connect these two things. As a faith-based leaders, how you find those connectivity and how really we can take it forward and bringing scientists and faith-based leader in one stage, one platform.
Thank you. That's a great question. It was one of our recommendations of the report is that we need to foster these collaborations with science, with governments, other civil society. I'm wondering if anyone on that side wants to take this question. Neri?
Something very interesting that I have learned in this journey is the fact that for the first 1,500 years of the church history, the theologian was responsible for understanding the natural world to gain wisdom for the life of the people of God. So one of the things that I use in my own faith in Christianity when I speak with big Christians is the fact that our call is to learn to understand our natural world. And the fact that we have been so separated, we need the support of scientists to help us understand what is happening with the environment, how can we do to protect it and heal it. And so it's definitely coming together and recapturing our own calling of learning how to live on this earth. So for us here, next week, we do have a webinar with a scientist and a theologian, especially to talk about biodiversity loss and how climate change is connected with biodiversity. So I echo your concern, and definitely for us in my faith has been realizing that our call has been to learn how to live in this world, because this is where we were born.
Thank you very much, Nedi. I think we're going to have to close it here because we're at time and I've got very strict... Okay, one more question. Liza, you were giving me the strict orders to finish on time, but you're giving one more. Okay.
Thank you. It builds actually on the very good question that was just raised now, which I think is slightly from the other side, and it's for Mr. Al-Alaimi, because I think you're working with the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, right? And perhaps what structures exist to help provide these resources with faith communities. One of the reasons I'm particularly thinking about is when it comes to the complex restoration of the aftermaths of war. This is a COP that's oriented about peace with nature, and we are seeing, you know, all the effects that war leaves behind from landmines as well here in Colombia, and radioactivity from nuclear weapons testing. So there's all these scars on nature around the world, and it's going to be communities that have to deal with it. So perhaps what resources are there from structures like the UN Decade of Ecosystem of Restoration or other institutional things that can offer these faith-based groups ways forward? Thank you.
That is an excellent question, thank you. And I know it's one of your recommendations as well in the report, to actually look at what does it look like for these institutions to start to do this faith-based work. And the G20 and the UN Decade are both two examples of entities, platforms, organizations that have said, we are going to set up, one, a working group, but in the case of the G20 GLI, there's a 15-year action plan that implemented by the decade until until the year. But I also just want to touch on, because it's excellent point around conflict and, closer to home, a genocide is unfolding in Palestine. And, someone, I won't say who, a Greenpeace board member told me, the biggest mistake I think we've done over the last 30 years has been focusing more on the green and less on the peace. And actually, if we did more of the peace, the green would come kind of with it. And I think a lot of these, larger entities, the decade and beyond, we would do very well to reclaim back our roots of why we set up in the first place. And I think this conference is really in the right frame of thinking about that.
I think there's some really interesting scientific evidence about the impact of war on nature. So, for example, I was reading a report fairly recently from the University of East Anglia on eggshells thickness of eagles on a transitory route where they breed in Ukraine, and their migratory route has changed, and the eggshells are thinner on the birds, which is meaning less successfully hatch and are reared. And I think there'll be very interesting data from the migratory routes down the eastern Mediterranean with the impact of war in Lebanon and Gaza on that crucial migratory route. There's two migratory routes, the one by the coast and then the one down the Jordan Valley. And war will have an impact on those areas. But I love that analogy of more peace than green, and I think that is really important. We know that biodiversity loss is increasing the amount of migration in the world, is meaning that conflict increases, which means that war are more likely as well as we compete over very scarce natural resources.
Okay, we'll have to close it there, unfortunately. So I know there's more questions, but we will be around. Thank you to Bishop Graham, Flor, Alan, Neddy, and Tariq. As I mentioned, this report is launched. It's live on our website, www.biodiversity.faith. United for Nature, Faith's at the forefront on GBF implementation. Please do download it. And we are Faith for Biodiversity. We have a hub in Place Quebec, and we have events every day starting from tomorrow, so you can catch us there for more conversation. Thank you all very much. And thank you to Liza and Nature Positive Pavilion for hosting us as well. Thank you.
Well, if many of you stay on for it. Yeah, right here. Okay, let's move them. Let's move them.
Hello? Yeah, okay, please come in. Hi, everyone. We are going to be starting in like 30 seconds or a minute. So please come in.
If you're here for the Weaving a Collective Future, I kindly ask that you come into the circle, come into the space. If you are not and you're just leaving, I ask that you let folks have an opportunity to enter here. We're starting in about 30 seconds, just from time restraints. So I ask that if you have conversations from the previous forum, just head on out that way. Thank you. Giovanni's still out there.
Okay, okay. So you can start, and then we tell them to sit. You can.
If you're here for a Weaving a Collective Future, you're welcome to come join now. We are talking about intergenerational dialogue. Yes. We're here to talk about the intergenerational dialogue, weaving a collective future. So if you're here for that conversation, I ask that you come into the space, into the circle. On that space. Okay. Well, just wait. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. So some folks are starting. And if you're here in the circle, just come into the circle. Part of this interactive session is also to have a younger person sitting near somebody who is older. And there is going to be an activity. You don't have to move right now, but just make sure that you're able to find a place after. That's okay. I think there's just a lack of accessibility for folks. Sweat. Folks in the back, if you're able to just come up, make your way up to the circle here. There's some spaces. Yes. Come to the front. Yeah.
We're coming to this circle where we want to explore intergenerational connections around working for a thriving. And you want? Okay, I'm going to see if we can turn down the background a little bit. Okay. Welcome. We are glad that you are here for a workshop of a different kind. We want to join in ceremony and conversation around the ways that we need each other. We need each other as elders. We need each other in youth and children. And to explore the ways that we can work together in kinship to protect a thriving future on this planet. My name is Chelsea Congdon. I am part of a group called Kinship.Earth, which was based in Colorado in the United States. And our work at Kinship is to use art and ceremony and imagination and creativity across generations and across cultures so that we can bring real life and emotion and love into this work of finding connection with nature. We have convinced ourselves that we are separate from nature. we've convinced ourselves that we're dominant to nature and we feel separated from each other. So we wanted to hold an experience this afternoon where we could all share in trying to weave a future of kinship together. And I want to welcome Alejandra from Colombia, who is going to give us her own welcome to this workshop.
I'm just going to be interpreting for Alejandra.
Guanampa, Tupue, bienvenidos a este espacio, a Colombia, un territorio lleno de historias de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales, con unos saberes que tejen día tras día, que conservan y también luchan y defienden el territorio y la vida. Hoy quiero compartirles un poco de aquí de la mochila. Mis abuelas eran tejedoras y tejer no es solamente algo físico, también se teje la palabra, se tejen los procesos, se desteje y se vuelven a construir. Hoy la institucionalidad nos ha hecho hacer más frío. El tener un título no significa que sepamos más. Cuando llegamos al territorio, los mayores nos han dicho, ustedes van a la universidad, pero en la universidad dejan de ser indígenas. Y nos decía que teníamos que aprender todo el conocimiento que la academia nos brindaba para defender los derechos. Pero cuando llegas al territorio, tienes que desprenderte de ese título para poder ser humilde con el conocimiento y ponerlo al servicio. ¿Y eso qué significa? Que los títulos en la comunidad no deben ser uno de los temas que validen lo que saben los mayores. Y eso es sumamente importante y bonito, que hoy vamos a tejer entre hermanos y hermanas, porque todos deberíamos abrazarnos y entender que hoy debemos desprendernos de tantas cosas que están pasando, que el ego, que centralizar el poder nos ha llevado a las guerras, que otros hermanos no pueden estar con sus familias y que hoy me tocan y que los territorios aún siguen golpeados y que siguen perdiendo a sus seres queridos. Así que los abrazo y hoy ojalá tengamos personas más humanas, menos egos y más desde una palabra del abrigo. Aquí nos falta el fueguito. El fueguito abriga cuando estamos fríos. Entonces, bienvenidos a este país con historias, con muchas resistencias, pero todavía estamos aquí. Seguimos y seguiremos hasta donde nos dé la vida.
I'm going to ask Alejandra to say it again because my memory is good, but not that good. Welcome to Colombia, to a territory full of wisdom and with the memory of our grandmothers and grandparents that defend the earth and life. I put this rucksack in the center of the room as a symbol of weaving, not of something physical, but as a way of a symbol of weaving processes. And also to learn and to reflect about what we have done wrong. My wish is for us to continue to weave the word, and that we heal our hearts for a world with more peace. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, there is.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. For those of you who know me, you clearly have lost my voice. So please bear with this weird sounding robot that's talking to you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Shweta. I'm from India and I'm with Kinship, but I'm also here representing IUCN CESP, which is the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy. in the IUCN. And we're really happy that we're able to host this intergenerational dialogue with some of our most favorite partner organizations together. And we wanted a weaving and conversations at the same time. So let's see how it goes. It's the first time we are trying something new. And I have named it a Bandhan weaving relationship, which is here. Bandhan is a Hindi word which means relationship. And today, through the threads that each of you have, we're going to be weaving this relationship. And I hope it's an amazing experience for all of you to just be a part of for the next 40 minutes of this conversation. So I'm going to give it over to Chelsea, who can explain the ceremony that all of you will be participating in today.
I'm only doing this to save Sweta's voice. You each have a thread, and you may be near someone. If you're an elder, you may be near a younger, or vice versa. We would like you, if you can, to sit in pairs, older and younger. And with your thread, turn to that person and think of something that you would like to offer with that thread. A sentiment for the future, or a view that perhaps you as an elder would like to do something different in working with youth. Youth could say, we'll receive that gift from the elder and offer something back. So that's a conversation where you get to know each other as elder and youth. You'll tie your two strings together in a nudo de promesa, a promise knot, at each end of the string, the two strings. And then we will pass this loom around, and we will each weave in our joined string into a piece that we make together collectively. That's the ceremony. While we're doing that, we're going to ask you to engage in conversation from your pairs and individually about your thoughts on how elder people, the elder generation and the youth generation, can work better together in protecting biodiversity. What are the things we need to do more of? What are the things we need to take a look at? What are the things we need to stop doing? That's the conversation we'd like to have you bring forth while we're weaving it into a shared piece. And Heather and Giovanni are a pair of elder and youth who are going to start off this kind of exploration with themselves, and then we will let you move into your pairs and talk for a few minutes before we have a shared conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Giovanni Reyes. I am a Igorot Kankanawi from northern Philippines, and I'm the president of the Philippine ICC Consortium, and at the same time, the chairperson of the Global Environment Facilities Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Tansamba Washte, Machajane Heather Owach. My name is Heather Owach. I am a Nakota and Cree woman from a place in so-called Canada. I come from the Okanese First Nations. This is where my mother is from, but my father's from another community called Carry the Kettle. I'm very honored to be here today. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you for this lovely opportunity to have physical space to be able to do something collectively together. And part of that is we were asked today to have a discussion about what it's as an Indigenous elder and what that looks like in the shared space and co-creation of the future around conservation, around nature. And one of the things that I do, and I have to say I practice really importantly, is it doesn't matter where I am in the world. I really have to honor the cultural protocols of my own. And so you'll see me offering space for the elder to talk first and to share their reflection. That's a cultural teaching where I come from, is that we listen to elders, but also in turn, elders often listen to us in our space. So before that though, I had brought a gift as practice. It's some tea from my home. And I just wanted to share that with you because, so it's called muskeg tea, and or we call it Labrador tea is a common word, but we say muskeg because it comes from the muskeg in the northern parts of my territory. This is store-bought, but I have picked it before, so this is not my fancy box here, but I'm going to pass this to you, and thank you for sharing
Thank
your
you.
wisdom and your space with me today.
Thank you very much.
So I'll let you talk, and maybe you can share your thoughts with us.
First, I thank the Kinship and the Synchronicity Earth for the invitation to share our thoughts on the theme. I would like to state here that indigenous people's views about nature is shaped by many years of and many generations of interacting with nature, so that the rules, protocols, governance systems, and management of resources are in accordance to the observations they have done for so many years. For example, in terms of food security, in terms of security against physical harm, they would relate that to the wildlife habitat. So, in one meeting with an elder in our hometown, it's a bit odd as a start, but when he told me that if ever you meet a bird, if a bird suddenly appears in your home, that means that there is a message here that we have observed for so many years, and one that you have to look into the surroundings, because there could be an attack against yourself, or there's going to be some kind of robbery, or it's going to be a crime. So there is this message by the bird at 9 o'clock when it appears at 9. It's also a different message when it appears at 12, especially for those who travel. When it appears at 12, you have to delay your travel by, say, 10 minutes, because accidents happen in seconds, and 5 minutes is enough to delay these things have come out as a rule after many years of observing that the bird interaction with them it has a message. To reciprocate or to understand the vehemence of the elders' position, why you must not alter the habitat or you must not alter the landscape, that is because the birds from that landscape provide you the messages and the warnings not to do this and do that. So there is this reciprocity of relations or synchronicity of man and nature, and that is the main reason why that habitat, or the main reason why we still have few forests and rivers left. If you look into the territories managed by traditional customary law, they have higher biodiversity levels compared to state-managed or government-managed protected area systems. That is why it is important that the youth would have to listen to the advice of elders. And because the youth, they are more exposed to science and technology, the youth can translate indigenous knowledge into its scientific dimension, or the indigenous knowledge can be translated into its physical dimension in the form of a map. So I think the youth can do mapping, they can do a global positioning system, the use of technology, and to translate this knowledge about nature protection into policy, into science, into an academic or into a conservation planning exercise. Because after all, the elders consider the forests as their academic institution, with rivers and trees as the professors, including the birds and the habitat in these forests. So no need for scientific analysis to explain this, but many years of interaction have resulted in high-level biodiversity in traditionally managed areas. So that's my opening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One of the things that I want to just thank you for your words and acknowledge is that part of the perspective and the what you're seeing today is two indigenous groups that live in different parts of the world but have some commonalities around respect with elders and with youth. One of the things that Giovanni mentioned was that oftentimes our elders have that knowledge to understand nature through generations because they've learned from their previous generations. And it's an accountability for young people like myself to sit here and to listen. So it's with great honor to listen to some of the stories about even the messaging of birds. Back home too, I think we have a saying, I come from two different communities, Nakota and Cree. They're quite similar geographically, but they have some different teachings. And specifically around birds, when you see an eagle, the eagle is really important for us and it brings messages. Where I come from, it's the plains of Saskatchewan. The best way is it's flat and it's grassland. And one of the things that we in our communities is we highly revere the eagle. So to see an eagle means great messages. And so just hearing that and hearing Giovanni's words about what elders say about the birds also. So there is some synchronicity there and how some of the teachings are. One of the things that we were talking briefly before we had this session was that Giovanni shared that there's a lot of curiosity and there's a lot of things that young people are now, as we see this world is starting to change, a lot of young people are being more involved in technologies. And he mentioned the idea of mapping and the idea of how mapping relates to the protection of our territories, to our knowledge, and to a lot of the information that we're needing in order to preserve and protect our rights as well as with nature and our relationship with nature. I think that's a really important thing to share because for a lot of young people, we're often told two things, at least in my community, I'm told, you live in two worlds. You live as an indigenous person, but you also have to live in this other world, which isn't your world, but unfortunately we have to live in it. Some will call it the modern world. What I'm told, we call it the Munia world or the Wasiju world, and that means another world that came from other people. And so we have to live in this sort of two journey. And one of the things that we're always told is you go out and get your education, but bring that back to community so you can strengthen our community. What that looks like, I see a lot of my own relatives back home is they've got into careers or into education systems where they're learning about digital mapping, where they're becoming engineers. But we're also told when you do that, you have a responsibility to learn and practice your own culture and your own teachings because those take precedent to those academia roles as well. And so as a young person, we're often told to go out and learn this Western world or in this world of the way that we know it now, but to also hold the responsibility and the accountability to make sure that we're also moving along this journey with our own practices and teachings. Part of that, though, that playing of that two roles is to make sure we're following our own cultural protocol. One of the things that young Indigenous youth, and something that I practice and have been told and always try to learn is when you're going to go ask somebody a question, if you want to know a question about culture or about anything, there's usually a protocol to it. One is you go and ask somebody, you have to bring something. You can't expect to get something for free. So part of my protocol is I'm sitting here with Giovanni, he's sharing some information, and I'm asking him, we're sitting in a dialogue. Back home, if I was to go to an elder back home, I do the same thing. I bring tobacco, which is a plant that we use as a way to exchange gifts, or I bring tea, or I bring something else. So that's just a part of that protocol when you're sitting down as a young person and sitting with an elder. The other thing is there's reasons why you do that. Part of it is out of respect, out of cultural protocol, but also out of the idea of being able to make kinship ties and to bring in those materials of the plants or the tea or the tobacco, and that you're making sure that you're sharing some space and you're gifting. You don't get anything in this world for free. And so that's kind of why that protocol is for me. And then the other thing too is Giovanni mentioned the idea of, he had shared how it's important for young people to make sure that they're bringing in that curiosity and that idea of how elders can have also that understanding as well. And I think what's important is that I'm just getting cued to queue up here, but I think what's important is that the perspectives you're hearing today is different. Indigenous peoples often have a certain protocol that maybe not many other communities do, and or they're less practiced. And so it's important that we talk about that when we think about the intergenerational dialogue, because it does happen in communities. It looks different in others. And what you're seeing today is an example of how that plays out. So I'm going to pass the mic on for folks to get into the question period. Oh, the weaving section. All right. That's right. So now we're going to get into the part here. So I'm going to just say a quick statement, Giovanni, of why what I intend for when we tie the knot together here, the bind the weave, is I really intend that, thank you for your teaching around the bird and around that space, and thank you for being here. And I hope that with this today, you're able to share more with a lot of the other youth from your community as well. You could tie it.
Yeah. This reaffirms the synchronicity and the kinship bond between man and nature and the habitat that hosts these birds that protect us, that give us messages. So with that, that's the story that I must pass on to the next, so that perhaps they can convert this into an academic and scientific methods of advocacy, so that government will probably officially adopt it as part of its protected area systems management.
Thank you so much. So we would love all of you to do the same ceremony with each other. So find one person beside you. I can do it with you, and we do it together, and we share. What is that one thought you want to wish or thought you want to have in this thread that you're going to bind with the other person's thread? And how do you want to create the space to have intergenerational relationships that actually thrive for the crisis we are living in and for a better future? We have 7 minutes for that ceremony part.
Then we can have these. So you tie both ends. Un nudo de promesa, the promise knot. And now you have a double string. Okay. And then you're going to weave the double string until it's done. Okay. And then you pass to the next team. Okay.
take theirs in. But while they're doing it, they can also start sharing.
Okay. The question.
155 mark.
155. Okay. All right. I'm just enough. Sorry, I just had that question. All right. So I know that folks are still sharing, and that's great. If you want to and I also know some folks are sort of finishing their sharing. You're welcome to continue to now interconnect your strings, both ends, so it's kind of like a loop. And then what's going to happen is you'll see the weave board being handed around. You'll have to weave together, help your partner hold that loom, that weaver, and then weave it through, and then pass it along. The next thing is this is kind of going to be a spot. Yeah. So for folks that are looking to tie their knot together, yes, you have it correct. Tie it in both sides. Yeah, make two sides. It should be one big loop. Think of it as one big circle. So tie both ends of your knots together to make a circle. Yeah. You still have that one to tie together. Yeah, there you go. Great. Awesome. So we're going to sort of bring us back into the circle here and give you some time to share some reflections around what you're talking about when you're with your partner and you're sharing some reflections. And then also to sort of help that, I'm going to give you a question here. And one of the questions that I wanted to ask you to help sort of get the conversation going is, how did it make you feel? What did you feel? Like, what are some feelings and sensations that you maybe have felt when you're going through the conversation? Maybe when you're talking with your partner, you were having a feeling of like, just a good feeling, maybe a sad feeling. Like, what are those sensations and feelings that showed up in your body? Or what are some curiosities that you have now having talked with your partner? And then maybe you have an idea that something that you want to stop, and pause after listening to what your partner had to say.
Microphone, I can pass. Is this on? Yeah.
Does anyone want to share
Anybody wanna
first?
share something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm here representing the Métis National Council. The Métis people are one of the 3 distinct Indigenous peoples in Canada, and very honored to be here. And I just want to say thank you for hosting such a beautiful session today. I had the very lovely opportunity. I don't think I'm an elder yet. I hope I'm not there yet, but I'm definitely not a youth, so I'm kind of in between. And I was just really inspired by speaking to my friend here about her passion about reconnection. And relationship to, what we call animals, but they're our kin. They're not just animals or species. They're family, and they should be seen like that. And our respect for those other species who don't necessarily get a strong voice in this space. So I just wanted to thank her for sharing like her passion and her care for protecting other species and our kinship to those species.
Pinamaya, thank you.
This was a lovely opportunity, and I really appreciate your commitment to what you do. And also, I don't know, maybe this will make you laugh, but like listening about you live in a lovely, farm, and you have chickens, but they live a lovely, happy life. And I'm thinking, oh God, I need to get out of the city. Next house, I wanna move away. I wanna get a garden, some space. Because I want to reconnect too with nature. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's a really good conversation between. Sounds like you've really taken what you've learned or what you're shared, and you really want to now move into that and back it with nature. So thank you for that. Does anyone else want to share?
Anybody back here? Guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is William Naimado. Thank you so much. My name is William Naimado. I come from East Africa, and I'm so glad to have met all of you. But the discussions that I have got, I have them through him. It's a pleasure that Jerome is here. He has shared with me, and he is part of the academia. academia is what we miss when we try to engage the people. It is the research part that we miss when we try to raise these voices. So it is a pleasure that he has shared with me the journey he has been through, the people he has interacted with, and part of the thing that has amazed me and has made me happy is that when he is speaking, he is telling me that he gets the feeling of the places he has gone, even the sense of those places, they come to him because those are lands that he has gone through, and he really enjoys that they are in their own good condition because of the people who live there. So it's my pleasure. I think I've learned through him. The session was short, but we get to interact more because we have exchanged contact, and that is thanks to this session. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, William, and thank you for the organisers of this session. It's been a real pleasure to sit here and hear some of your sharings and the other sharings going on. So Nyamodo shared really something called Losho, which is something that his community, the Maasai, do. And they come together, all together as a group, the youth, the elders, everybody who's present. And it's to bring the community to go in one single path, straight forward together. And in a sense, this weaving is a little bit like that. You're bringing together so many different people from so many different places and different ages, and trying to weave something so we can move together to protect this very dear and beautiful planet that we all share. So thank you, Nyamodo. And thank you to organizers.
Anybody else? Hearing? Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vivian Silole. I come from Kenya. I work with Impact Kenya. So my friend and I were discussing some of the treasures we'd like to have back. And I think we had a commonality in our sharing, and it was more about bringing back spaces where the youth and elders can be able to share. And this is something that has been lost in my community. I was explaining to her something that I could say modernization has brought, whereby once children go to school, the curriculum does not accommodate their culture, their language, and their way of life, and it's perceived as something barbaric. And now children shy off from some of these things, and this is how they lose the connection between their culture and language. When they go back to the communities, there is that disconnect between the younger generation and the elderly, because we are absorbing a culture that is not ours, that we are made to understand or perceive as something that is better than what is ours. And maybe you can speak for yourself. So, okay.
Thank you, Vivian. From my side, what I was saying is that I wish that schools and the system that comes from the government would not separate indigenous knowledge systems and education coming from the West, and that children actually feel when they go to school, they don't only learn about, I don't know, maths and biology exactly, but they can also learn what their grandparents learned when they were kids. So I guess my wish for the future is for schools to not separate those two knowledge systems, but make it one. Thank you.
Would you two like to share? Okay.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Ignacio. I'm from Chile, and I had an amazing conversation with. Yes. And we were talking about how we need to, in one side of the story, seek the elders to have their other elders accountable, how the elders can hold the other elders accountable for the systems and the decisions that were taken in history and that brought us to the position that we have today. But also how we develop systems as youth in our organizations, in our projects, in our programs, to seek out for the wisdom, to seek out for the knowledge and the experiences of the elders. But we were talking about how we can achieve all this in a more proactive way and how the elders can also develop systems, projects, and plans that have youth into the consideration of those projects. So I had a really good time, and I hope you had too.
Yeah, I think that covered everything really well. Just we were talking about what it would look like for different generations to be able to better co-create spaces to connect and to learn from one another, rather than sort of always asking for younger generations to meet us in the systems and institutions we've already built.
Hello, my name is Luciana. I'm from Brazil. I didn't want to talk, but my friend encouraged me. I learned a lot from him about traditional knowledge and how we can respect biodiversity and fight for climate change by recovering our ancestors' teachings, you know? And I learned a lot from him on how we can respect the animals and some technologies that our elders already know, and we can, he's got that in Portuguese, restore from them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, what I got from her is that she respects the elders and ancestors. But just to insist some of the knowledge I shared with her is that I remember one time I was walking with my dad to a place we call a temporary bombers, and it was taking me for a long place, and I didn't have food. And one opponent just reached a point when there is a bird called the honey guide came in, just make some of the noise, and I was telling my dad I really feel hungry, and you know what he did? Just say, I'm glad that you are going to have honey. And I'm like, where do I go to get honey? They just follow the bird. We follow the bird in just a few kilometers, then we get a big tree and we can manage to have honey, harvest the honey and full of food. But that's to say, all things that are actually they've been existing in nature also connected to the practice. I also shared the experience of weaving. Today, youth are strong in terms of energy. They are strong, but the elders are strong in terms of knowledge. It is a matter of us elders and youth to exchange what we have. The land is bare. It needs to be weaved. It needs to be covered. And the only way to cover is to check with time, to join our effort, youth and elders all together, to make sure we work as a team to make the world health change. Thank you.
Are we on time? Should we start wrapping that up? Maybe we can turn to our friends Felix and Miriam to do that. Is that right? Is that fair with you?
Yeah. Oh, are you sure? Okay. I just maybe will. Thank you. Okay. He asked me to share first, and if he wants to add, he'll add later. So with that, I just was hearing a lot of really, really good conversations about just interaction of what it looks like for intergenerational learning and co-creating, and also understanding the importance of what that means. One of the things that I wanted to share, when me and Giovanni were weaving, I had asked him, I said, do they do weaving in your community? And he goes, yeah, they do. And then he had shared, my mother used to weave, or my mother was a weaver, and she was somebody who was a teacher in weaving. And I wanted to also say that part of, for young people, we get our knowledge from our elders. But more importantly, our elders we're seeing have curiosity and wanting to share. And when I was saying earlier is we're often told from our elders to go out and learn, but to come back and to bring that knowledge back. So there is this sort of shared understanding of a responsibility, accountability, but also curiosity in the different generations. Earlier, someone mentioned elders. An elder doesn't just mean someone significantly older as well, but it also can mean someone even a few years older. So just wanted to clarify that. But I really appreciated the activity today, and I thank the kinship folks and all the other organizers for being able to bring this space and give us one-on-one chance to share with each other what intergenerational weaving looks like, but also to get a chance to sit here with Giovanni once again and to hear some really good stories that I'll bring back home to my own when I go back home and continue the good work of what we're doing here in the understanding of nature, but also in the understanding of respecting our Mother Earth. So thank you, Giovanni.
Yes. Indigenous peoples as the center or the custodians of the world's resources is at the heart or at the center of the CBD. And the reason behind that is that the spiritual and cultural values that indigenous peoples attach over these resources are the main reasons, or they form the main reasons why it is protected. And layers of protection can come from the youth. And that there are many models that the youth can learn from, which push the country, the Philippines, for example, it pushed the country at the forefront of inclusive conservation, at least for the Asia region, because of that mixture of indigenous knowledge and science. Not all elders today are going to live far more longer. The youth may have to already adapt to their indigenous knowledge that are the reasons why we have clean air and clean water.
Is this on? Yeah, this is on. Thank you very much. I know, Miriam, you're still weaving. Do you want to start?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kinship and Seas and Synchronicity Earth for this event. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to sit down and talk about the intergenerational knowledge transference, how each of us can contribute in this area. There have been many conversations we had. I wrote some notes because I'm considered old. I represent the elder. So, and I will have to wear my glasses too. What came out from this, I picked up some things and traits such as respect for elders, respect for the environment, respect for the youth, respect for having a voice, having that voice being heard and making time to hear, to listen. The other being reciprocity in many cultures, whether it be indigenous or non-indigenous. There are different cultures and also ways of knowing, and being able to understand this, that worldview, or worldviews, I should say, plurality, I should say, and be mindful that we share this world with others as well, other beings, whether seen and unseen, physical and non-physical. And the process in which we are able to accumulate this knowledge, as I sometimes call it, collective wisdom. It's also paying respect to those who have come before and are no longer present, and that being passed over the years through those who are now here, the youths. The other being having patience. We live in a very fast-paced society now with so many gadgets, different ways of knowing technology. For instance, if you were to go to the village, you will have to learn how to make a fire the hard way. If you're living in the city, you put the food in the microwave, and in 5 seconds or maybe 10, you have a hot food. So having that patience, sometimes city life trains you to be impatient. Just having to have the time to listen. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Miriam. I think of all the. Oh, do you want to add something? No. Okay. I think you said most of of this is what we reflected on in our conversation as well. I'm very lucky and privileged that I get to work with you on a day-to-day basis as well, and I always really appreciate the time we make to just exchange ideas, challenges, come up with solutions together. I think maybe one thing that I can add, just while everybody shared what they talked about, one of the things that I was thinking of was what does that mean for where I come from? A very small country called Luxembourg, quite nature depleted for a long time. And then thinking about how young people where I'm from perceive nature and what is seen as the baseline. I also come from a society where there's increasing segregation between youth and elders. Usually when elders reach a certain age, they're put in a homes, they spend their time together there, and visiting your elders becomes more of a chore rather than something you're looking forward to, something that you appreciate and value. But then also thinking about the stories that my grandparents tell me of not so long ago, maybe 7 years ago. So what Luxembourg used to be like when we still had salmon in the rivers, something that people my age and younger people than me can't even think of anymore. It just seems we hear about it in other places, but we can't imagine that ever existed where we are from now. So just this shifting baseline of what we see as normal, but it's not normal. It's unhealthy. It's a system that is increasingly in danger of collapsing. And just thinking about the importance, like you mentioned, of making the space to ensure that these stories of what it used to be like can continue, and young people can take that and use their energy to work towards restoring what used to be. And we can't do that by ourselves. So I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate what everybody shared today. And I think we're quite lucky that we had this conversation on the first day of COP, and we can take this with us to events to come, if people engage in the negotiations, into the negotiations as well. And at least I think I'll try and make a little bit more of a conscious effort to make time not limited to 10 conversations to a short amount of time, and just seek out input from people that are older than me. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. And we got to weave and talk till the very, very last minute. So thank you for your creation together, weaving generations together. It's very beautiful. And now we are being asked to set the chairs back the way they're supposed to be so that they can continue with the next event in this space. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful afternoon and a wonderful experience at COP. Yes, I'll get you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'll be seeing you around.
Yes, yes.
There is this IP Bisap
Oh, is that at 6 today? Yeah, somebody from us will come. I think we're dividing a little bit so that we can a few, but there will definitely be somebody there.
Yeah, so we will be there. I'm gonna go ahead and start working on my.
I'm looking forward to it, but I know we have a lot of other events that we'll see each other. Thank you very much, Giovanni, for joining me. It was really enjoyed. How are you? I need to go make space. Oh, yes. Une photo? Si tu veux prendre un selfie ou on peut demander quelqu'un.
I'm Sean. Nice to meet you as well. Yeah. I'm from Canada. Yeah, so I'm your fellow panelist today. It's going to be an interesting matchup events where a bunch of us were together. So yeah, it's interesting coming at the issue from different angles. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, amazing. Were you guys at the UNPRI conference in Toronto a couple of weeks ago? Yeah. Right. No. So you want the three of us here and you're going to stand the entire time? Okay. 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 For photo reasons, as an next political staffer, I think one of my biggest brownie points with my senator I mean, it's up to you, but I find the pictures always look silly when you've got your thing around your neck, you know? Being live broadcast, everybody understands that that's part of it. Check, check.
Check, check.
I didn't have to touch anything.
Hello?
Points here. Music doesn't start playing in the middle. There we go.
You have your
Exactly. Exactly.
Hello, everyone. We're just waiting a couple more minutes for one of our speakers to arrive, who's just coming from another event. So we will be with you shortly. We're going to start in 2 minutes.
So I'm not with the government, right? Yes, yeah. Yeah. Part of Not that? Yes? Not really? Okay.
Okay, so can I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to our event today here at the Nature Pavilion, where we're going to be talking about how we tackle climate change and biodiversity together. We have 3 distinguished speakers with us today, representing both government, civil society, and the private sector. And one of our speakers is running a little bit late, so we'll be welcoming him shortly, I hope. And among the panel today, we're going to be discussing how we tackle climate change and biodiversity together. What are the opportunities? What are the solutions? What are the risks, and how do we mitigate them? Here we are at COP16, which many people describe as the biodiversity COP. And I really like the way that the Colombian presidency talks about it as the people's COP. Because we know that if we don't tackle climate change and biodiversity together, it represents an existential threat to us as people in terms of the life that we lead today and life as we know it.
So for all of us people, wherever we come from, whichever countries, communities, regions, we know that we need to tackle climate change and biodiversity together, these twin challenges. Otherwise, we will be facing that existential threat. And as our chief scientist, Catherine Hayhoe, at the Nature Conservancy says, this is really very much about not just saving the planet, but saving us. Humans need both climate regulation and biodiversity to function together, to sustain ourselves, just as we need the hearts and the lungs in our body to work together to sustain ourselves. So we're welcoming our final speaker. And as I said, we have 3 speakers representing government, civil society, and the private sector. So I'm going to invite our speakers to kick us off today and introduce themselves. Welcome here. And to tell us also a little bit briefly about themselves, their role, and why this topic matters to them. So first of all, I'll invite you, Mr. Braulio de Souza Diaz. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. If you could introduce yourself and say a little bit about the role that you do.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for the invitation. This is an important issue for us. So I am professor of ecology at the University of Brasilia. But since June last year, I returned to the Brazilian Ministry of the Environment, which is now Environment and Climate Change, and back to my old job as Director for Biodiversity at the Ministry. So I'm coordinating the updating of the Brazilian MBSAP, where we are quite advanced, but not ready yet, so we cannot share the results so far with colleagues here at the COP, because we're still finalizing the discussions and negotiations in Brazil. I'm also coordinating the task force on adaptation for biodiversity and ecosystems to climate change. And I must say, I'm really frightened with the speed and intensity of extreme weather events all over the world and in Brazil. The big rivers in the Brazilian Amazon are dried. They have dried out, just like that. Fires everywhere. Floods in the south, huge floods. We're not prepared. Scientists have been telling us, we knew this would be coming, but not this fast and not this intense. We have many deniers of climate change in Brazil, unfortunately. I hope that at least these extreme weather events will help them change their mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, if I can invite you to introduce yourself, tell us a bit about your role and what you do at Nature United.
Yeah, thanks, Nor. My name is Sean MacArthur. I work as the Federal Government Relations Lead for Nature United. Now, for those of you who don't know, Nature United is the Canadian affiliate of the Nature Conservancy. And our work in Canada spans a number of decades, but under the moniker of Nature United, it has historically been in the area of supporting Indigenous-led conservation in the Great Bear region of British Columbia, in the Northwest Territories, way up in the north of Canada, and in northern Manitoba. But more recently, and the piece that I'll be speaking with you today about, we have been really leaning into natural climate solutions and what those solutions represent for farmers and agribusiness, for foresters, and for Indigenous communities looking to marry their economic development and the future competitiveness and vitality of land-based productive sectors with land use visions and biodiversity and climate change.
Thank you, Sean. And Mariona, can I invite you to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about what you do at WSP?
Hello, my name is Mariona Oliva. Thank you for inviting us today. I'm the Regional Director for Earth and Environment in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are a very big company, maybe the #1 right now in environment in the world, and we are very interested in being here because one of the main issues that we talk about every day is biodiversity in our projects. We do projects related to energy, to renewable energy, but also to other kinds of infrastructures such as roads or wastewater treatment plants, etc. And I think this COP is really interesting. I've been living here for 5 years. Now I don't live here anymore. I live in Panama. But I'm really happy that this COP is taking place in Colombia, where we have this huge biodiversity. And I think it's a very nice place to begin this conversation. Thank you.
Wonderful. We're so delighted to have you all with us and such a range of perspectives. What we are going to do is get into a panel discussion. So I'm going to ask the panelists some questions. And then we also will, if time allows, invite you as the audience to ask some questions as well. So do have a think about what questions you want to invite the panelists to address. But we're going to start with you, Braulio. You talked about the work that you're doing with your country's NBSAP. So I'm curious, what do you see as the opportunities for joint implementation in Brazil for the NBSAP and climate adaptation actions that really target biodiversity conservation? What are the key opportunities that you're seeing right now?
There are many opportunities. We still operate much of these agendas separately. So the challenge is to bring together the planning and implementation of these agendas. A first common priority for both agendas in Brazil is ecosystem restoration. So we're pushing very hard on this. We just adopted last week, the new national restoration plan for Brazil. So the plan is to restore at least 12 million hectares of degraded areas, giving special attention to degraded areas in protected areas, also including indigenous lands. The needs for restorations are huge in Brazil. So these 12 million will not be enough. We will need to restore more, but it costs. So we're making good progress in financing using blended funding initiatives in Brazil, and it's working quite well. Another strategy of working together, of course, is enhancing conservation. We have a huge number of protected areas in Brazil. We have the 30 by 30 target here for the GBF. At least on paper, Brazil is already on 50% of the country protected legally. The challenge for Brazil is to promote effectiveness in all these protected areas. A large part, so these are shared between the federal government, state governments, municipal governments, and the private sector. A good thing we have in Brazil is the Forest Code, established in 1934, that requires all land owners and users to protect the environment. That's a legal obligation in our constitution. And that is expressed in the requirement to protect all the vegetation along rivers, catchment areas, lakes, and high slopes. And apart from that, we have also requirements to protect area guidance on best practice to implement all these areas. Indigenous lands occupy some 14% of the country, but there's a big pipeline of indigenous land waiting for recognition in Brazil because it's a long legal process in Brazil. But the main requirement for these indigenous communities is having more partnership to help them restore areas that were degraded or to manage these areas for conservation and for their livelihood. So many challenges there. Thank you. And just for you to know, half of the land in Brazil is public and half is private. So we have to keep this in mind.
And so we may come back to that in a moment. Thank you, Braulio. Mariona, let's come to you next because we heard. Thank you, Braulio. Mariona, let's come to you next because we heard Braulio talking there about nature restoration and the National Restoration Plan. And your company is working with private sector companies that are thinking and acting in some quite progressive ways when it comes to investing in nature restoration. WSP, your firm, was involved in a joint industry civil society report that was launched earlier this year called Power Plant 2, which really looks at how to accelerate renewable energies in harmony with nature and people. So I wonder if you could share what insights you have from that report. Tell us a bit about it, and what were the key findings?
Okay, so I'm going to try to see if that works. I don't know if...
We might need some help with the slides. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Okay, so as you said, WSP in the UK was engaged in this study, which is called Power Plant 2, and it's a first of a kind. What we are trying to do here is doing a guidebook for biodiversity integration in power plant projects. So what we try to do here is to analyze what has already been done in the industry. So if there are already technical experts that are undertaking initiatives, and we are trying to involve the civil society, the industry, who is in Euroelectric, and also technical experts that can give their guidelines. The result of this study, okay, so the result of this study is 3 groups of principles to guide the integration through the life cycle of the project. So this study undertakes since the sitting to the decommissioning of a plant, for instance, of an aeolic plant. And what we have is different types of principles, as you can see here. And in the end, we managed to get 12 principles that are the guidelines to design all this type of plants. So I think this is quite interesting because it's trying to give a framework for everyone who wants to construct a power plant in Europe, and it's something that can be also used in other regions of the world. If you want to know more, sorry, I think we don't have it here, sorry, but I can provide the QR where you can download the whole study, and I think it's very interesting. This study is already published and it's official, so if you can use it if it's necessary for you.
Thank you, Mariona. And the Nature Conservancy was delighted to really be a partner in that report as well. And really, it's an example of companies who are investing in climate mitigation and deploying renewables faster, at the same time investing in biodiversity measures. Sean, that kind of research can be really valuable to inform business plans, to inform policymakers. And I know at Nature United, you've also recently published some research on the economic opportunities presented by natural climate solutions in Canada. So could you tell us a bit about what you've learned? What are those opportunities? What do they look like? And what does that mean for the discussions that are happening this week about mainstreaming nature into different parts of the economy?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe just to start with a little bit of context, in 2021, my colleague Ronnie Drever, known ubiquitously in Canada as Drever et al., released the peer-reviewed study on the mitigation potential of natural climate solutions in Canada. And he looked at 24 different pathways. This includes activities like grassland and forest protection, improved forest management, wetland restoration, so on and so forth. And that study found that natural climate solutions could deliver 78 megatons annually in mitigation potential. So just to put that in context a little bit, that's 11% of Canada's overall 2021 emissions. That study was highly influential in mobilizing some actually upwards of $8 billion in public investment in natural climate solutions. But the study also showed us that achieving the full mitigation potential of natural climate solutions in Canada was going to require $46 billion. So how do we bridge the gap? Clearly, that money is not all going to come from public sources, and we need to look towards private, philanthropic, and other sources of finance. So fast forward to the last year or so, Nature United, my organization, teamed up with Smart Prosperity Institute, that's one of Canada's leading environmental economic think tanks, to launch a project that we are calling unlocking the economic potential of natural climate solutions. And this project is built around 3 pillars. First is to fill knowledge gaps. Second is to build business cases for these types of investments that we're talking about. And third is to work with private sector partners to really mobilize a coalition of actors who want to make these decisions and to mobilize them around the policy interventions that can help, again, unlock the economic potential of natural climate solutions. So the report that you're referring to, we launched just 2 weeks ago, and I've got a flyer here with a QR code if you're interested. That'll take you straight to the report. Please take one of my postcards. That'll help me achieve one of my KPIs for this COP. And basically what that study established is that investments in natural climate solutions are at the very least cost competitive as compared to business as usual, plus you get all these things in terms of ecosystem services and goods, cleaner water, air, healthier and more productive soils, so on and so forth. Canada is a large natural resource-based economy. Agriculture and forestry are massive industries for us. In theory, the economic opportunities should be huge. So the question is, why is that private finance not following those opportunities? Just to give you a few numbers here, nutrient management in Canadian agriculture can generate up to $153 in on-farm benefits per hectare each year. Improved forest management in British Columbia alone, the province of British Columbia, can generate 2,700 plus jobs, full-time jobs. Working with Indigenous partners in the Northwest Territories, the Lutselk'e Dene people have built over the last number of years a conservation economy that generates $2.50 for every $1 invested. So the other thing that this study does is it proposes an accounting framework whereby project proponents and investors can actually start to account for some of those values in a way that normally has fallen off the balance sheet. What we'll be doing next is policy conditions and intersections between different ecosystems that are ripe for shovel-ready investments now, and working with investors to actually apply this accounting framework to these opportunities so that we can model them out, put the numbers in the one side of the sausage grinder and come up with a real representation of the jobs and GDP potential on the other side. From there, we want to be able to work with those actors to build a coalition of partners from the private sector to really send that demand signal and to identify the policy obstacles where certain interventions from both provincial and federal government in Canada can actually help those actors seize those opportunities, and again, solving at that time for both our biodiversity and climate targets, while bringing new life and competitiveness actually to industries that are actually suffering from the effects of climate change and biodiversity loss right now.
I'm going to invite Braulio to come in on that, because you just heard both Mariona and Sean talking about 2 reports, 2 examples where there's willingness from the private sector, and there's also research that's indicating the potential role that they can play. And I just wonder, Braulio, if you'd like to respond to that. What are you seeing as the opportunities in Brazil for unlocking greater investment from the private sector to help fulfill your MBSAT plans?
It's already happening, mostly through blended funding mechanisms and through green bonds emissions. So this is these 2 mechanisms have been attracting a lot of investment from the private sector in Brazil, both from companies based in Brazil, but also from international companies. So the opportunities are great. Unfortunately, many sectors in the economy, like agriculture, they only think short term. So that's a difficulty. So for those sectors in the economy that plan long term, it's easier because they already see where they need to go and the transition they need to make. But those that only plan for the short term, they are resisting change.
Have you had much interaction with, for example, the power sector, those who are investing in renewables, just to reflect on what Mariona was highlighting?
So energy, you mean? Brazil reduce oil transition. For example, automobiles. We still don't have good economic incentives for electric cars in Brazil. Most of the incentives are for the usual cars fed by gasoline. But then in Brazil, virtually all motors of all cars are blended. You can put gasoline or ethanol, or a mix of both. And all the gasoline sold in Brazil needs at least some 25% of ethanol. So we have that. But then there's still resistance in this sector to make true what was committed at the very end of COP28 in Dubai.
Thank you, Braulio. So then, Mariona, let's come back to you, listening carefully to what Braulio was saying there. Do you have any concrete examples, perhaps from the region that we're in, that could help us inspire investors and practitioners to really integrate biodiversity at the very heart of investing in renewable energies? How would you advise that
it works? Well, so in fact, we have around 15 examples in the report that we were talking about before, so you can take a look at examples in Europe. But as we are in Latin America, we would like to share with you an example of a very interesting project that we have here that is taking into account all the biodiversity problems. So this is the Colombia and Panama electrical interconnection. We are working on that at WSP. And here we need to have an environmental license for the Colombian part, for the Panamanian part, and this is going to be financed by the Inter-American Development Bank. So talking about biodiversity, here in this example, we have used the mitigation hierarchy, and we had to first decide where this line was going to cross through, because we have, as you may know, the Tapón del Darién in the northern part of Colombia and in the border with Panama, indigenous communities that we have here. So I think this is a very interesting example to see how we deal with that in Latin America. And the difference between Europe and Latin America is that we have much more, or really much more, indigenous communities that we have to talk to understand how the projects are going to affect them in terms of biodiversity, but also in terms of culture and how they feel about a project that is going to cross their.
So what you just said there about the presence of indigenous communities, Sean, may I ask you, because you have experience as well, how are stakeholders in agriculture and forestry in Canada and indigenous communities together mainstreaming nature and climate into their operations? Have you got any examples that you would like to share?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that the lens of natural climate solutions, it's interesting how for a number of years until maybe the point of inflection was COP achieving their climate targets. Increasingly, we find that these companies are coming to us saying, okay, now we need to talk about natural climate solutions in terms of how it advances conversations around nature and biodiversity within our organizations. So the NCS lens is helping them elevate nature alongside climate-related risks to their businesses, but they're also embracing natural climate solutions as a means to, on one hand, cost-effectively reduce those risks, but also to provide revenue stacking opportunities within their operations. So to take the example of agri-food companies, we're working with a number of producers associations and agri-food businesses, agribusinesses that are saying, look, we've committed to reducing our Scope 3 emissions. We're ready to invest. But in order to make those investments, we need to be working across the value chain, and that starts by working with farmers first and foremost. So then the argument becomes about, like, how do you go to farmers and talk to them about the values that they can now start to get from their lands by adding new crop rotations, or the cost that can be saved through nutrient management, reducing their dependence on costly inputs. Really interesting examples. We're in a pretty data-poor environment in Canada, if I can say that. But anecdotally, we are seeing things that are proven out in data coming from the United States, where farmers affected by extreme flooding or drought events, those that had been implementing natural climate solutions on their lands recovered faster and drew less on crop insurance, right? So these are very powerful arguments. Taking that to the forestry sector, for example, spacing and thinning practices are really critical to increase the resilience of our forests to wildfires. In 2023, for those who, I'm sure everybody saw it on the news, we emitted more greenhouse gases from forest fires than our entire economy put together, and it erased decades, don't quote me on that, erased years of gains in terms of GHG mitigation. So forestry companies are looking at, what sorts of new technologies and business ventures can be brought online to make use of the byproducts of these thinning and spacing practices in order to create a higher value add there, so that they can continue to do things that are good in terms of biodiversity, good in terms of climate change, but also make good business sense. On the Indigenous side of things, very quickly, really inspiring examples of Indigenous economic development corporations and Indigenous-run businesses who are buying out forestry tenures to set up carbon offset projects, launching climate-smart reforestation projects, combining that Indigenous knowledge with Western science to achieve outcomes that are far better than what we've been doing previously. The issue is that we've got 6 years to get ahead of the curve here, and these practices are not well known. They're not easy to replicate. They're very localized from one place to the next, and so they're not happening at scale. There's a serious lack of data and MRV systems to support the kinds of business decisions that we need to see happening, the types that I'm describing here. Another issue, of course, is that nature's many social and economic values typically fall off of the balance sheet. That means that these practices are undervalued, unaccounted for, and uncompensated. And finally, we need to see enabling conditions, as we've seen put in place for on the climate side of things for many years, to support businesses that want to bridge that gap between economy and nature.
Thank you, Sean. So there's a lot of knowledge. We need to share it. So get that QR code circulating that you mentioned earlier. So I'm going to pause because I've got loads of questions I can continue asking you all, but I want to see if you in the audience are sitting with any questions. And if you do, please raise your hand. I invite you to say who you are, where you're from. And I think that there is a roving mic somewhere, so we'll come to you. I see the gentleman in the third row. If we can bring the mic to you. There we go. If you raise your hand, make it easy. Please tell us who you are and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Owen Griffiths from Volvo Cars. It's a question for you, Marianne. This is a really interesting project, and it sounds like you've come out of it in a really positive way. I guess the question really is, were there examples or cases in here where, by following the sort of the sustainable route, you were putting more cost onto the project, or was it that the project just found a route that turned out to be okay? And if you were accounting for it, what sort of logic did you use?
Well, that's a very good question or comment, because every time you try, the costs go up. And in this exact case, the cost went very up. So this is a difficult combination because you want to protect nature, but to protect nature, you have to avoid certain areas of Latin America. Then to protect nature in Panama, we have really high trees. So you have to do really high lines, and that costs a lot. So I would say it's an ongoing process where you try to find an equilibrium between protecting nature and having the right cost. But for sure, sometimes it's difficult for the company that is constructing that to understand that they are gonna, but the combination is quite complicated, as you say, and we must admit that it's not easy for companies that construct transmission lines to find this equilibrium.
It is a really good question. In fact, I really do suggest a reading of that report, because in the case of renewable energy, a lot of the findings in the report showed that investing early and putting biodiversity at the heart of planning actually had corporate payback in terms of reduced planning permitting times, your project more likely to go on time, on budget. So I think actually what we were seeing from the respondents from the renewable energies sectors, companies themselves, is that it actually made very good business sense. And so it was a very inherent business case for doing that. Are there any other questions? Is that a question at the back? Oh, somebody stood up. Let me turn back to the panel then in that case. And I'd like to come back to you, Braulio, because we're sitting here today at the COP16, as I said at the beginning, the biodiversity COP, or as I very much like it's described, the People's COP by our host, Colombia. But in about a year's time, we hope that many of us will be with you and your fellow compatriots at COP30 in Belém. And so really we have this opportunity to build a bridge between the two COP agendas, very much speaking to the theme of today's discussion. Can I invite you to tell us a little bit about what your hopes are for that road to COP30, and how can we use Brazil's leadership and Colombia's leadership as well to really try to drive more coherence between the two climate and biodiversity agendas between these COPs?
Sure. Minister Susana from Colombia sent an invitation to Minister Marina in Brazil for Brazil to be a partner of Colombia in this transition between COP16 and COP30. So there is willingness on this. There is one sticking point we're still discussing in Brazil to see if we can find a good solution. The issue is promotion, a more formal, a more intensive promotion of synergy between the three Rio conventions. So we like this idea. We have been proposing this idea, but there are sectors in Brazil that resist this. So we have to finalize these internal negotiations before we can come back to Minister Susana and say, okay, we can sign off on this. So that's a situation. Certainly, both COPs being in Amazonian countries, there's a lot of common interest. We want to explore more. So on our side, for COP30, we want to provide more space for biodiversity in that COP, for sure. But we still are working on the plans for that. So we don't know, we don't have the details for that at this point in time. So there's a lot of interest, lots of challenges yet. As I mentioned earlier, a big challenge inside Brazil is in the fossil fuel sector. They are resisting to start the transition. So this is a big challenge in Brazil. It's not just the companies. The Brazilian government that deals with energy is resisting. So it's an internal fight. The Ministry of Energy and Petrobras, which is the big Brazilian oil company, they want to start exploring oil in the Amazon mouth. And we are resisting this, right? So we don't see the need for that. People that are dedicated to the oil sector, they say, well, all the oil production in Brazil, and Brazil is a big producer of oil, is only guaranteed for the next 10 years. So they say we need to start planning, opening up new areas for exploration. That's their logic. We question them, saying, why do we need to have new territories to produce oil when we could provide all the needed additional energy through renewable sources? That's what we want. Of course, even renewable sources have their impact on the environment. Building new hydropower, hydroelectric plants, for example, has impacts. Production of biofuels has impacts. Even setting up new wind towers has potential impacts for birds, for example. Currently, there's a lot of discussion in Brazil whether or not we will authorize establishing wind power plants in our seas, in our coastal regions. So far, it's not allowed. So it's an internal fight in Brazil. So there's still many points that we need to improve so that we can really be more proactive in this transition from COP16 to COP30. But we want to do it. We want to be a partner of Colombia.
Thank you. I think that gives a lot of us hope, and also maybe some ideas for future events, because you mentioned a few things there I think that we could dive into, and obviously today we don't have time. Let me just check with the audience. Any other questions? I see a hand over there. Gentleman in the second row. Let's come to you next. If you can just let us know who you are and where you're from, and which of our panelists you would like to direct the question. Thank you.
I guess my question's for the whole panel. My name is Fel. I'm from Colombia, but I'm here with Birds Canada. I think we've been hearing a lot about how to integrate all of these changes with economic activities, and how there are ways in which efforts to mitigate climate change synergize with efforts to preserve biodiversity. But as you've just mentioned, there's also some examples in which the creation of, for example, new green infrastructure can sometimes be counterproductive to that. And I'm wondering if there's any interest or there are any efforts to harmonize already existing green infrastructure to help prevent biodiversity loss. You just mentioned windmills being a big impact for bird collisions. I know of a study that suggests that painting a single blade of a windmill black reduces collisions by almost 70%. In the case of solar panels, there's tons of efforts to improve biodiversity in specific areas through agrovoltaics. And I'm kind of wondering if more so than just the new development, the creation of new energy sources, there's also any intent or any efforts to harmonize already existing infrastructure with biodiversity preservation.
Sure.
Would you like
if
to
I
go
may,
first? Yeah.
there's lots of new technological solutions we could use for avoiding collision of birds in buildings. Toronto has a good experience. So they have for years now required putting a mesh on new windows so the birds can see and avoid hitting the buildings. I think the big question, you have all seen, for example, the protests from farmers in Europe and other parts of the world about new requirements for farmers to set aside more land for conservation, for example, or to reduce use of pesticides, which we want to reduce. The big question here is who is going to pay the cost for these things? So the technologies are there. The solutions exist. The question is, who is going to pay the cost? Are the farmers the one to go to pay the cost? Are the governments the one that will pay the cost? So this is something we need to discuss in our society. So for example, with climate change, the extreme weather events in Brazil, we have had increased crop failures, harvest failures in Brazil. The cost of crop insurance in Brazil has increased 7 times in the last 2 years. Who's going to pay the cost for that, right? So it's not for lack of technical and scientific solutions. We have those. The problem is how to develop and implement those solutions that all the different sectors will accept, right? And the big question again is how do we split the cost within society? How much governments are willing to pay? How much the companies will be willing to pay? How much the farmers are willing to pay? This is a tough discussion.
And that is an excellent question. I'm going to invite the other panelists to come in and maybe bridge to that, because indeed, the debate in Europe has moved to what is the role of incentives, and how can Europe has moved to what is the role of incentives, and how can policy drive those incentives that make doing the right thing make good business sense. So Sean, I wonder if you could perhaps come in on that. What do you think we can be doing through policy to stimulate greater investment in nature positive practices in the sectors that you've been looking at?
Yeah, so as part of this this project that I've been talking about, we conducted a scan of the policies, the policy asks that have been put forward over the last number of years by forestry companies and industry associations, agriculture, indigenous groups as well. And it's actually quite striking how similar the policy asks are. And really they fall into 4 broad categories. One is that these industries are looking for policy direction. They want directional sector policies that are going to tell actors across the value chain, bridging this gap. They want data gaps to be filled in order to be able to launch and argue in favor of these sorts of products. They need to be able to justify them. Farmers are entrepreneurs first and foremost. They need to make informed business decisions. They need help diversifying and de-risking investments. And you had mentioned blended finance, public-private partnerships. They need to know that the government is with them in moving down this path, and that includes a range of direct and indirect financial incentives. And finally, they need help maturing markets so that they can have some assurance of revenues over time, and that can include things like a maturation of the voluntary offset market, but also connecting investable projects with investors themselves. So, I mean, coming back to your point about green infrastructure, not my area of expertise, but there is a really great example that's often spoken about in the Canadian context of a municipality in British Columbia that costed out the difference between doing a gray infrastructure water treatment facility versus a restoration of wetlands. And it came out that the latter was just as effective, far less costly, requiring far less maintenance over time. So this comes back to that point that I was making earlier about the need to be able to elevate and sort of standardize and typify these types of projects. 2 weeks ago, I was in Toronto for the UN PRI, Principles for Responsible Investments, 2,000 investors from around the world saying, yeah, we've moved down the path of climate change to some degree. They're now starting to dabble in the area of nature, and there's impact investors and agri-food companies and so on, and they're saying there's just we're just looking for a pipeline of projects. So getting to that place over the next short while, I think, is going to be our MO as those of us working in this field.
Thanks, Sean. And Mariona, I was reminded by some of the comments and the good question that was asked that some of the focus in Power Plant 2, the report that you described, also looks at the role of including sustainability criteria in auctioning for wind projects. So you actually build in an incentive, creates a competitive advantage for those who are able to respond at the tendering and auctioning phase more favorably. When we think about the role of policy mechanisms like that governments can introduce, what are the other policy recommendations that you would advise that we need governments to be thinking about? Do we need a globally recognized set of policies that would drive renewables in a more nature-inclusive way?
I think we need it. It's really, a good comment because you find very different situations in different regions, in different countries, and the requirements can be very different depending on the regulations that you have. And I think that if we had like an international standard, or maybe not regulation, but international standards, that could help a lot when we think of investment. If I take the case of Colombia, for instance, we have a lot of investors that want to do renewable energy plants, but the main problem is the time that you take to get the permitting done. So an environmental impact study can cost you a lot, and that maybe does not make sense. So if we had like international regulations that could maybe help in this sense, and that could maybe help the investors of other parts of the world to understand what we are dealing with in different regions. So yes, I would say the next step of our study should be an international standard, not only a European standard, but an international one.
Thank you. Well, you might have some willing participants maybe in the audience, I see from some of the reactions there. We started a bit late, so I have been told that we have got a little bit more time if anyone's sitting with another question in the audience. I see a hand there, gentleman on the second row. And then I think we'll wrap up and close for today.
Thank you so much, and apologies, but Birds Canada is monopolizing the mics this time. My name is Greg Spiro. I'm Senior Director of International Cooperation and Conservation at Birds Canada. And I really was interested in this panel because of the dual discussion and the bringing together of climate and biodiversity. And in the financing of those conventions, we know that we have $100 billion per year needed for climate. We know that we have $20 billion needed for nature. We also know that governments around the world and private sector are not meeting those targets. So from some governments and from some actors, we're talking about merging the two climate and biodiversity finance frameworks. Does that offer a opportunity or an additional risk in your mind?
Thank you for the thoughtful question. Braulio, I look at you first if you maybe want to take that. Yeah.
The first thing that comes to mind to people in Brazil is the risk of double accounting. So people, governments and companies might be telling, okay, we're investing. And then we're concerned that many solutions for climate are not good for biodiversity. So we need to make sure about that, right? So the first thing that comes to mind is risks on this. If we were having a better atmosphere in terms of building up the financing for environment and climate, I would say yes. But as you mentioned, we're not seeing this yet. And we have a recipe for failure here because we adopted very ambitious targets 2 years ago, and we have only 6 years to implement them. And most countries are still revising their NBSAP. It's the case of Brazil, for example. I guess only some 25 countries have so far finalized this process. And some of these countries have not apparently done a good job because their new targets in several countries are not well aligned with all the global framework. So I see a recipe for a big failure in 2030 unless we start moving fast. And we need the finance to do that. We need to use all sorts of funding.
Thank you. Sean and then Mariona, either of you want to come in on that one? Or got 2 minutes left.
I'm not sure I want to make much of a value judgment on it, but I mean, when that amount a number of years ago, I think that finally came through in 2021, 22, I'm dating myself here now, up to $5.3 billion over 5 years. What they said was that 20% of that amount would go to biodiversity. And so I think that allows for a sweet spot in the middle for projects to answer on both. What I wouldn't want is for these things to become so bifurcated that we're underselling the potential of natural climate solutions to affect these things at the same time. Another interesting example, again, sorry if I sound like a broken record and you're not too interested in what happens in Canada, but I think we've got some good examples to share, was that following COP15, we pushed for climate, nature, and equally help prevent some of the issues that you might have when you're building a renewable energy installation, but also need to protect birds, for example.
And of course, Canada is one of those countries that has dedicated a portion of its climate finance for nature, and a few other countries have done that as well. The UK, as example, Germany. In fact, actually, look out for later this week another event where you'll see the new nature finance dashboard being released, which actually shows your finance dashboard being released, which actually shows progress on this. I think that data will be quite revealing to say who is really thinking about these two things in that joined up way, which countries are ahead and which have more to go. Mariona, I don't know if you want to add anything there, otherwise we wrap it up.
Yeah, just to say that from a Latin American point of view, the problems I think are a little bit different because we don't have that much funding and we need to find it in the private sector sometimes. So it's good if the initiatives are clear and we have an integrated initiative instead of many different ones, because what we need to get is to financing from the private sector and the multilaterals, etc., to develop all that we want to develop in Latin America. So we have a different point of view, but again, integrating, I think, would be something good in order to advance more quickly and to maybe be able to stop these sectors that maybe don't let us advance, for instance, in renewable energy. So a little bit of order, I think, would be great in order to advance faster.
Thank you so much. I feel like we've only just started to really get going and we could really keep going, but sadly we don't have time. So please join me in a round of applause for our wonderful distinguished speakers. And to you, the audience, it's been great to see a real mix of folks and also more folks from the private sector, I think, than I've ever seen before. Really good to see that. Let's hope for COP30, if I may say, as well, next year in Belém, we can once again maybe see Mother Nature front and center for Climate COP, we hope, and we're encouraged by your remarks.
You need to start praying that COP30 will be not be under fire and smoke.
Let's hope that's not the case. Thank you, Braulio, Sean, and Mariona, and to you, the audience. Good day.
Yeah, that was great.
Gracias. Voy a hablar si hay problemas. That's all I have to do. microphone. So I need to get here and you to the other end, and then you actually lost. Oh. Is there a way of putting a clock on here so I can see the minutes? Oh, so I can see the minutes. No, I not you.
Welcome everybody to our Green Muscle Memory Environmental Education Addressing Global Challenges talk, and also discussion and a plenary and some activities as well. Thank you very much for thinking this is as well. Thank you very much for thinking this is a good topic. And just to say that this is transformative experiential environmental education, and we're looking at innate green muscle memory to enable learners to instinctively make environmental friendly choices. So this is education for conservation, which aspires to prepare learners for global conservation, which aspires to prepare learners for global challenges. It equips learners not just with knowledge, but shapes attitudes and lasting behavioral change for a more sustainable future. We are from Arusha, and Arusha is a global family of conservation organizations working together to live out God's calling to care for creation. We work with everyone, people of faith and people with any ideas, no faith, whatever. We are very open to working with everybody, and we do. So we work in 22 countries, and you can see them colored in here, from Peru to Australia, Lebanon to States to Holland and Portugal, all over the place. So these are the stats from 2023, our global environmental education metrics, and you can see that we had 647 environmental activities, and then our outreach was about 82,213 people. But we do actually have another 3 million to add from TV work as well in Nigeria, but we don't normally put that in there because it looks a bit too big. And the sort of number of participants, the sort of way we're looking at things is we're actually using a nature positive metric. So we're looking at number of participants who gained nature positive knowledge and attitudes and changed behavior through Arusha's environmental education. So it is all geared to nature positive knowledge. The sort of things they've been doing are camps, educational group visits, conferences, community activities, field trips, workshops, training sessions, wildlife clubs. We're talking about non-formal, formal, any sort of education. And we do sort of ESD, we do conservation for nature. It's called environmental education, but it's hugely encompassing. Conservation for nature. It's called environmental education, but it's hugely encompassing everything. So what is this? This is your brain. Maybe not quite today, after lunch, but these are all the synapses whizzing around in your brain. And areas of the brain, there are different bits. I don't know whether anybody's experts in different bits of the brain, but they actually, they're motor skills, and all these areas of the brain help us to coordinate our muscles. So it's not the muscle in your body that's remembering it, it's something in your brain. So this is an amazing phenomenon of muscle memory. So, okay, we learned to ride a bicycle. It wasn't easy. People fall off. You remember training some of your kids, pretty difficult. That's muscle memory. Okay, there you go, strong muscle. Learning to cook. Learning to knit. I've never been able to do that very well, but hey, somebody tried. Learning to play a musical instrument. Driving. Now, how many of you have driven from A to B and got there by magic? You didn't actually remember how you got there. There are different sorts of muscle memory, and one of them is actually one that has got a huge long name, and you just do it automatically without even thinking. And there we are, have the last one. Dancing. And if you think about all of those, they don't come necessarily naturally. They need a bit of attention, they need knowledge, they need action, and they need repetition. So what is green muscle memory? Well, it sort of came round. I saw it online to do with World Earth Day. And I hadn't really seen it before. And then I did lots of research into it. And it's been around a bit. So I want to thank Bryce Kuhn, the Director of Education, for the initiatives of the Earth Day, because this is where I saw it and then have done a lot more research since then. Transformative education, subconscious inclination. So here we go. There are lots of definitions, as you can imagine, with anything. So it's developing habits, routines, attitudes by performing eco-friendly actions repetitively and constantly. So it's no good doing one bit one week and the next year another bit. It has to be quite regular. Using behaviours that move us towards net zero carbon with little or no conscious effort. How are we going to do it? How are we going to motivate people? Helping to alleviate eco-anxiety through a heart, head and hands pedagogical approach. So a lot of people, a lot of young people have eco-anxiety. It's been found that if they do something and action, it will actually help with that. So heart, head and hands approach. And then I've won this bold on the bottom one there, is developing our subconscious inclination towards making environmentally friendly choices through transformative education. A bit wider, covering all the other ones. So I would like to say about education being very, very fundamental, and we've seen it in the GBF now, is that no conservation can be effective unless we change the way we live and act. And that is molded by how and what we learn. Education is fundamental. Think about the world's population today. Half of the world's population is under 30, and 30% of that is under 18. They will sustain conservation in the future. So what we're looking at is transformative, place-based experiential environmental education. I know, a bit of a mouthful. And this open learning, we have chosen convenience, saving time and effort, which have led to bad habits, harming our planet. We need to take a critical look at the consequences of our decisions, and that's why this is so important. So let's have a look what they'll be looking at tomorrow, I believe. Section K, communication, education, awareness and uptake. This is the thing we've been looking at loads, but integrating transformative education is actually underpinning all of the global biodiversity framework. So let's have a look at some examples that will give us a bit of hope, and it's rather wonderful. So this is in Uganda. Here we have some teacher education, and also we have environmental education practitioner visits from other parts of Africa who visit, and they all learn from each other. Kitchen gardens, all the children have kitchen gardens, and each learner looks after a particular part every day, every year, all the time, repetitive learning. The sack gardens, you can see, this is a child-led household initiative, and what happened is in this particular school, the teachers did this sack gardening with the children, and then the parents wanted the sacks, and now they're all in their houses all over the community. So this is a child-led household initiative. And I can't grow cabbages that big. I grow cabbages, but I'm always amazed by what I see in Uganda. Okay, this is another slide showing a different sort of angle of what we do. Camps, wildlife clubs, and forest schools. Hands-on, bit of the hands-on part that affects the heart. These are from Nigeria and Canada and Switzerland and all the other places that we work. I believe that is part of this one, and now we're going to have a song from Ghana, please. No, from the beginning, please. With the sound. This is written by children and performed by children, and all the pictures are by children in Ghana.
Once I be eradicated from the earth, we have only 4 years to live. No more bees, no more pollination, no more plants, no more animals, no more humans, no more earth. No more humans, no more earth.
Let us take an action and make our voices heard. In now we save the world and save the earth. Let us take an action and make our voices heard. In now we save the world and save
stop polluting the ocean. Just come and join our crew. Let's go.
Let us take an action and make our voices heard. In now we save the world and save the earth. Let us take an action and make our voices heard.
Thank you. And now we have part 2 of the slides, please. Okay, continuing. Another area of our work. So, turning off the tap on plastic, and we do nurdle hunting. So, it's to do with education, green muscle memory as a tool to fight against plastic. Education on the reality of plastics is crucial. People have to understand the extent of the waste on our planet, its toil on effects of wildlife, microplastics on human health. And understanding the effects of plastic waste is a foundation for further action. So we have the information, we have the research. And then we have plastic-free campaigns. Look at these children, what they've been doing with plastic bottles. So we have regular community cleanups to sensitize community members about the dangers of open plastic waste disposal. A lot of people burn plastic bottles. And then there's a creative use of this plastic because they haven't got recycling or anything. They've got to think about something. And they use this in the schools. So this little girl on the wall, down there, they're using little drop irrigation by the plastic. We also take this plastic-free February from Russia around the world. And here you can see this is France and Portugal and Netherlands. And this is for adults, this is for churches, this is for communities, for people who want to try to live without. This is single plastic use. So joining together with different hashtags and doing different activities, orchards or parks, avoiding containers with microplastics, checking labels on clothing to check on the plastic content, including makeup and stuff like that, fitting filters to washing machines, and so it goes on. And encouraging governments and doing that bit of advocacy as well by their actions. And just to see how difficult it is to give up using plastic. Normal stuff. So this is the Knust group in Ghana University. And then we've got some environmental education of teachers in Russia, Kenya. This is the third one, reading a book on hope. That's all about eco-anxiety and what to do. Hope is the answer. And we've heard that in many places already. And then the last one is in a school as well. Outdoor, of course. We're indoors, outdoors. These are the same people doing stuff. So we have tree planting very regularly, saving mangroves, learning about mangroves, taking teachers into mangroves so they can then pass that information on. Lots of beach work. This is in Kenya. Children and communities and women's groups. So what about using creative art, poetry and music? This is Russia, Ghana. We've got a poetry competition here. They also do a lot of drama. And then there's something very interesting here. This is the collaborative education tool, Council of All Beings. We actually ran this session 2 years ago at the COP15. And this is the awareness of connection, belonging and interdependence between humans and the natural world. It involves being the tree, being the rock, and taking role play. And so that way of learning is by observing body thinking, and then empathizing, and then having innovative actions to how to change what they think. And this is done with school children, it's done with communities, it's done all together in a community. And then we have this for the people who are actually teaching, not necessarily even environment education, teaching conservation, teaching whatever, but that conservation, we're all conservationists. So this is EE conferences and teacher workshops, and this is what Russia International does with other organizations, the Russia organizations. And here we have just this summer in Kenya on the beach, walking along. It looks idyllic, doesn't it? It was idyllic. And then learning in a classroom situation, and a forestry institute in Ghana, and then going out to schools and learning from one place to another, and then taking smart learning from country to country to country. And this is the last slide, rather a jolly one. And what I'd like to say is that you're now going to see and hear from my colleagues from around the world about some little case studies to show how green muscle memory is actually adapted. So for the first person to come up, I believe, is Seth. This is Dr. Seth Appiah, Kubi Appiah, and he is the National Director of Arusha, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, so just a few minutes, I'll share a case study of species protection that we do at Arusha, Ghana. And we've chosen the species pangolin. And why pangolin? Pangolin is the most trafficked mammal on Earth. And they are very wonderful animals. We need them. We need them in our ecosystem. They eat several thousands of ants in a day, making the soil fertile and loose enough to support plant life and food production. So they are very important. They are trafficked for several reasons, for their scale and for mythical usage that are not real. Some are for purposes of for healing. So usually they are taken from the forest, and then they are scaled, and then they are shipped abroad. So we've put a program into place to protect the wonderful pangolin. So on the left, on my left, is where we're using the heart approach. So this is where we go to those who do the trafficking, who do the actual trade, and try to educate them and reason with them and be involved in our campaign to win their hearts. On the other side, it's winning their head. So where people would reason, so to a point that when they come across pangolin, they do call our center to come for them. And we do rescue them. We do road shows also on every February, which is the Pangolins Week. We do a lot of road shows to educate people with students. Practically, if you come to our center, we've set up a pangolin rescue cages. So we've created an environment as close as the natural pangolin environment. And when we rescue them, we keep them on the left. Around in the forest, we've put an enclosure that would not let them escape, so that we examine them. And in an hour, less than a day, we need to transfer it to its natural habitat. So we go out to release them back to the natural environment. And these are photos of some of the release. And on the down there, you see a happy pangolin going back to where it belongs. And we do a lot of education. The big poster on the left is where a restaurant that uses a lot of pangolin as for meals agreed to put this signboard there, and also to say that it's not going to use pangolin in its list on the menu. So that was a good thing, and even to allow this as an education to others. With the school's education, Sarah has talked a lot about education. We've published the pangolin book, for children to read, a pangolin story, a very nice story for school children, so that they will take over the education and the protection of our pangolins. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you. It sounds like we do lots of things in February. We do work the rest of the year as well. Thank you for Seth. Now we'd like to see a film of India, Russia, India's work, please. This is a whiz around the world, as you probably noticed. I believe there's music to go with this. Thank you, Russia, India, for that. And probably you'll have to look at that on a bit more slowly to take in all the information when you look at it on the live recordings, which would be fantastic. So now I'd like to introduce Avinash Krishnan, who is the National Director of Russia, India.
Thanks, Sarah. Can I slide? Firstly, thank you all for coming and listening to our stories and our journeys. The thing about, just to take over from Seth, I have another case study, and if you noticed the previous video, we emphasized on the word research, and that's something that's been our strongest forte in terms of using research and translate that into environment, education, policy, and governance. This is a project which is trying to address this issue of elephant and human vehicle collisions, and this is a smart technique that we came up with primarily to understand as to why the elephants cross the road. So the project was titled Installing Early Warning Signals for Elephants Crossing Roads in India, a part of India which is densely populated with people as well as elephants. If you look at it at a scale of Asia, because we work with Asian elephants, and we happen to have about 3.6 billion people and about 50,000 elephants in just Southeast Asia under the GBF, which is Target 4. And we have at least 700 odd people dying, and about well, in the Indian context, we have about 500 people and about 500 people and about 250 elephants that get killed every year. So it's important that we address this exacerbating concern that kind of fosters coexistence or co-living between elephants and people. So this is particularly in the area that Arusha India works, and we've been working here for close to 2 decades now. It's a very small national park, but it's connected to a very large landscape of about 8,000 odd elephants. And in this park alone, we have about 300 elephants, which is as much as the population size of elephants in Bangladesh. The park is also located in a structured sense of having the third populous city on the northern part, and we have about roughly 200 odd kilometers of road networks that crisscross this protected area. Just to add some context of what we're trying to arrive at. So we come across a lot of news articles on and off, unfortunately, about people getting killed and elephants getting hit. And we kind of brainstormed and discussed with a lot of stakeholders to come up with a solution. So the only thing that we could think of or smartly think of was to emulate the traffic signals that we have in cities that kind of tells us as to when to stop and when to proceed. And that's something that we're very naturally conditioned to, something that's not green, but definitely muscle memory. So we wanted to do something that was a smart device that would probably early warn commuters and automate detection, something that could obviously mimic a traffic signal so that people could relate to very easily. And it's something that could also synchronize with the movement of people, because these roads are also used by people as well as elephants. And also something that can be scalable and also to be more effective in order to reduce false positives, which is wrong detections. So we came up with that device, which is basically an elephant crossing signal, which works on an infrastructure which is very simple, that mimics a burglar alarm. So it has an infrared beam. So just for dummies to understand, this is a forest, and then you have farms on the other side, and you have a road that cuts across this landscape, and you have these posts, these man posts. Most protected areas in the world have this, or most forests have it. And then you have elephants that kind of cross these roads, primarily moving between habitats. So this is the device. It has a transmitter and a receiver. And that's an example of a bike passing through. And then when an elephant or a car or something like that passes through, you have these signals that are planted at the beginning and the end of the road, which start blinking. Well, this warns commuters that there is an elephant nearby and one must exercise the road with caution. And similarly, the device is also able to send out SMSs as broadcast messages to the manned checkpost, so that if they do notice vehicles, they could also physically warn them. So the research component was very instrumental in building this project to identify the problem and critical locations wherein elephants are crossing and where these roads are. And it also was important to train and educate the concerned stakeholders, especially the local folk, the village folk who live around the forest, where they often use the roads to ply between shops and schools and so on and so forth. And then the forestry department that manages these roads and the forest and the elephants had to also be trained in terms of how these devices are used and how it could actually benefit them in terms of their regular monitoring and surveillance. What this actually did in the context of green muscle memory, which is what we're trying to actually say, it brought in a period of what we call as a golden hour, which was essentially between 9 o'clock in the night and about 3 and 4 in the morning. And that's when we actually saw a lot more detections across the different areas in which these signals or these signal units were installed. And this very naturally kind of brought in a practice amongst the community as to avoid these roads during that time, and also to utilize, if they had to, for emergency, they had to probably use the road around that golden hour, they could probably look at carpooling systems and public transport so that they can avoid individual encounters with people, and also thereby also in some sense fitting to the green muscle memory theory of reducing carbon emissions and so on and so forth, because we're looking at a scale of about 1 million people moving around these roads, and I'm sure that really contributes to adding to the green muscle memory. That's it, and this is something that I thought I could add to, but in terms of the talk, I'm done. Yeah. No, but this is just to highlight in terms of detections how the number of detections increased in certain roads, and when this was also related to communities, we're still monitoring this, but we're also assuming that this would also add to the target 4 GBF, which is to promote coexistence and mitigate human-wildlife conflict. So we're assuming that around 10 people on an average could be averted, or 10 collisions in a year could be averted from this device. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that happens not just in February, it happens all year round. That's good. Next, we have a speaker from Peru, a bit closer to us here in Colombia. This is going to be in Spanish, but with English slides as well. And this is Dr. I would call her Dr. Angeles, but she has a much larger name. She will tell you. I will pass you. Here we are, Angeles. So Angeles is the board chair of Arosha Peru and also the director of conservation and science. Here we are. Here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon. First, join me in a mental exercise. When you heard memories, raise your hand during all the presentation. If you read in the PPT memory or memories, raise your hand. If you hear memory, raise your hand. Oh? Okay. Yo les voy a hablar de 3 proyectos. Cada uno de ellos involucra transversalmente a la educación ambiental. Si ustedes observan esa imagen, estos niños están construyendo un jardín en su escuela. Están atentos, si se notan, están inclusive con las mascarillas, es durante la pandemia. Y cada uno de ellos se siente involucrado desde el principio en una relación de cómo yo puedo recrear en mi jardín en donde yo vivo. Este es un proyecto en el bosque seco y ellos quieren recrear en su escuela las plantas que ellos utilizan y cuidan. También hay ecoclubs. Nosotros trabajamos con ecoclubs. Se reparten semillas, ellos escogen las semillas de qué es lo que se alimentan y lo cultivan dentro de en sus colegios. Y entonces tienen la memoria, hey, great, en la memoria, todo lo que ellos aprendieron, ¿no? Todo lo que ellos comen, ¿no? Y a partir de eso van creando una memoria participativa en toda la familia. Cuidar, participar desde el principio a nivel comunitario en cómo crecen las plantas del bosque. Estas el bosque seco, este es un algarrobo, y ellos forman una conciencia, una memoria acerca de cómo ellos están cuidando sus plantas, su bosque. También se traslada en la cultura. Este es un grupo de mujeres artesanas del bosque seco, recuperando el saber tradicional sobre el uso de una planta que se llama totora. Ellos tienen una conciencia, una memoria de todo lo que ellos han aprendido en su vida, ¿no? Lo que fue trasladado de sus padres y ellos trasladarán a sus hijos. También hacemos fiestas, ¿no? Fiestas donde le denominamos fiestas de la creación o fiestas con los niños donde ellos pueden representar a diferentes animales o plantas dentro del bosque y recuerdan dentro de su memoria las cosas que ellos quieren imaginar, quieren dejar en el futuro, ¿no? También trabajamos con iglesias y aquí ustedes ven un grupo de jóvenes que están voluntarios, que están teniendo diferentes acciones, limpiar su ciudad, viven en la ciudad, limpian también el río cerca de sus casas y sus actividades comprometen tener memoria de cómo era antes su espacio, ¿no? Cómo le contaban sus padres, cómo recordaban ellos recordaban cómo era su comunidad, ¿no? y guardan, por lo tanto, en su memoria el poder trasladar esto a sus hijos. Aquí los vemos jóvenes en diferentes actividades. Y por último, ¿no? Esta es una escuela en un proyecto que se llama Proyecto Amazonía, donde los niños están escogiendo el nombre de su ecoclub. En este caso, ellos deciden el nombre Caxari. Caxari es un nombre asociado a un ave en Amazonía. Entonces, sus padres les contaron sobre esta ave y ellos están observando y quedando en su memoria en cada momento cómo ellos quisieran que esa ave se conserve, ¿no? Y por eso le llaman Caxari a su ecoclub. Y por último, me gustaría que vean ese rostro de esta mujer. En su memoria está la historia de su pueblo, de su comunidad, de lo que ella quiere para su futuro. Entonces, a mí me gustaría que ustedes también guarden en su memoria la creación, la naturaleza y lo dejen esa memoria en sus hijos. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Ángeles. Bueno, es un poco de ejercicio también, ¿no? Yeah, green. Yeah, oh, sorry. I won't mention the word. It's okay, you can relax. Now, if you've got any questions, we've got about a few minutes for questions, if you'd like, any questions. Or we can then continue. If you haven't got any questions now, you might have some later, in group work. So any questions at all at the moment at this stage, from what you've heard, of what you've seen? No? Okay. Right, this means that you've got lots of work to do now. This is your fault. Okay, so could you get into groups of 2 or 3 people, just the people next to you, so you don't have to move anywhere? Okay, now I'd like you to talk about how you are going to put some green muscle memory into something you do in your work. It doesn't have to be environmental education. It can be at home, it can be at work, it can be whatever you like. And then you are going to share that with us. You've got to give us three things per group, or however many people there are in your group. So 1 thing per person, and we're going to share that. So you have a few minutes now to do that. So here we go. Thank you. Okay, you've had your time, sorry. Hola. Ustedes ya, eso es. Gracias. Okay. Después de la foto allá. Detrás ya, lindo, ¿no? Gracias. I'd like everybody, each person to say what they were thinking, what was their example, and how we're going to move on with this screen muscle memory idea going forward. So we'll have the photograph group at the back to start with. Aha. Those who sit at the back are always chosen. Aha. So, Peter, you start. Are there microphones? Yeah, there's coming. Okay, thank you. Pass it on when you've done your talk. No, it's not working. Another one?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, I thought of making compost yourself from your own home scraps and growing things in that and doing that together with your family. It's a regular thing. Throw it in the compost and look what happens. And it creates a lot of biodiversity in your yard too, with animals coming into the compost. Instead of putting it in the compost bin and it being taken away, and that trains you to have the creation actually, nature being close to you, and that you can influence that in a positive way.
And in the end, your children will just do it automatically.
Yes, they do it automatically, yes.
Yeah, after a while, because we've heard of other struggles over there. We'll hear a bit about that in a minute. Thank you.
G'day, I was thinking about, because when I go to sleep, I listen to white noise, and I'm thinking about swapping that to more nature-based noises, so that way I can start recognizing different sounds. So when I'm out in nature, I can go, I know what that is. Oh, I know what that is, to my local environment.
Wonderful. And Christian?
Oh, thank you. Well, something I remembered is example. And it's something that my dad has done with me. For example, to say, okay, don't buy a lot of bottles, plastic bottles to drink water, to buy a specific bottle, all right? Just to refill it every time I want to drink some water. And every time I see, for example, the COP16 one, that we have different colors, I remember that. And I just want to give that to generations to come, examples of that. I just thought about that, and then we hear every person here. But yeah, there are other examples that make me think about nature and about different landscapes that has taught me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to pass that forward? Could we have the green muscle memory thing back on the PowerPoint on the front, please? Oh yeah, the people that were actually here, yeah, they've got one. Thank you. Yep.
Yes, working.
Yep, working.
So one of the examples was also just making the transition to biking into work instead of taking a car, and talking about how, and from my personal experience, is that there's a little bit of just forcing yourself to get over the hump, because in the morning, you're very tired, and maybe it's cold out, or all of these things. Maybe there's a bit of rain, but just realizing that if you take the energy to prepare properly for it and just do it, realizing that it's actually not that bad, and then I think there's that initial sort of hump that you get over, and then actually you realize, okay, this is actually kind of nice. It's refreshing. You get into work, you feel energized. And you feel like you've at least done something better for the planet than you would have otherwise. So, yeah.
Thank you. Let's have a difficulty making compost. Go on, say how horrible it was.
So it took me about 1 year to convince my wife to start doing composting. And then when I started, it took me another year to convince my kids to help me get the composting out, and and then start using it in the backyard, and hopefully
buy less. So all of my actions during the day are better if I meditate. So I'll push myself to meditate on a regular basis, more or less.
Thank you, Lisa.
No, I concur with that one.
Okay. Oh, hold it. Concurring. I'm not sure we have that. What green muscle memory did you use on your concurring? Oh, okay. Your turn then. No concurring.
No, mine was related to one that they already mentioned, and it's walking more, like using the car less and trying to establish like time, like a maximum time, like it's a 30-minute walk or 45 minutes walk. Then I can walk and like teach myself not to use the car that much.
Thank you. Okay, I think most people have spoken who were here. So does anybody else from the Arusha grouping have any 1 minute, anything else to say on the end? Okay, Seth, you've got 1 minute.
No, so just some of the things that little that we do, remembering to switch off the light if you're not going to be there for for some time, or even if it's 30 minutes or 1 hour, and as you practice it, you become conscious of it, and always be thinking, when would I be, not be wasting energy, things like that, and it becomes part of you. Yeah.
Alice?
Each Monday, I recycle all my things and give to the municipality.
That works if you have some recycling. A lot of countries don't. But there are ways of then cutting down because you don't have recycling. Huh? Yeah, so it's a cycle of events. And Avinash, have you no word? No, he's concurring, I think. I think that might be contagious. I'm a bit worried about the concurring. So I'd like to just finish by saying it's for that slide of the little children. I'm not sure whether we could ever find it again, but hey, do you remember the little ones with the flowers around their heads? To say that in the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will only love what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. And this was a saying by Baba Diem. And I'll just say that again, so you've got that in your heads. It's tricky, because I can never remember it. I always have to read it. So in the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will only love what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. And environmental education is there, whether it's conservation education, whether it's nature conservation. There are so many words for this stuff. Transformation education. It opens windows into wonder, and that's what we want to do. And opening those windows into wonder will then get the brain thinking, and then we've got the head, and then the heart, and then the action, the hands, and then we've got green muscle memory. So please try and take a tiny bit of this home and do a bit of green muscle memory. And you probably are doing a lot of it already, and you just never thought about it. So thank you. Thank you very much to all the fantastic speakers and for the opportunity to be here in the Nature Positive Pavilion, which is always a pleasure. Thank you.
and are particularly vulnerable to the many unseen or invisible threats of linear infrastructure development. The structures we're so used to seeing as integral parts of our daily lives can cause cascading effects
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Please take your seats. Stop drinking coffee. Come on in. Okay. I'm just calling people in. Oh, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, those in the hallway interested in infrastructure, come on in. Okay, the official 3-minute mark has passed, right? Our final speaker is coming. Yeah, I have. Is he coming? Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the delegations, observers, and fans of the CBD COP, like myself, welcome to the Innovations in Mainstreaming Biodiversity for Nature Positive Infrastructure. I realize now that's too close. Welcome to this great event. We are hosted by the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition. I'm the coordinator of that, and I just wanted to open this to let you know that there is a group of people out in this community, about 25 different organizations, who've gathered together to explore and understand and promote the idea that we can have the infrastructure we need, the infrastructure we aspire to, but have it also contributing to biodiversity restoration on this planet. The days of do no harm and being satisfied with that are over. Now we always have to be looking for more, replacing, restoring nature's health planet-wide. And so that's the goal of the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition. If you'd like more information after the event, there's a QR code, and I can also tell you more about it. The other thing I wanted to mention was we were really grateful to our favorite Pavilion, Nature Positive Pavilion, for putting us on day one. because actually infrastructure is going to be on the agenda in the form of the mainstreaming discussion that's going on starting today. And there are at least 16 events happening throughout the COP related to infrastructure and its impacts and its opportunities, and the fact that we really need to take the mainstreaming issue very seriously for this particular sector because it is so highly impactful, but has been little discussed in the conservation world for the past number of decades. So this is the year we'd like to start, and this is the day we're starting. We're having 16 events, as I said, throughout the week, so you can look at various different presentations and get a better understanding of how countries around the world, some of whom are here today, are integrating biodiversity into their infrastructure plans and programs and addressing infrastructure through at least 10 of the GBF targets. So we are going to explore that further today with real cases. But before we begin, I would like to introduce our moderator. Thank you very much. Deb Davidson, please stand up. And she's the Chief Strategy Officer at the Center for Large Landscape Conservation, and she'll take us from here.
Okay, thank you for being here. Let me get situated. So I am Deb Davidson, the Chief Strategy Officer at the Center for Large Landscape Conservation, CLC. We're an organization that works across the globe to address the fragmentation of nature by bringing connectivity science, policy, and planning, as well as implementation practices to conservation partners, governments, multilaterals, and agencies. Addressing the impacts of linear infrastructure and its major fragmentation force across the globe has been a focus of our organization since we were founded in 2009. And one key project, an example of some of the work we are doing, is a project we co-lead with WWF and USAID, the Asia Linear Infrastructure Safeguarding Nature Program. This one right here. Oh, too close. Today we have the pleasure of hearing from a panel of experts and leaders on nature, infrastructure, and action. And I hope that you are inspired by these success stories that they have and that they serve as motivation for you, and ensure that efforts like this are greater supported, enhanced, and funded through our negotiations this week. So I am honored to introduce Philippe Leon Montelagro, who is going to be speaking in Spanish. So the one, if you guys could, oh, I can advance the slide. Never mind, I can do this myself. We do encourage you to access this.
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo perdí la conexión del QR de la traducción, pero voy a avanzar y ahorita mis compañeros me van a ayudar para tener el código. En esta ocasión quiero conversar con ustedes sobre los lineamientos de infraestructura verde vial que hemos desarrollado en Colombia y el concepto del corredor geotécnico para el país. Ya les cuento un poco acerca de eso. Todo esto a raíz de qué? Pues por supuesto lo que nos convoca hoy, una crisis climática, la pérdida de vidas y de bienes por culpa o asociado a fenómenos meteorológicos, el 2016 el año más caliente que se tienen registros de temperaturas, el 2022 que pronosticó que era el 50% en el que superaríamos el umbral de 1.5 grados centígrados del calentamiento que teníamos del 2027, y sin embargo el 2023 ha aumentado el 66% sobre eso. Adicionalmente, pues hemos perdido la biodiversidad, hemos tenido crecientes olas de calor, el cambio del uso del suelo sigue siendo el principal impulsor de nuestros problemas ambientales y de la pérdida de biodiversidad, y los cambios en el clima también se han relacionado con la pérdida de poblaciones enteras y en nuestro caso de comunidades. Por lo tanto, pues es indispensable transformar la manera en que nosotros planeamos la infraestructura y construimos la infraestructura de transporte. Entonces es el momento de cambiar porque, entre otras cosas, identificamos que nuestros proyectos se están convirtiendo en barreras para la biodiversidad y barreras para la interacción entre los animales y las otras vidas que tenemos. ¿Eso qué significa? Que tenemos que empezar a pensar en la ingeniería para la sostenibilidad, tenemos que empezar a pensar infraestructura sostenible, resiliente, adaptada, accesible y segura para la movilidad de las personas. La necesidad de la movilidad continúa, sin embargo, nosotros requerimos empezar a entender cómo hacemos que esa necesidad o cómo resolvemos nuestra necesidad de infraestructura pues no afecte la biodiversidad y las condiciones climáticas que enfrentamos, particularmente en un país como Colombia, que tiene diferentes retos en términos de topografía, biodiversidad, paisajes, ecosistemas. Algunos datos importantes: nosotros entre el 2021 y el 2023 tuvimos un fenómeno de la Niña que generó daños y pérdidas por más de 0.5 billones de pesos y que nos generó necesidades adicionales de recursos por más de 3.3 billones de pesos. Adicionalmente, entre 2000 y 2011 tuvimos otro fenómeno de la Niña que nos generó pérdidas y daños por 3.2 billones de pesos y necesidades por 6 billones. Eso nos plantea un reto muy importante en términos de que y lo que estamos viendo es que periódicamente o con cierta frecuencia estamos teniendo eventos climáticos que hacen que nuestra infraestructura tenga muchos problemas y se pierda la conectividad del país. En ese contexto, pues nuestra pregunta es: ¿y cómo vamos a desarrollar la infraestructura vial para que se detenga la pérdida de la biodiversidad y que se detenga la pérdida de los servicios ecosistémicos que proveen la naturaleza? Y llegamos a una respuesta y fue que decidimos trabajar en los lineamientos de infraestructura verdes desde una agenda ambiental, económica y social para garantizar 3 elementos fundamentales: que la infraestructura cumpla su funcionalidad y ofrezca una respuesta a los requerimientos de movilidad, que no comprometamos el ordenamiento ambiental territorial y no amenacemos la conservación de los niveles de biodiversidad, y lograr reducir las condiciones de riesgo e incrementar la resiliencia climática, donde teníamos necesidades de nuevos corredores, hasta la puesta en funcionamiento, la rehabilitación y mantenimiento y todo lo que demanda funcionamiento, la rehabilitación y mantenimiento y todo lo que demandaba nuestra infraestructura. Con base en lo anterior, logramos un enfoque de intervención temprana, donde nosotros estamos diciendo, o históricamente lo que pasaba en Colombia era que los corredores se pensaban solamente como la distancia que había entre paramento y paramento de las carreteras, y empezamos a darle un enfoque mucho más alto, si se quiere, tener una escala mucho mayor, para entender, como ven al lado izquierdo de la imagen, qué es lo que está pasando en el corredor, no solamente en el alineamiento de la infraestructura, sino en todo lo que pasa en el ecosistema varios kilómetros alrededor de la infraestructura, para poder caracterizar muy bien qué es lo que pasa cuando nosotros trazamos esas barreras, que se vuelven unas barreras no solo para las personas, sino unas barreras también para la biodiversidad con la que contamos. Eso pensado desde el contexto regional, la caracterización de la fauna que hay alrededor de cada corredor y la caracterización hidrológica e hidráulica de cada uno de nuestros corredores, porque en muchas ocasiones encontramos que con esos eventos como el fenómeno de la Niña, que ocurren recurrentemente, pues nuestras infraestructuras siempre sufrían en los mismos puntos, las mismas afectaciones y los mismos efectos asociados tanto a condiciones hidráulicas como hidrogeológicas. Y logramos determinar unas herramientas con un enfoque de intervención temprana, primero para determinar el área de influencia del proyecto, que ya no solamente correspondería al alineamiento de la vía. Identificar determinantes de ordenamiento territorial, porque lo que encontramos también es que en muchas de nuestras carreteras, cuando por ejemplo hacíamos variantes para no tocar algunos de los sistemas, lo que ocurría es que se generaban incentivos a la urbanización, que lo que hacían era que tuviéramos efectos perversos de lo que queríamos lograr con nuestra infraestructura. Identificamos corredores regionales y de conectividad ecológica, realizamos un análisis de capilaridad de todo lo que esto implica en términos hidráulicos, y establecimos conglomerados viales para poderlos trabajar en conjunto y revisarlos integralmente. Adicionalmente, identificamos impactos y aplicamos una jerarquía de mitigación en todos los corredores y diseñamos soluciones de ingeniería verde en todos los proyectos que estábamos pensando en el país. Todo esto acompañado de fortalecer la gobernabilidad y la gobernanza del país en términos de entender y sensibilizar a todas las instituciones de lo importante que tendríamos que incluir para que esto se llevara de una mejor manera. Y esa jerarquía de mitigación de la que estamos hablando, y es que en el diseño de nuestras carreteras y de los lineamientos de infraestructura verde, tenemos esta pirámide invertida que ven aquí, donde el objetivo en cada uno de nuestros proyectos en adelante será evitar, a partir de alternativas, diseño o aplicación de tecnologías que generen impactos negativos, minimizar las acciones que tenemos que hacer para minimizar los impactos sobre nuestra biodiversidad, corregir elementos que ya hoy estaban pasando, porque nuestras carreteras llevan muchos años funcionando y no por eso estaban teniendo impactos negativos todavía, y lograr compensar lo que ya estaba pasando en nuestra infraestructura para poder evitar que se replicara o se multiplicara cada uno de los impactos negativos que ya hoy tenemos. Para eso, pues estamos buscando promover unas carreteras que respeten la biodiversidad, y en la imagen acá al lado derecha pueden percibir pues, qué es lo que pasa en nuestros ecosistemas cada vez que pasa una carretera, en lo que nos convertimos en una barrera hidráulica, en una barrera geotécnica, en una barrera para la biodiversidad, para la fauna, buscando preservar la estructura de cobertura natural y buscando medidas para mejorar la permeabilidad que tienen los ecosistemas y reducir el efecto de las barreras que generan cada una de las carreteras con las que estamos trabajando. A través de pasos de fauna, como pueden ver en la imagen, buscando que pues, estas situaciones que vemos en la imagen lateral derecha inferior pues, no ocurran, y buscando que cada vez existan más elementos para la fauna para pasar nuestras carreteras, tanto a nivel como a desnivel. Adicionalmente, pues, no solamente pasos de fauna a nivel superior, sino cómo generamos también pasos de fauna a nivel o a nivel subterráneo para que los animales pues, tengan cómo lograr transmitir o continuar con su vida de lado a lado. Adicionalmente, estamos buscando generar diseños sostenibles de obras hidráulicas que permitan, digamos, tener en cuenta las cotas de los puntos inferiores de nuestras carreteras, y acciones sostenibles aplicando los lineamientos, buscando tener corredores verdes, buscando tener soluciones, digamos, que no sean tan rígidas como las que acabamos de ver en el video, sino que también permitamos generar pasos de ecosistema de un punto a otro, reduciendo el efecto de las barreras. Y integrar al paisaje la protección de taludes. Si ustedes revisaban cómo eran las carreteras históricamente en Colombia, pues los taludes siempre estaban sin ninguna cobertura vegetal, y aunque la solución de ingeniería ya estaba inventada hace tiempo, pues lo cierto es que en nuestros requerimientos técnicos a la hora de construir no habían obligaciones asociadas a garantizar que permanentemente la vegetación cubriera nuestros taludes, que por demás no solamente le permiten a la fauna, digamos, tratar de reducir esas barreras que estamos generando, sino que adicionalmente pues, permiten generar estabilidad de taludes, que en algunos puntos, como les mencionaba, recurrentemente teníamos las mismas problemáticas en los mismos corredores cada vez que teníamos fenómenos de alta pluviosidad, por ejemplo. Y al final, ¿qué logramos? Que esto se convirtiera en una resolución, en un acto administrativo, en una normativa que permite que desde el Ministerio de Transporte se obliga y se incorpora el concepto de los corredores geotécnicos y de los lineamientos de infraestructura verde para nuestros proyectos de infraestructura carretera en el país y de transporte. Adicionalmente, digamos, no solamente desde la perspectiva de la biodiversidad, sino que desde la perspectiva de la funcionalidad de las carreteras y de la funcionalidad de nuestros proyectos, también identificamos que principalmente por la formación de nuestras cordilleras jóvenes en la cordillera de los Andes, pues siempre teníamos en algunos puntos las mismas afectaciones cada vez que teníamos fenómenos o de alta pluviosidad, e incluso también se está estudiando en periodos de alta sequía. Entonces lo que se buscó fue que no solamente estudiáramos el alineamiento de la vía, incluso en términos contractuales y en términos técnicos, sino que se entendiera mucho más allá de los límites de la carretera para poder entender qué es lo que pasaba en nuestras cordilleras, en las partes altas de las montañas, y qué efecto tenía en nuestros corredores. Y en casos como este, pues como pueden ver, esta es una afectación típica de nuestras carreteras, en donde el desprendimiento de material afectaba recurrentemente nuestros corredores. Por lo tanto, empezamos a entender que teníamos que ampliar el radio de acción o el área en el que estábamos trabajando para poder generar soluciones integrales que no fueran solamente el descapote y el tratamiento en el corredor particular, en el ancho de la franja de tratamiento. Y hoy nos encontramos desarrollando pilotos de aplicación de lineamientos de infraestructura verde, en la formulación del Plan Amazónico de Transporte Intermodal Sostenible, donde tenemos pues, en toda la Amazonía una serie de intervenciones que no pueden generar barreras para nuestra biodiversidad y nuestra fauna, y mesas de socialización de los 4 proyectos en la Amazonía, que son el Retorno Calamar, Neiva San Vicente del Caguán, Villagarzón, San José, que son los primeros ejercicios en los que se está garantizando que estos lineamientos se apliquen tanto a nivel de corredor geotécnico como a nivel de lineamientos de infraestructura verde, como les mencionaba ahora, para que podamos garantizar que los resultados sí son los esperados y poder masificarlo en todos nuestros proyectos y en los nuevos ejercicios que estamos haciendo. ¿Qué buscamos con estos ejercicios desde el gobierno de Colombia y en el país? Pues cambiar el paradigma de la manera en cómo estábamos desarrollando nuestros proyectos, no solo pensándolos en términos de competitividad, sino entendiendo que este tipo de intervenciones se entendían como un sobrecosto a los proyectos, hoy se entiendan como una inversión que lo que va a hacer es que no solamente va a garantizar que nuestra afectación sobre los ecosistemas sea menor, sino que va a garantizar que incluso la operación y el mantenimiento de los proyectos sea mucho más económica y reduzcamos también efectos en el periodo de operación y mantenimiento. Transformar la manera en que concebimos la infraestructura vial, poco ya desde la perspectiva de que la infraestructura no es solamente el fin de lograr el objetivo, sino un medio que también tiene que tener en cuenta sus variables ambientales y generar las capacidades en todas nuestras entidades y en nuestros contratistas y en el sector privado para lograr que se enfrenten los retos globales de lo que tenemos hoy. Esa es la manera en la que estamos enfrentando los temas relacionados al cambio climático desde la infraestructura de transporte interurbana y que queremos masificar en todos nuestros proyectos a través de regulación desde el Ministerio de Transporte.
Well, I told you you'd be inspired by the work that Colombia is doing. Pretty incredible. Definitely a global leader. Next speaker is Amy Frankel, who is the Executive Secretary for the Convention on Migratory Species of Wild Animals. And she will speak about highlighting the visionary infrastructure decisions and resolutions that were agreed upon this past spring at CMS COP16. Ms. Frankel holds a law degree and has over 30 years of experience in international environmental law and policy. She joined CMS in 2019 after serving as Regional Director for North America of the United Nations Environment Program and Director of Mainstreaming, Cooperation, and Outreach in the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We are incredibly lucky to have Amy here today. She is a leader in this topic for sure, in connectivity conservation writ large. And Amy, come on over.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the laptop. I'll try to be like this. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me to give some opening remarks. At the CMS COP14 held earlier this year in Uzbekistan, Samarkand, Uzbekistan, I think many of you were there, we released a landmark report called The State of the World's Migratory Species. The report underscores that habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation continues to pose one of the greatest threats for migratory species. And while land use change associated with agriculture is still the greatest driver of habitat loss, infrastructure development, including roads, rail, energy and mining, dams, and urban expansion, among others, are also significant drivers. While we need infrastructure for meeting human development needs and renewable energy infrastructure in the fight against climate change, the projected scale of new infrastructure over the coming decades could destroy the habitat of many migratory species, including not only terrestrial species, but avian and aquatic as well. Infrastructure can also pose serious risks of disrupting the ability of species to migrate by creating barriers and risks along migratory pathways. I was very pleased to hear the representative from Colombia's remarks just now, because it resonates so perfectly with what I'm also going to say, which is ecological connectivity it's crucial for migratory species, which need a specialized network of places for their survival, but it is also essential for ensuring natural processes and healthy ecosystems that provide ecosystem services and functions that are vital for sustaining life on Earth in general. And there's climate people who are also understanding the value of connectivity in the fight against climate change. So it makes sense. And it's very vital that we continue to talk about that here at this meeting in the implementation of the targets. In fact, ecological connectivity is a very powerful concept to ensure that wild species of animals and the habitats they need can coexist with social and economic development and human well-being. Clearly, the concept is key and reflected in Target 1 and 2, but especially Target 3, when governments determine which areas, not just how much, but which areas and conservation measures are priorities in their efforts to achieve the 30 by 30 target. So this intersection of ecological connectivity conservation and addressing threats to connectivity has been truly a priority for CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. And we've been addressing those issues from both sides, from both angles. And our most recent COPs, both this past one and the one before in India, have really honed in on the need for parties, for the Secretariat, for UN, for private sector, and conservation groups to mainstream and really bring this, into people's decision making. Climate has gotten in earlier, and biodiversity is getting there. The safeguard standards of the World Bank and others, but it's all in the details. So I'm going to talk a bit about that. So one of the first challenges that we've been addressing is to identify the important habitat and migratory routes that are relied on by migratory species as part of their migration cycles for breeding, feeding, resting, etc. And we have a mandate to develop an entire atlas of migration for all of the migratory species, starting with the ones listed under CMS. We have, through several focused partnerships, been able to deliver several pretty amazing modules, and we'll be talking about some of them here at the COP. One is on ungulates, and we just launched with our partners an ungulate migration atlas, which is really cool, with 20 different areas around the world, and also the Eurasian African Bird Atlas, which compiled data from like 100 different data researchers, and it's live, it's online, you can look at it, it's updated, so it's interactive. And that is the kind of thing that is needed if we're going to be able to actually follow the safeguard standards. Because if you don't know that an area is vital for migratory species, you can just put something there and you won't even know that the standards are not being met. So we need the data. Now, the fact is, it's a huge task and there are lots of gaps. And so what we need to do is really a significant injection of funding and technical work around the globe to make sure that we don't go into this without the best knowledge that we can get. And we can do it. Briefly, at CMS COP14, we launched a new global partnership on ecological connectivity, known as the Global Partnership on Ecological Connectivity, or GPEC. And I won't name all the partners, some of you are here. I would encourage you to come to our side event tomorrow where you can learn more about that. But the overall goal is to bring like-minded entities together, and we do have partners that include the World Bank, the CLLC, WWF, CMS, and many others, CBD Secretariat, but many others, is to scale up what we need to do for connectivity, starting with the data, looking at legislation and policy, technical implementation on the ground, and then outreach and communication to raise awareness of this. The second thing we've been doing is on the other side, is working with range states to address infrastructure that poses particular threats to migratory species. For instance, in Central Asia, we've been working with the governments there to address impenetrable fences that are actually responsible for fatalities of migrating animals such as the saiga that get caught up in the fencing. Our work under the CMS Energy Task Force has really been taking off, and I'm very glad to see it around the world, bringing industry, investment banks, conservation groups, and others together to develop and implement pragmatic tools so that we can invest in wind farms but minimize impacts on migratory species. The third point is that CMS was also one of several proponents of a new IPBES assessment on spatial planning and ecological connectivity. And it's now being initiated by IPBES. So they've just sent out a notification looking for experts. Watch that space. It's going to be extremely important to have a good result there because we need to see meaningful data-rich upstream planning for potential infrastructure investment to get the balance right, and also to ensure that the proposed projects are in fact the best solution to the problems we're trying to address, and that their benefits outweigh the costs. But good planning, I think the folks in this room know, it's not good enough to have great planning. We also need to have implementation, and we need to make sure there's enforcement of land use and zoning laws and dealing with some of the pressures that might lead to non-compliant situations. So let me close just by saying that the Infrastructure and Nature Coalition, it's a much-needed effort supporting the development of environmental knowledge for the infrastructure sector and to build the capacity of stakeholders to integrate biodiversity in infrastructure planning and construction processes. This kind of effort is vital for achieving the objectives of CMS, and we really welcome the initiative and the chance to speak here. Thank you very much.
Every time I come up, I get blown away by that that fan. So, apologies. All right, my next speaker is Kushtub Sharma, who's the Director of Science and Conservation at the International Coordinator for the Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystems Program, GSLEP, as we all like to call it, as well as the International Snow Leopard Trust. Dr. Sharma is a physicist who turned into a wildlife zoologist, and he's roamed the rugged terrains of India, Bhutan, Kazakhstan, I'm going to say it wrong, China, Mongolia, and Tajikistan, studying snow leopards in their natural habitat. I'm going to leave it at that just for the sake of time. We have a film, which is going to be queued up now, so if the folks in the back to get the film ready, and then Kushtub has a few slides for us also. So thank you. Can you guys play the film?
For big cats like snow leopards, why does linear infrastructure pose such a particular threat? Infrastructure serves as the backbone of our societies, delivering basic necessities like the roads we travel on and the electricity that powers our homes and livelihoods. Infrastructure also keeps livestock contained and borders intact. True to its name, linear infrastructure, such as roads, railways, fencing, power lines, and canals, is built in continuous lines across landscapes. The demand for infrastructure continues to grow across the globe. If the coming wave of development is not built sustainably and strategically, it can cause significant problems for biodiversity, particularly wildlife, and harm the communities it is intended to serve. Snow leopard habitat spans most of the mountainous landscapes of Asia. Until recently, vast portions of these areas had little linear infrastructure. Over the last decade, however, the region's urban centers and communities have become increasingly connected, with many more significant investments in infrastructure anticipated on the horizon. With complex, sprawling ranges and low population densities, snow leopards are often referred to as an invisible species, and they are particularly vulnerable to the many unseen or invisible threats of linear infrastructure development. The structures we're so used to seeing as integral parts of our daily lives can cause cascading effects that threaten snow leopard survival. While snow leopards may physically be able to cross things like roads and railways, they generally avoid such unfamiliar additions to their landscapes. This barrier effect causes habitat fragmentation, leading to restricted movement and making it difficult for these big cats to effectively hunt, find mates, and obtain the resources they need. Increased road development also brings higher risks of snow leopards being struck by vehicles, and road construction gives humans access to previously remote ecosystems. With more people, become further threats, like illegal logging and hunting, and conflict between snow leopards, livestock, and feral dogs, which increases disease transmission between species. The pollution from roads and railways can also cause a buildup of particulate matter on snow from things like exhaust and asphalt, which accelerates snowmelt, fundamentally altering the dynamics of snow leopard ecosystems. All these threats and more are exacerbated by climate change as extreme precipitation events and increased temperatures become more common. We must commit to learning more about these challenges and spreading awareness among the public and those who have the power to make a positive impact. Snow leopards are keystone predators, so it is vital that we work to protect them from these impacts. The welfare of their ecosystems depends on their population health. While confronting the problems that linear infrastructure presents may seem daunting, there is a way forward. Under the Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Protection Program, the 12 countries comprising the snow leopard's range recognized this threat and formed a working group of scientists and conservationists to create guidelines for implementing infrastructure safeguards that can protect these big cats. With funding from USAID under the Align project, this working group will share the guidelines throughout Asia with the goal of helping policymakers, engineers, conservationists, and communities ensure the invisible threats to these elusive creatures aren't ignored until it is too late. Together, we can protect these magnificent beings.
One of the best things about working with a great team is that they make you look good. And that's what exactly happened here. While Irene did a great job of narrating and speaking, most of what you saw and heard is the culmination of a lot of hard work by a team of more than 19 people in a working group, including Tremi, Megan, and Chloe, who led it from the front. Now, we've known snow leopards for their stealth, but just take a look at this visual. These come as a shocker because they're and a shocker at multiple levels. Because to begin with, the leisure with which the animals are walking on these roads is a testimony that they're not even aware of what these paths are or what they can be, and if they can potentially pose them a mortal threat. And that's where the problem starts for a species that has probably evolved without really noticing or seeing anything such as these roads in its habitat. Oops, I don't know what. We all know that, as we saw in the video, that the roads were not even remotely considered to be a threat about 10 to 15 years ago. Currently, they are among the key threat the snow leopards are facing. And here's a little visual, again, a graphic animation. That little dot you see there is the movement patterns of a collared snow leopard. She was a cub who was about to disperse from her mother. And there she disperses. She tries to cross over the border to go to China about 200 kilometers, but then she gets stuck in the fence. Well, she doesn't get stuck in the fence. She gets stuck on the trench where she refuses to cross over, comes back and explores other dimensions to disperse. And this is in contrast with other individuals who tried right away to disperse in other directions and made it successfully. Clearly, even a trench could serve as a barrier. What could fenced linear infrastructure do? We can only imagine. Here's another visual, just to give you the flavor of how unusual these encounters are, the snow leopard is completely oblivious to the potential threat that big truck can cause it. This visual comes from Kazakhstan. The cat really needed to be honked at, and someone had to kind of wave at it so that it would just run away eventually. The idea is that linear infrastructure such as roads and railroads don't come alone. They bring human populations from lands that may have little knowledge of local cultures and traditions. They bring diseases to once disconnected areas, and they facilitate trade, both legal as well as illegal. And this is a new study which is just coming up, which is indicating that snow leopards are probably the least genetically diverse species of all the big cats. That puts them at a much greater risk than any of the other cats to habitat fragmentation. And in other words, the coalition of threats that linear infrastructure poses to the mountains can spell disaster to this hugely important region of the planet, and which is why the GSLEP program was able to put together, was able to resolve to address the issue in not just one but two back-to-back resolutions in Bishkek and Samarkand respectively. I'd like to end with this visual where we cannot deny access to once remote human populations who deserve economic development as much as you and I do. But we can certainly design these better so as to minimize threats to human and wildlife populations both, while maximizing economic benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was excellent. Love the film. I believe there was a QR code if you want to see it later. Maybe we'll put that back up at the end. And if not, we can share it with you through this pavilion. We are running a little behind, of course. We're going to cut our discussion. We're just going to keep moving through. I have a presentation, or another presentation from Mr. Mohammed Shubtagan. He's the project director of the Dosari Cox Bazaar Rail Project under the Ministry of Railways for Bangladesh. As project director, he's responsible for overall management of the project, including construction work supervision and social and environmental safeguard requirements, which is exactly why he is here. So he's going to tell us a little bit about this pretty major roadway in Bangladesh. Thank you. There's the clicker.
Respected participant, I am from Bangladesh, and construction of railway track, but we are giving importance for promoting Asian elephant connectivity. It is a innovative, and in this project we constructed overpass and underpass for crossing the elephant, and it is the world #1 overpass. So we have 103 kilometer railway track, dual gauge single line railway track, and it is connecting our tourist city, Cox's Bazar. So we see that 1/4 of this railway track, here the protected area, where elephant crosses from one side to another, and most of the elephant in our countries lives in this area. And as a report of IUCN, elephant are in endangered position, so we need to protect it. And we have followed the ADB safeguard policies, and we adopt here some innovative idea by constructing overpass and underpass. So you see that what we constructed the overpass here, and train is running from last year November, and elephant is crossing using the overpass, and we planted some trees for the elephant, and elephant is take the usual path, and you see that this overpass is 10-meter height. Under the overpass, train is running, and elephant is running through the overpass, and elephant is crossing from one side of deep forest to the another side. And before constructing this, we examined for 2 years, closely monitored, and this issue was monitored by world famous consultant Mr. Norris, and from ADB and Ms. Karma, Mr. Asif, and one forest expert, Dr. Topande. We have constructed some underpass also. Some elephant passes through the overpass, and some also use the underpasses. So what we did, that there are some culvert, we use it for passes of the road vehicle, as well as during monsoon season some water, and we make it some oversized so that elephant can pass easily. And we constructed 4-kilometer fence so that elephant should cross using the overpass or underpass. And we cover whole area. And before constructing this structure, we used the trial camera, and we surveyed. And we also followed the report of IUCN. There are three here a point. One is Sunati Wildlife Sanctuary, Pashiakhali Wildlife Sanctuary, and Matakan Sapia National Park. And we see that most of the elephant crosses Sunati Wildlife area, and we covered this area around 4-kilometer area. You see that it is a lesson learned that there was a gap of 1 meter, and accidentally during this 1 year only one elephant injured, and ultimately that is died. So what we did, we closed this one by making some concrete structure. So you see that here we construct some salt lick, some pond, and also more than 200 acre land, 287 acre forest and folder, 6 salt licks, 6 water hole. What happens? Elephant come from the deep forest, and before coming to the railway track, whenever he see salt lick, he took the salt, he go to the water hole, there he bath, he stay some time, and then return back to the forest. It does not come to the railway track. And one thing yet to be done, it is under process, that we conducted a pilot survey in another area of Bangladesh, where deep forest both sides of the railway track, and we conducted the pilot study successfully, and we saw that if we install some sensor, then what will happen when elephant will come to the railway track, then signal will go to the signal post, and then from station master he will give the signal to the locomotive master, so that he will stop his running, and elephant will save its life. So it is under process, and tender already done, and we are in the procuring stage, and we are expecting it will be completed by this December. So thank you all, and we are inviting all of you to come to Bangladesh and to see how the elephant is regularly taking its path to the overpass and running from one side of deep forest to the another side. Thank you all of you.
It's really exciting to see these projects moving forward. When we were in Montreal in 22, things were not moving nearly as fast. We've made major strides here. It's exciting. Last case study is going to be presented by Marie Andrea Serrano Garzan, and she's a land use planning coordinator for the Foundation for Conservation and Sustainable Development here in Colombia. She's a forest engineer and has extensive experience in implementing strategies for the conservation of natural resources in the Amazon region. She currently leads the Socio-Environmental Conflict Observatory and the Green Road Infrastructure Strategy, which we already heard about from Philippe, so we'll hear a little bit more. Marie will be presenting in Spanish, so do pull up your translation again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Hoy les quiero hablar un poquito de temas regionales, porque ya desde el Ministerio de Transporte se habló de lo local en Colombia. Y aunque está haciendo tanto frío, vamos a hablar de los bosques tropicales del mundo. En esta imagen ustedes pueden ver los bosques tropicales que existen en todo el planeta, y pueden ver que en la imagen se van poniendo de colores las zonas que tienen disturbio, bien sea por temas de agricultura, de expansión de praderas, por tener ganadería, o por el desarrollo de commodities en toda la región. Si ustedes ven los bosques en el Congo, los bosques ya se están poniendo casi todos amarillos, que están asociados a temas agrícolas. Y eso mismo está pasando en Indonesia y obviamente en Sudamérica, en nuestra Amazonía. Eso hace que los bosques contiguos en el mundo más importantes estén ubicados en una parte del bioma amazónico, que es la parte noroccidental del bioma amazónico, que tiene territorios en Colombia, en Ecuador, en Perú y en Brasil, donde está la mayor cantidad de bosques contiguos tropicales en este momento, y donde además existe una alta presencia de áreas naturales protegidas y territorios indígenas. Y creo que muchos de ustedes saben que la mayor conservación del planeta de los bosques está al interior de territorios indígenas. Y esto tiene sentido también con el tema de infraestructura, porque la infraestructura es reconocida como uno de los principales impulsores de deforestación, pero también asociada con los demás deforestation drivers, con cada uno de ellos. Sin embargo, es imposible desconocer que la infraestructura también es una oportunidad de desarrollo y que es necesaria para poder garantizar que nuestros países avancen en las metas que tienen económicas, pero también desde la sostenibilidad. Sin embargo, también se reconocen los impactos que la infraestructura ocasiona, y para eso les quería mostrar, esta es una imagen de un área que se llama el Parque Nacional Natural de la Macarena, que está conectándose con el Parque Nacional Natural Serranía de Chiribiquete, y si ustedes ven en la imagen, ahí hay una vía que está metida entre el bosque y que está ocasionando la ruptura de conectividades en la región de los que se hablaba hace un ratico, pero adicionalmente está ocasionando el disturbio de zonas que son el lugar donde viven pueblos indígenas, algunos de ellos en aislamiento voluntario. En Colombia, un total de 7.6 kilómetros de vías se construyen diariamente son 7.600 metros diarios de vías en forma ilegal. Entonces es un motor de deforestación absolutamente importante que necesita la anuencia de todos. En esa imagen de la izquierda, en ese mapita, ustedes ven en color gris las diferentes vías legales e ilegales que existen en la región. Y quisiera revisar sin adecuadas consideraciones ambientales, sumado a la cantidad de presiones que hay en la región por incremento de ganadería, por agroindustria, por el desarrollo de minería y de hidrocarburos y por la presencia de minería ilegal, estamos poniendo en riesgo los recursos naturales que existen en la zona, la biodiversidad y los servicios ecosistémicos que presta la región, incluyendo lo que tiene que ver con cambio climático. Hay algunas oportunidades también asociadas al desarrollo de infraestructura que no necesariamente es carretera y aprovechando ejercicios y escenarios de intermodalidad como los que se muestran en la imagen de la derecha. Y aquí entran los lineamientos de infraestructura verde que les contaban desde el Ministerio de Transporte hace un momento como una estrategia para garantizar incorporación de consideraciones ambientales en la planeación de vías legales. Pero eso también estamos pensando que debería tener una incidencia en la presencia de vías no planificadas, en vías ilegales, si es que se realizan con las consideraciones adecuadas, se tienen en cuenta corredores de conectividad, el tema hídrico, pasos de fauna como los que veíamos hace un momento de elefantes, y se garantiza finalmente avanzar hacia una infraestructura resiliente y sostenible. Esto ya se los contaron y finalmente quisiera contarles que en el caso de Colombia no es solamente la expedición de unos lineamientos de infraestructura verde, sino todo lo técnico que tiene que ver con el desarrollo de ese proceso y cómo también uno busca una integración regional, o sea, no solamente pensada desde el país, sino que es que estamos hablando de un bioma que no reconoce fronteras. Y el bioma amazónico necesita de la anuencia de los diferentes países y de los diferentes organismos de cooperación, de la banca multilateral, de la ODCA, para garantizar que el enfoque de infraestructura sea regional y tenga una visión compartida. Y en ese sentido, pusimos unas recomendaciones muy cortas que están asociadas a eso justamente, a tener un enfoque multiescalar, regional, multidimensional, que además esté considerando salvaguardas ambientales y sociales en el proceso de financiamiento, que adicionalmente permita una adecuada integración y divulgación de experiencias y que finalmente redunde en política pública y en reglamentación por parte de cada país. Les agradecemos mucho el espacio.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more speaker, and I know I'm keeping you from cocktails. So our last speaker is Silke Spahn. She's the head of program and biodiversity, environment, oceans at GIZ. Ms. Spahn is a trained engineer for landscape planning who's been working in international development cooperation for more than 20 years, mainly with GIZ. Currently, she is the director of the BMZ support program on biodiversity, environment, oceans. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And actually, I was asked to give a little bit of a summary and add some examples to it. So I just wanted to thank to summarize and reflect on these insightful cases of today. And to give a summary, I would like to boil it down to maybe 3 success factors we just heard about. And we can beautifully see that first, if governments play a crucial role in setting the right framework conditions for elevating biodiversity in and through infrastructure is key. And we heard a lot about that connectivity is key to consider and enforcing not only to give the right framework, but also to enforce on implementation through all the government structure. Second, local stakeholders are vital for the success of nature and infrastructure, and their active role needs to be fostered through effective collaboration. And third, identifying leverage points to finance nature-positive infrastructure projects is indispensable. So let me just briefly touch on those three aspects our previous speakers have pointed out. Felipe, on behalf of the Colombian Minister of Transport, gave an impression on how Colombia is a forerunner in implementing road infrastructure guidelines to effectively promote biodiversity. Given the public good characteristic of infrastructure, governments are vital to set out that right framework, and as I said before, to implement it all the way through until to the mitigation hierarchy. I can give an example in Peru where GIZ has been working for decades with various government ministries and agencies to improve water infrastructure. One key improvement within the framework conditions was the development of an indicator that quantifies the climate risks to water supply for all 50 water supply companies of Peru. And based on this, water companies developed climate mitigation and adaptation plans, which now are implemented. And today, at least 10% of the financing of the measures are allocated to ecosystem conservation and restoration. So examples include reforestation of upstream catchment areas and payment for ecosystem service schemes. Next, we heard how important it is to involve stakeholders in meaningful and inclusive way when planning and implementing nature-based infrastructure projects and policies. The Colombian Green Road Infrastructure Guidelines, again, provide an excellent demonstration of how to do this and how to involve also beyond borders all the regional organizations. The development of the Snow Leopard Landscape Management Plan is exemplary for good practices. A recent example from GIZ connected to infrastructure can be found in the BioCities project in Mexico, jointly with the Mexican Ministry for Environment and Natural Resources and the Mexican Ministry for Urban Development. We facilitated extensive consultative processes in several cities. Ongoing stakeholder engagement in post-implementation is ensured. So a multi-stakeholder-led monitoring system was established to address coastal erosion in Veracruz. And 1,000 hectares of intra-urban natural areas such as parks, sand dunes, mangroves were protected and restored. So this includes pollinator gardens, cleanup initiatives, rain gardens, etc., to mitigate flooding. And in parallel, regulatory instruments have been improved. So finally, the issue of finance was mentioned in many contributions today. And great to hear from the Asian Development Bank the growing interest in nature-positive infrastructure. An example that showcased GIZ's work in development financing mechanism for nature-positive infrastructure is the development partnership of Aguafirmes in Mexico. The largest global beverage producer, AB InBev, together with GIZ, are working to protect, restore, and enhance water availability in the Calera and Apan aquifers. The aim is to increase the natural recharge of aquifers through conservation work and to reduce water consumption in the countryside using modernized irrigation. So the upgrading of irrigation system is made possible by an innovative financial mechanism developed by the Mexican government together with a local fintech. The project allows farmers simplified digital access to subsidized credit without mortgage and also includes bundled technical assistance. 500 farmers are supported this way by easier access to the technician and the irrigation system. Well, I guess I remain cautiously optimistic that the renewed interest in the infrastructure investment by the global community will make a difference for both nature and grey infrastructure. However, I think it's crucial that we continue to raise our voices and turn this vision into reality. Therefore, we strongly support the establishment of a community of practice focused on nature and infrastructure. So the overall mainstreaming debate has come really already a long way, as I can also personally testify, having already participated in preparation of different COPs before. So we are looking forward to a continued collaboration with all of you present here and virtually. So we hope to advance nature's contribution to infrastructure and to ultimately make infrastructure nature positive. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for sticking with us. Silke, that was perfect. She wrapped it up excellently. Really appreciate you all being here. I love the fact that we had a diversity of multilaterals. We had Convention on Migratory Species, some organizations, and of course, government representation. It was pretty powerful, and we could have spent hours here, obviously. I encourage you to seek these folks out, myself included, my team, Kate's. We're here for the week and a half. I want to just pick up on the one point around the community of practice and the SBI and how let's strongly encourage and hope that we can establish a more formal community of practice so we can support more communities in incorporating these practices and others that have been developed around linear infrastructure and nature. So thank you. There are cocktails, I believe, and out there, I think. All right, thanks so much.
Everybody, this is announcement. Once you're ready, could you please vacate the premises so that we can set up for our evening reception? And everybody is kindly asked to actually leave the pavilion but go ahead and take your photo.